Hello and welcome to another Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Keene, and I appreciate you as ever. You know I do, for tuning on in. We are in now a little bit of what would usually be considered, of course, the first dead zone off-season period here, where we're right before free agency, and then the second one being just after the draft, as you're before the main points of training camp. So we're sort of sitting here with not necessarily a lot of news to talk about, but I think that as lively as the discussion was last week on the last show, and I want to thank everybody for making that just a great show. It seemed like everybody's being real nice and kind in the comments towards me as far as the show went, and you guys were great. You guys keep me going on these shows, and I really love doing it, partly because of how intelligent and insightful you guys are and what you're bringing into the discussion. So I appreciate that. I figured we could go a little bit more into that. I've been diving a little bit more into some of the prospects in this draft. It's very intriguing draft from the Seattle Seahawks standpoint. I know we're down one first round pick and down another third round pick due to the Jamal Adams trade, but nonetheless, there is some interesting positional groupings in this draft. The wide receiver position is interesting. The cornerback position grows more interesting by the day. The more players that I scout, the more I'm intrigued. I go back to last year, and there's no zone corners in last year's draft. There's very few guys that get up over that 6-foot mark that we know the front office and coaching staff likes to gravitate towards. And so this year, it's a little bit of the opposite. You got a lot of good, lanky guys, and not just lanky guys that are just tall, but also have a little bit of that Seahawk attitude to them, where they're going to be physical and use their size, use their length. Very intrigued by some of these guys, especially since some of them will probably be into that realm of the second, third, fourth round, where you'll be able to pluck them, maybe even into the fifth round on a couple of these guys. So Seattle has a chance in this at the very least, I think there's a great chance in this draft of finding that zone cover corner who can maybe be the cornerback of the future. It doesn't always have to be a high round pick, as we've seen in the past. Richard Sherman developed out nicely out of a fifth round choice. We saw, I think, Byron Maxwell, I believe, was a fifth or sixth round choice. So they've been able to tap into that range before. Find a guy that's a scheme fit from a physical standpoint, and let them just teach around him on that. But we will go into some more of those prospects, discuss that a little bit. We got the trade today. Carson Wentz is on the move. They finally got him offloaded. The Eagles were trying desperately, and they're going to eat, I think, a ton of dead cap money hit to do so. But they move him on to the Colts. That was the natural fit, it seemed like, throughout this whole process. And the Colts did a good job of standing their ground. Instead of giving up the reported 2 first-round picks that it was going to be a couple of weeks ago, now it seems to have shuttered back down to about a second and a third. Some of this been maybe that Carson was trying to control some of this, and he didn't want to go to Chicago. So it became really only one team in the mix for his services. We'll get on in here to the chat. We also got a little bit of J.J. Watt discussion here. He's out there doing his little courting tour. You know, what are you going to give me? What are you going to give me? I think the thing we can take as an indication from this, when you have the Cleveland Browns as the reported sort of front runner early on here for his services, is that, yes, though he does probably want to go to a winner, he's not reached into that point yet where he wants to go to a winner and take much of a discount as he probably would have to do to go to Pittsburgh, who's $25 million worth of cap, or the Packers, who I believe are about $15 million over the cap or so as we stand right now with some moves that they have to make. So he seems to be wanting to go for a winner and also wanting to get paid by some of the indications of teams that I'm hearing about. This doesn't, of course, bode well for our Seahawks. And we haven't heard a lot of news about him being even somewhat at this point connected, though we had all kind of hoped out the gate that there might be some more percolations in regards to this guy that's out on the open market. He'd be an interesting signing. I still maintain. People look at his sack numbers with him, but go look at his Pro Football Focus edge scores as still the type of player he was. He was double-teamed, triple-teamed a lot last season as the only threat on that line. This is going to affect your production. I've talked about it time and time again. Other than that, we've got some open discussion. I also thought would be interesting is I'm starting a new notebook this year for my draft prospects. I go through on YouTube and I just do handwritten notes. I'm old school like that. Okay, I probably should just type it out, but I like just something about doing the hand notes on these guys when I do it. So I brought out my book from last year, and this is the one that is because we did a 3-day draft show last year, as we'll do again this year. And so I was trying to get in and look at as many prospects as I could with my own eyeballs, not what I'm seeing right or wrong, kind of make assessments on them and then see maybe where those assessments stand a year later, How right was I? How wrong was I? So we can dip into a little bit of that too. We can kind of go all over the place. So the floor is really going to be your guys' to route us around, as you guys tend to do, and we can kind of go whatever direction. But I do have, I'm sure many of you are going to ask about the thumbnail. I do think it's interesting. Colin Cowherd comes back from his blood clot, near-death experience, and one of the first topics that he wants to jump into is the Russell Wilson fray. You know, there's not been enough voices here, enough people in the camp of Russell saying how disgruntled he is and how right he is for being disgruntled and everything else. And I'm sure many of you at this point have Russell Wilson lash. You guys are tired as I am at this point of probably talking about it, so I doubt we'll probably get very much into this topic, but it's worth noting because he just talked about this week. It is annoying that it continues to revolve around and around here as it keeps going. We need it to, some of this I feel like just needs to just die out and stop for a second rather than this self-created momentum that wants to keep the ball kind of going in this particular direction. The two interesting points that came out of Cowherd, because while I'm not, I don't hate on Cowherd necessarily. I don't like on this that he's a local guy who comes from the Pacific Northwest. He knows what we've been up against as far as our sports teams in the franchise. I'm not asking him to play favoritism or to be pro Seattle at every turn. But, you know, if he can not help to facilitate the leaving of our only franchise quarterback in the history of the Seahawks, that'd be great. If he could just let that go for a little bit. But part of it is that he's not, because he's like, oh, I got a story here, and I get to be the inside source in the story. So I'm gonna keep this fire stoked, and it's the reason for the thumbnail. I'm sure as many of you will say or wonder about, but it bothers me a little bit. You know, if I went and got anywhere, God willing, and had some big job like that, you know, I know you've got to maintain a little bit of balance in that situation, and you can't appear more pro than one direction, but he's almost kind of sunk it into the other direction now, where he's like over course corrected a little bit. And now you're going pro into a player rather than being pro a team. And it is annoying here because, again, I don't think Colin Cowherd's going to be any part of a dictating point to Russell Wilson leaving. He's not. It's not making or breaking it on these stories that Colin Cowherd's breaking. But what it is doing is it's helping to grease the wheels of a potential departure long term. And if he's helping to do that for a place that he came from, well, I'm sorry. That's how you get slapped with a little bit of Judas. Because for your 20 coin, whatever it was, 40 coin now, you sold out your local region a little bit. And so that's the reason for that. We'll get to the chat now. Don't hate Colin Cowherd just on this given particular thing. He annoys the hell out of me with it because he's been on this for a while now. It's not just a one-off. Dustin, you got in here first, my guy, and I will give you the obligatory 37 Sean Alexander mention. Carl, how you doing, Carl? Ahmad, hello. Mirza, what's up? Chase, how you doing? Hope you guys are all having a good day. We got a little bit of an overcast day here in Maui today. You guys have been dealing with snow over there in the Northwest, though, so I am not going to complain a bit. Zach Sargent, how you doing, Zach? Making Russ feel comfortable is number one priority. Give him the tools he needs to win another one. I know you disagree, but losing Russ could mean rebuild. I don't actually disagree with you on that, Zach. I mean, where I land at the end of the day on this, where my real beginning point was on this, Zach, and I think it's Russell Wilson's based on all of these stories that are breaking and now what we have really clearly kind of laid to bear here, which is that Russell Wilson did, yes, sign off essentially on the Shane Waldron offensive coordinator hiring, but it wasn't because that was his number one selection or who they wanted to see them go after. That was, here's a list of names, Russell, who do you want? And he sort of took the pick of what he himself maybe thought was the best of that litter, but who's to say he wasn't still happy with the best of that particular litter? So my beginning point on everything with his act was to bring that guy in. That hasn't happened. So that has caused me to shift a little bit and be more open to other options and to look at it other ways. But as I spoke about last week in my offseason plan, where I do believe you got to go on this, being that with that $39 million, that would be a dead money hit if Russell Wilson moved on. You have to then look at it like, okay, any kind of moving on is going to have to take place a year from now. And if that's the case, if it's one more dance, if it's one last ride, fine. Then get the biggest horse on the lot. Get the strongest one you can go get. Put it all into this year, into the potential of recapturing the magic, recapturing the glory. You get back to a Super Bowl and everything's, all wounds are solved, SALVED, right? Not solved, but solved. I was trying to do a play on words there, but that probably wasn't right. it gets fixed. Russell potentially now gets to come back, and maybe he's still here again through the whole rest of his career. That still does maintain for me, Zach, to be a thing that I am most interested by. We watched this Legion of Boom shuttered on so quickly, so fast. It almost happened like the blink of an eye, like the twinkling of a star in the night. You had this team rise to such greatness, and you're like, we're going to have this for years to come. This is going to be, and then you suddenly turned your head and then looked back, like they do in the movies with a ghost, where they see the ghost, and they look away, and then they look back, and the ghost is gone. That was like the Legion of Boom era. Just a flash, and it's out. And now we've got to see that on the heels of that, our quarterback leaving, and yet another player disgruntled and seemingly not happy with how it's going to play out in the way they're seeing their career here. And you just go, ugh, I don't like this. So from those standpoints alone, I want to see this direction, Zach. And the way you do that, speaking again, I think to your point on that, is where my offensive offseason began, where I began the last game of the season, the postseason, and saying this, and I've maintained this for a while. Put the resources into the offensive line at this point. Give him an upper-level offensive line, and let's see if he can flourish within that. There's going to be other places on your team that you're not going to build up as much of a strength towards. You're going to have to take a hit in other places in order to make that happen, but make it happen for the reasons you spoke to. If Russell moves on, it's going to be hard necessarily to compete right out the gate. It's probably going to take another year of adjustment or a year of seasoning to a rookie quarterback to really think about even getting anywhere near the playoffs or Super Bowl. So I think we're more in agreement than you think, Zach, on that one. BJ, how you doing? Jason McEward. Hey, what's up, Brandon? What good news you got for us? Let's get away from Russell Wilson 3 being traded. Yes, I was mad at the wild card game with him, but he is our guy. Agreed, Jason. The good news is I'm at second blush on this cornerback room and this draft. It's really deep, and there's a lot of guys in the second, third, fourth, fifth round area of things, and the way I think it will play out. Same thing is I'm finding to be true about the tackle position. The more that I go into it with that. It's a pretty deep class. It's not super strong top end wise, top talent wise, but it's guys that should be able to play in this league. So that gets me excited at two positions we probably need some help on. Certainly guard's another one that you could address. The holes within this draft the strengths within this draft that exist fill towards our holes. And that's a really nice thing to see. You know, you're not needing to go for a position where there's just bare bones in there and you're already down a first round pick and picking upper level of the second round and so on. It makes it just a little bit tougher with that. But I like what I see out of the draft. I do still maintain that they have, when I ran those numbers last week, I mean, the greatest news I can give you, Jason, is that you can create so much cap space with a variety of just different moves that's not going to take you selling the house on this team. It's not going to take you booting the dollar down to tomorrow, basically, putting everything on layaway and throwing on a credit card. No, I mean, there's going to be a little bit of it to a tiny degree, but not to a way that's going to decimate the franchise. And again, just speaking back to my previous point to Zach, if it ends up rebuilding the bridge between Russell Wilson and Coach Carroll in accomplishing that, then it's worth whatever future tomorrow pain I might have to endure. Team 12s, I won't be here for a period of time because I have baseball practice in an hour and a half or so. So I'll tell you, practice gets canceled. That's good, man. You guys are out there in the snow playing, Team 12s. What position you play, my guy? I was a pretty decent baseball player back in my day. Baseball was my first love. Shaquem, you should try to set up a caller call so we can call in. I am actually going to do that, Shaquem. So I have my Discord set up on this. I need to test this before we go live on this. So Shaquem, if you want to be one of my tester guys, people feel free to hit me up on my Twitter, TheSeahawksNester on Twitter. And then we can set up a private time here where we can meet up. And then I can test doing an offline sort of stream to see if I can make it work. But I'm going to use the Discord through the Streamlabs OBS, and I'm hoping everything works good with that. But I want to test it offline, off stream first before I do it. But that is my next edition, and I'm hoping to have it by, if not the next show, then the show after at the very latest. So hit me up on TheSeahawksNest if you want to be one of those folks to help me get that tested, because I'd like to have a couple people where I test it in the meeting room and then bring them into the live room and then pulling them back and making sure everything works. It's not super complicated. I just want to make sure that there's no hiccups. Royd Chopper. Love your name, Royd. How did you become a Seahawks fan? I became a Seahawks fan. I'm born and raised in the Pacific Northwest. I had a grandfather who knew football really well. Got me probably loving for it. My mom tells stories about me being like 3 and leaving me at the television, and she'd have cartoons turned on, and she'd leave, and she'd come back, and I'd have it turned to the football game. I don't know why. I've always gravitated towards it. It's always been something that I've just part of my life. And as I've gone through the years, the longer I went with being a Seahawks fan, the more I love to get more into the intricacies of it, Royd. But I go back to early '80s when before I can even remember, I don't remember doing that. I remember changing the channel to the Seahawks game. My mom swears I would do it all the time. Switch or any kind of sporting event I'd look for. If it wasn't baseball, then it'd be the hockey or basketball, whatever I could find. I've always switched to it. But football, as I got older and older, I liked more and more. There's just a part of it, and it's so layered in your ability to enjoy it. You can enjoy it as a simple fan, just watching guys smash together and throw a football around. You can enjoy it as a fan who understands formations. You can enjoy it as a fan who can understand almost individually a player on what they're doing play to play, on the teamwork aspect of it, on the toughness aspect of it, because you can't be weak if you're going to play in the NFL. You can't have a soft little, ow, that hurts. That really hurt. You got to be tough. There's a lot of things, the reason I appreciate it for. But from a Seattle standpoint, man, there's just something about that old totem, Royd, the old totem logo. And it just, you'd see that at places, like Totem Lake I'd used to drive by, and it just, something about it just set in. Maxwell, what do you think about Asante Samuel? I really like him. I hope he falls to us. He's a little short, though. He's only 5'10". Now, Maxwell, he is, of course, a common TheSeahawksNest contributor. D-Mac, he is I think D-Mac's early favorite right now, is his favorite corner of this particular draft. And I think it was both defensive back-wise last year. Our favorite defensive back of last year's draft from both me and D-Mac was Winfield. Just in totality. I think we've been proven pretty right about that, where there were some decent corners in this last draft. Henderson was the best cover corner last year. But let me get to my I was looking at him actually yesterday, Team 12s. So let me get to my notes on him so that I can be exact with that. What do I want to do? Samuel. So Asante Samuel, as you said, the downside with him is he's 5'10", and when you read the scouting reports before you go to look at the film on him, everybody, or a lot of places, outlets I saw that spoke to him said, well, he's going to be really just a slot guy at the next level. I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure. This is a guy, he might not be as fast as DJ Reed, but he's bigger than DJ Reed is. He certainly can play slot at the next level. I don't think that the Seahawks would look to be drafting him then as a backup to Ugo Amadi. They'd have to see him specifically as an outside guy. The key on that standpoint would then be arm length, because if he comes in at 31 inches and he's 5'10", you're just going to have to cross him probably off the list. It's not going to happen, because he is going to be picked probably, I think, in the third round, in that round, maybe the late third round. But he's a fun cornerback to watch. Physical. He loves to turn guys into fertilizer. He'll pick a guy up and then try to slam him in like he's going to bury them into the turf at 5'10". He's got that kind of nastiness, and it's interesting because his father, Asante Samuel Sr., was a very much, in my opinion, kind of a finesse cornerback. He was a lot like a Marcus Peters type a little bit, where he was looking to jump a route. He'd play that off coverage. He would bait a quarterback into throw an underneath route, and then he would jump that route and take it for a pick six. Really good player in that respect. His son is a lot more feisty, a lot more just going to get up into your face and fight it out. But I do think he could work in Seattle Seahawks scheme, specifically on the outside, because in college he was on the outside. And in college he did a lot of the same things that the Seahawks corners are going to ask their corners to do. Play that bail, kick step, cover three type technique, right? Where they're just trying to protect against the deep side of the field. And what's really nice with him is there's moments, Team 12s, where he will know when he's got to play his cover three, which is he's got to play that deep end of the field, protect against the deep ball essentially. But it's those times I always point to with our cornerbacks that they have to have in them the ability to know when they can stick their foot in the dirt, dive down and jump on a route. Trust their read, trust their film study, know that moment when that can come for them to be able to do that. He can do that. Multiple times I watched him be able to have a primary where he's got to cover a guy going here, but he sees where he's watching the quarterback's eyes. He's fantastic about keeping his eyes on the backfield with the quarterback, and then he'll jump into a secondary route. That's what you've got to do in our zone coverage-based stuff. You've got to be very good at that. So he's such an absolute awesome zone cover corner in that respect. I really like his upside there from that standpoint. I think he can play in our thing, but can he play on that outside? Will they be willing to bend now with them seeing some success with DJ? Having DJ on the outside, that was something they would have never used to have done. They had their markers of 6 feet tall, 33-inch long arms. It must be so. It must be so. He's got a very nice back pedal. He's got fluid hips, explosive tackler. He does a great job of wrapping up and finishing. Like I said, he tries to bury his opponents. He's got ball skills. He's not a guy the ball is going to hit his hands and flop off. He's going to catch that ball and look to do something with it. And again, as I said with his dad might have been more of the finesse type cover corner, but with that said, his dad was also a zone cover corner, really. I mean, that Patriot scheme at times, they would be doing their blitzing things and a lot of the same stuff, a lot of those intricate 3-4 things that they would do on the inside and on the front seven, but he would be doing a lot of concepts that was off coverage, that it wasn't your Ty Law type of cornerback where Ty was going to use his strength and physicality to get up in a guy's face. That was the sort of the prior number one corner there for them. This guy was a little different, and so maybe he's taught his son some of those tricks of the trade. But I would not be upset with a draft day finding us having taken Asante Samuel. Israel Muka-Amamu is your favorite late round target at cornerback, says Team 12s. I like him too. He's 6'4", and he's every bit of it. Without the he's Brandon Browner without the knock knees a little bit, but very similar in his game, and probably will go a little bit later because he is so big. Shaquem Bragner says, who's my favorite Seahawk of all time? It's actually going to be the guy that I'm working on the next video for, Steve Largent. I know I've been really late in getting this video out, but I've been slow to be able to work on it. I worked on it last night, actually, a lot more. And just the more that I watch the film of him even now, just the more I'm blown away by the guy. I think he was not a guy that, it's all circumstance as to why he got to succeed here. I think there was a lot of things that were set up against him necessarily to have the kind of career that he was able to have here. And when you go back and watch what he did on the football field, and I mean, I'm watching him, these old school rules with the way they could blast these guys, and he was making guys look silly. And then later on, I'm watching whole game films. So I'm watching them just early on, he'll make a guy look silly. And then these guys will come back and they're just throwing elbows and giving him the business after he's on the ground. Just every turn they could beat the hell out of this guy, playing on the AstroTurf. He still will remain probably, and some of it is that this is when I came into being as a fan, Largent was at his greatest, at his height of heights. So some of that's just going to be that too. I think you're a young fan who's just coming into bloom of being a Seahawks fan. Russell Wilson might be that guy for you for similar reasons if you're the same age right around now. But he's the guy. I am nothing but more appreciative of Largent's game the more longer I watch this film and watch these cut-ups of these games, the old school games, and what he had to kind of fight through. Especially knowing on basically after about 82, it was all double teams, always a safety over the top. Jose Rodriguez, how you doing, Jose? Ahmad, hello. How you guys doing? Nathaniel, what's up, my dude? What's up? I'm DJ Dallas, laughing out loud. Who we get in free agency? Well, of course, I had a list last week in free agency, and I'm going to go ahead and still kind of stick with it. I didn't get anybody that gave me a lot of blowback as to saying that we wouldn't be able to accomplish this. So I still do go back to my initial deal of thinking that we can get Joe Thuney, I think, who's the initial guy out the gate. That's the number one guy you're going to go out and pick for. I think you could go out and trade for a guy like O.J. Howard, a lower round pick. Corey Davis, Leonard Fournette, Dunbar are my other technically free agent signings. So I don't go really deep into the free agent well necessarily. I look through trades and other aspects of things. But even and Clowney. So I've got Thuney, Clowney, Corey Davis, and Fournette, and Dunbar on a cheap 1 year, $1 million deal. And if not Clowney, it doesn't have to be him necessarily, but just somebody in the mold of a veteran pass rusher, probably past his 30s, who's looking to essentially ring chase at this point, who will take a cheap 1 to 2 year deal where they're not making anywhere near what some of these upper end pass rushers are making, where you get a guy like Frank Clark at $23.5 million or up anything over $20 million versus getting a guy you get on a 2 year, $16, $17 million deal, and he'll be a fully capable pass rusher for you. So those would be the moves I would take a look at. Nothing where you're breaking the bank. Thuney would be the biggest cost, and that's probably going to run you $12 million per year. So I think that would be my route on it. Oh, goodness. Am I already behind the chat? Look out. He's running behind already, folks. It's getting deep. Gino says, I forget if Dunbar was on a 1-year deal. Should they bring him back? He was on a 1-year deal, and that was one of my moves I'd make, Gino, because I think it'd be a 1-year veteran minimum deal. I don't think in this market, depressed cap, that he's going to be able to go out there and get a multi-year deal. So come back and do another prove-it deal, And somebody mentioned about getting a P.O. box. I'm working on something like that. So I'm working on getting an address for you guys. You can send something to. So Shaquem, I'm going to get something... Yeah, I would appreciate that, Shaquem, for sending on my wall. We'll get you an address on that. So I'm working on something for that. Bear with me on it, but we'll get you guys an address you can send something to if you like. I appreciate that. And more, I got a lot of room here, Got a lot of room on this wall to fill in, so lots of room to put more up. Chase Stern says, I heard Von Miller is getting his option declined. Do you think we should go after him? There's a lot of question marks with Von Miller right now. Chase, suffers a major injury, albeit that he did suffer it basically in training camp. So he's going to have a little bit of extra time to get around and up ahead of that get ahead of that injury, where it maybe doesn't take into the season for him to finally get back out onto the football field. How much does he have left in the tank? How much athleticism and speed might he have just lost with this major lower leg injury? When you get a guy into his 30s who gets the major lower leg injury, it's hard for them to get back the speed. When they're like a Will Disley age guy, 21, 22, 23, 24 even, sometimes those guys are young enough to sustain those injuries where they can recover a little while until they get older. But I would wonder with him of where the state of him is. And then the other key with the Chase is, what cost are we talking? Is Miller in that mode of going after the ring at this point, or is he going to kind of do a little bit what I think JJ is doing right now, where it's like, well, I'd like to sign a 3-year, $37 million deal. Let's call it 16 million bonus. And, something I'm getting the feeling like Watt's going to grab something like that. You look at the Browns. Why the Browns? Well, they got a rookie quarterback on his rookie deal, so they can afford to fit in another contract. And I think he wants that a little bit. Hard to predict that, Chase. It's hard to predict with Von Miller if he's going to be in that mode. If he is, I kick the tires on him. I'm not going really expensive with him, though. I've got a lot of concerns about giving him past really low end deal, Chase. I can't do it with him. Yeah, Jose, I agree with you, man. We can't afford Watt. I think he's going to cost more. I was hoping he would come in and take that discount, but we live in a day and age now where I've spoken about this with people talking about Seattle recruiting players to play in Seattle, and nobody's taking any discounts anymore. If any guys are taking discounts this particular offseason, it's going to be because they're being forced. They're being thrown into that particular well. Because the salary cap depression puts us down at $180 million, and that's really, it's almost like rather than losing just $20 million off a $200 million salary cap, it's really like for most teams losing $30 million because of the fact that the last 10 years the cap has gone up by about 10% every year, or about $10 million every year. So you're losing really $30 million in space for every team down the line of something that they did not plan out 2 years ago happening. This is going to flood the market a little bit. There's no way around it. No way around it. So we'll see with that. Dustin says Cowherd ain't facilitating Russell's leave. I stand with Colin. Well, and I'm not surprised you stand with Colin on that one, Dustin. And I think the word I used was greasing the wheels, not but maybe I did throw facilitating in there. I think what's happening and what I pointed to with what Russell's doing is laying the groundwork. Whether it means an eventuality of him leaving or not remains to be seen. But what he is doing is laying groundwork. And Colin Cowherd has multiple times now over the last year and a half served as a willing accomplice in helping to lay that groundwork. If Russell's putting a new sidewalk in, Cowherd's out there leveling it for him. So he's not maybe a major hand in this, but that he has any hand in this. That he's helping to do anything but think with a mindset of helping to keep Russ in town is discouraging to me. But, that's just my own little personal whatever. Spud Homer says, Colin Cowherd is just looking for headlines and is quite annoying. Yeah, I think where he stays on point with stuff and doesn't try to be in the clickbaity type style of things, that he's actually okay. And he's got sometimes some salient points. And he may even have a salient point in this particular one. What bothers me about it, though, is, again, you're from the local area, man. You know, we've had sports teams that they've tried to tear from us. We've had superstars like Griffey and A-Rod and Kemp, and go back to Mark Langston. Every time we get a superstar, they've got to take them from us. You know, why don't you one time remember a little bit of that and think about that just a little bit before you continue to spout off about something that, how much bigger is this raising the visibility of your show, really? How much is this really raising the Colin Cowherd brand? And it's just one brand wanting another brand to help it raise. It gets annoying to me and makes me want to throw darts at his face on a wall. Emmett, the Russ and Cowherd stuff doesn't need to stop. If this stops, then nothing changes. Don't get pissy because Russ is doing what he's got to do. Russ gave the front office a chance to change. I love the stirring. Well, and I know, Emmett, though, you also want to see this trade happen. So it's also helping to bring about something I know that you want to see have happen. It's not as much about pissy. It's just as much about, like, again, a local guy having this and doing this. If this is a guy not from the Pacific Northwest being like this, I might have a little bit more room to be like, whatever, it's Nick Wright saying it, or whatever, it's Skip Bayless saying it. You know, who cares? But it stings a little bit when it's coming from somebody who's directly from, you know, Washington State, who, you know, I think he said his sister is a very big fan of the team. And I don't know. Like I said, it's just, and part of this is too, is just, it's getting tiresome with how much groundwork is being laid here by Russell's camp. It's like, we've gotten the point, you know, we've gotten it. And I will say this, Emmett, it's not necessarily residing well on Russell Wilson's camp at this point. There's plenty of blowback coming from this. And we'll see how well this rides with Russell. We'll see how long he can maintain being viewed in the lens by some folks as a little bit of a bad guy. I think he wants to look like a good guy to everybody. And I don't know how hard he's going to be willing to really push in this realm of things. He's pushing pretty hard, but I do wonder how much. I think I saw Brock Hewitt had a poll the other day about, you know, where people stand on Russell and him coming out like this, and the poll answer that won was that he's being petty. So, and that's, you know, usually a poll like that you'd see overwhelmingly in pro Russell every other year that poll would ever be put out. But I think his words are I think his words are landing with an effect and maybe not the impact that he's wanting. Matthias, when does main part of free agency start? So I'm going to go off of my old elder brain. I want to say we're looking at, I think it's like April 4th or something. I want to say in the past. It's been in that realm. Clara, hello from New York. Hello, Clara. Hopefully you're not too cold over there yourself. Now those winters can be bitter. He did state Seattle not trading him, but he did state Pete Carroll has too much power. I believe Russ did this to get front office to make changes. I can't agree as much on that, Clara, in that Russell is very well aware of the mechanics at play in our front office. And those mechanics that are at play is that Pete Carroll has all of the power. I don't disagree with you there, but nobody's taking that power away from Coach Carroll. We've talked a lot, Clara, about Jody Allen. And it's not besmirching Jody Allen to say that she's just not what Paul Allen was. We had stories this week that I thought were really interesting. So interesting to get this from, this is why I think at times it's good to listen to the Brock Hewards and some of those folks that may not be the ones you want to hear, because they get inside tidbits of things that you didn't know about. For instance, learning Schottenheimer walked in the door having 60 to 70% of his playbook dictated to him, and how unusual that is to tell an offensive coordinator that. Well, the little bit of tidbit we got this week was that after every game when Paul Allen was alive, he would have John Schneider writing him up reports of the game. I mean, he was that intricately interwoven into the fabric of the day-to-day operations to that degree. I mean, he was in it. He cared. I would liken to say that there's probably not been one report that John Schneider has written for Jody Allen. And again, I think Jody Allen's carrying on his legacy and trying to do right by Paul, but at the same point in time, this has created a little bit of a power vacuum. And in a vacuum, the biggest object closest to the suctioning is going to stop up the thing. You know what I'm saying? Carroll's the biggest thing, and he's stopping it up. And yeah, it's not to say in any of this that I don't attack Russell Wilson necessarily in the respect of that and saying, well, does Carroll have too much power? Yeah, it probably does. Absolutely does. I've maintained for a long time, I don't think coaches should also be general managers or carry the sway of general managers in addition to coaching. One thing is hard enough to do. It's too competitive to be able to think you can wear all of those different hats and do them well. We saw this with Mike Holmgren when he got here early on, where he looked still very dynamic on the field as far as how he could general and marshal in an offense. But then you saw him from a player personnel standpoint really struggle in that aspect of things. So he's not wrong in that respect. Not wrong in the respect of the offense is stale. Those things aren't wrong. I would say, well, they did just bring in a new offensive coordinator. He did just fire Schottenheimer, so that message had seemingly already kind of landed. And the new offensive coordinator should modernize your offense, so that had already kind of occurred prior to all this recent new groundwork being laid. But the part that comes into it again is that this stuff doesn't have to be public, Clara. This stuff can be done privately. Russell could have all this messaging going on privately to the front office. The reason that it's being done publicly is because it's become a public relations situation, and now it's all PR stuff, and now it's all about controlling narrative. And then when you start to get to controlling the narrative, Clara, when you start to worry about where's the narrative at, where's public perception at, how can we sway that? Well, then you start getting a little bit away from the truth and more to trying to slant opinion. I'd argue this is my issue with Cowherd here, where when Cowherd's on point and he's just being a little bit unbiased and not having a source controlling him into a direction where he can actually have some good thoughts, but when he's allowing something to be pulling on him because he wants to keep that access, because he knows in having that access he gets his little clickbait titles from time to time, well, that's where the message for me starts to drown out, Clara. That's where it starts to kind of get a little bit muffled. Dom Reed, hello from the UK. What do you think our wide receiver tight end cores will look like by the time the season comes around? Go Hawks. Dom, I'm going to predict it's going to look, I'll give you a real solid prediction on this, okay, Dom? You're going to shock the world and bring back Josh Gordon on a one-year deal. You're going to sign, who's the guy that I had in free agency? You're going to sign Corey Davis, and you're going to draft Elijah Moore in the third round. That'll be your wide receiver core for the most part, with a couple back end guys. And then I have us trading a fourth rounder for OJ Howard. So that would be, then you got Disley, then you got Parkinson as your move tight end. Spider Rico, can we just keep our draft picks and draft where we're at and not keep trading back for more picks? Unfortunately, Spider, the answer to that is an absolute resounding no. Not because I want to trade back. I, like you, am often frustrated by the fact that we can't just stand in place and take the best player on the board, especially when you have a particular player sliding to us who would be perfect fit and you can just be awesome. But no, with only having 3, maybe 4 picks, depending on how that Nickerson thing shakes out for the trade that happened at the preseason, if you're only at that point, Schneider goes to bed at night and wets himself at the thought of only having 3 picks in a draft. This is a guy that shot for 11, 12 picks at times to have in a draft. He's going to want to, one way or another, find ways to get those picks. And if we don't see a major trade, unfortunately, then the other end of this is going to be him trading back. Jason, everyone in 12th man group. How you doing, Jason? My favorite Seahawk ever is 54, Bobby Wagner. Everyone knows why. He's a beast. I hope he retires as Seahawk. I do too, Jason. It would be nice at least one of the folks from this era, one of our many players in this great era, actually were able to retire as a Seahawk truly without going to another team. And Bobby may be that guy. I maintained when Jordan Brooks was drafted, Jason, this last year, that meant Bobby was probably here for about 2 more years. He just completed year 1. I think he's here for about 1 more year, and I could easily see him probably retiring at that time period. I don't necessarily think he's a guy who's going to play till being 35, 36 years old out there, man in the middle. We'll see how it plays out, but I understand, man. He's a great player, and he's been absolutely awesome for us for years. Surefire Hall of Famer. Be interesting too, Jason, with him when it's all said and done. Is where is his mark all time as a middle linebacker? Where does Bobby fall on that mark? Is he higher than Singletary? He's below Ray Lewis. He's above Kuechly in my opinion. But where is his slotting? Because the middle linebacker, he's up in that special range of things. He's probably a top 10 linebacker of all time. Be interesting to hear what you guys think in the chat about where he'd lie all time on that. Fish Angel says, hey man, I looked into what I said about having a good O-line, and you're right. When you have a really high-paid O-line, you don't normally make the Super Bowl. Yes, it's part of why Fish within when you saw within how I was looking to build our line, rather than it all being the free agent side of it, a lot more of what I would look to do with it is to go into the draft and find those guys in the draft. Replicate what you did with Damian Lewis last year, because then you have a couple of years then of that cheap club control with those particular linemen. Now you've built up a foundation. So through future drafts, hopefully you can do a little bit better to round out the talent for guys that'll depart them when they get the big deals. But that would be more of the realm I would go into, is you take the 2 linemen that you try to draft, and then you try to sign the one surefire guy at the position of most need, being left guard. That would be, I think, that would be the thing, I think, the right way. And yeah, it's paying for the O-line, all the dollars, is a tough one to make in the Super Bowl. And we saw this at Tampa Bay. They've got a couple guys they paid. They got a couple young guys as well. It's a little bit of a mixed game for them with how they've built that particular lineup. The Wirfs thing was the key for them. The Wirfs thing was the absolute key on that line. I thought a lot, I would argue, like Winfield was the key for them in the secondary. Those 2 draft picks for them in that recent draft were so underrated, not because it just Wirfs the highest rated offensive lineman in the postseason, blah, 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 blah. It was because you knew what you were getting with those picks when they picked them. You knew what they were going to do for those teams. You knew the secondary. Winfield, man, that guy's going to make the secondary better the second he walks into it. I'm telling you, you can see it in this guy. And with Wirfs the same way. Pro-ready lineman, ready to go, left side, right side, however you want to stick him. You can probably make way either way. But he's a guy who's going to have everything you need. Good feet, good strength, ability to move. It was all there. Jose Rodriguez agrees with me, says Colin is a clown. He definitely will sometimes put on the makeup, won't he? He definitely goes Joker style. Clara, Richard Sherman's going to be a free agent. Where do you think he goes? Carson Wentz, the culture. Thoughts? Sherman, I think my guess on this, Clara, is he goes to the Raiders, and the Raiders overpay for his services a little bit to get a quote-unquote leader in the locker room. And the fact that they're changing to the Seahawks defense, they're going to need to add some pieces that look more Seahawky rather than the cover 2 defense they were really running out there most of last year. Carson Wentz to the Colts. I think this offseason, both with Stafford and Wentz, the 2 what I would call question mark quarterbacks to me, and I'd even throw Goff into that a little bit, being in the same realm of things. Quarterbacks who that I wonder with, if this guy got this, would they maybe not be wholesale better? And when you saw Wentz, when you saw Goff come into this league, they had really outstanding offensive lines in front of them, good pass protecting offensive lines in front of them, and they were able to flourish behind those lines. Now, as both of those lines got worse, more injury prone, not as good of fill-ins returning around them at that point, those guys then their game fell off quite a bit substantially. I've wondered with Goff and Wentz, if you put him back again behind a good line, if you can't see him improving now, where is he going to the Colts? One of the best lines, if not the best line in football, especially from the pass protection standpoint of things. So it should be really a big boon to Wentz. He went to the best possible place he could go to reinvigorate his career. And we'll see if that is going to be, it's not, unfortunately not going to be proven out with Goff, because Goff's not going to a place with a great offensive line. So you're going to probably see him continue to struggle. But with Stafford, much of the same way, he's been on a bad organization for many years. What would happen if Stafford just went to a functional organization with a good structure and a good head coach? Would he be different? The what-if game with these 3 quarterbacks is going to be played out this year, where we're going to get an answer on it, Clara, and know where these guys really are at. Emmett Brown says, don't waste another year under Pete. Pete Russ, force your way out. I kind of miss bagging on our team. Plus, a few down years might weed out the quiet fans in Lumen. Maybe indeed, man. Maybe indeed. We'll see how far Russell pushes with this. The key is not really as much the pushing, Emmett. I think that if he came into the front office tomorrow and said, I'm going to give back $30 million of my signing bonus, and I'll get a new deal on the new team that I go to, he could facilitate a trade probably tomorrow if he was willing to do that. If he's trying to force his way out of town to have Seattle eat $39 million, he's smoking crack at that point. Matthias, best free agent options for us to add to pass rush. I think it's more important than the offensive line is just focusing on due to Russ bitching and lacking to see his own faults. I do think it is a priority there with me, Matthias. So when I've pointed to this offseason, I would go offensive line to defensive line. The thing I think you got to do, though, is be really razor focused in on what you're looking for and what you want, which is, to your point, what are the options there for us? And the nice thing with this is there's a lot of really cool options out there in free agency as far as the pass rush goes. This will be this offseason the deepest class of free agent pass rushers that we've seen probably in years. Reason you do not need to go draft one this offseason. You're sitting already on 4 guys that are talented, having a potential to maybe pop for you. So really, from my standpoint, it's about getting the certainty in this aspect, locking in on a guy, just a guy that you know he's going to give you. I mentioned Davian Clowney. Leonard Williams, I think, is going to get franchise tagged by the Giants if he isn't signed to an extension. Justin Houston probably goes from Indianapolis. He'd be very interesting. He's been a very productive rusher for it's weird. Kansas City let him go out the door. He signed at a much less deal. He's been a way more effective edge player than Frank Clark, who they gave up the first and second round pick and paid the $23.5 million for. Not a smart move there by Kansas City in retrospect. Maybe it got them the Super Bowl last year by doing the move, but and Justin does have some injury concerns, but he would be cheap. That's the thing about locking in on these guys too, is if you lock in on them, they're not going to cost you the 3 years, $37 million, or the 4-year, $52 million, like maybe a Leonard Floyd would cost. No, you get them down into that 2-year, $17, $18, $19 million range with a little bit of a signing bonus. So that'd be a guy as well. Justin Houston, Yannick Ngakoue, certainly probably is going to look for that big deal, a lot like what Leonard Floyd will probably look for. So those guys might not be 2 targets because of that, and they will probably get paid by somebody. Ryan Kerrigan would be interesting. He'd be in that realm, 2-year, $10 million deal for Ryan Kerrigan. Everson Griffin, same thing, probably a 1-year, $3 million deal for Griffin. Autry from the Colts would be interesting as a pass rusher. Don't know what his cost is going to be. Romeo Akawara, there's some differing opinion about him from the Detroit Lions about whether or not he really is an effective pass rusher or that he's just been a guy who's had so much snaps because their defense is on the football field so often that maybe he's been able to benefit just having the sheer volume of plays out there to kind of bump up his stats a little bit. Sheldon Rankins, a 3-tech from the Saints, would be interesting. Another guy that just got released, he was on my list actually as a potential cap casualty. They already made him a cap casualty, was the Panthers. They cut Quan short. I mean, this guy at one point or another was looking like one of the next up-and-coming great young 3-techs in the sport. He's not necessarily been as effective as a couple years ago around their Super Bowl run time. Still a young player, still a guy that would be an absolute scheme fit with this team. And he's not going to probably cost a whole lot out there. None of these guys I would expect to really, Kerrigan, Leonard Floyd, yeah. But most of the rest of these guys on this list, or not Kerrigan, Leonard Williams, Yannick Ngakoue, and Leonard Floyd would be the 3 guys that are going to get that big contract. But the rest of these guys, it's going to be kind of discounted. You still got on top of that Von Miller, Matt Judon, Melvin Ingram, Bud Dupree, Shaq Barrett, Hassan Reddick, Fackrell. I mean, some of these guys are outside 3-4 guys. They'd be better fitted to an outside 3-4 linebacker. But the point remains is that that's a deep list, and all those guys I just named off right now, that's all current free agents right now. I still think you're going to see Sheldon Richardson get released and on the market. Akeem Hicks, I think, is going to eventually be on the market. Brandon Williams of the Ravens will maybe be on the market at some point. And I'm just starting that list of guys that I look up as cap casualty type players. So that list is going to expand even more so. Part of the reason why I've said and maintained, got to create some cap space here. We need some movement here to see what's going to be out there. So if there is the pennies on the dollar guy, if there is the guy that for 30 cents on the dollar and from a year or 2 investment you can go grab, you do it. And I think there's going to be a lot of players this offseason that are going to look for the 1-year deal. They'll go cheap to go to a good organization, thinking they'll go back into the well next year when the cap goes back up to 205, and that they're back to real world dollars at that point. I can see it happen. I'm sorry I'm getting behind here, so we'll get back on this. Thank you, Jason, for mentioning that. Do please, everyone in here, hit that, slam that, smash that, put an elbow on your keyboard and go like that, and like the button for me, please. Hit that like button. You do help me out considerably, help this channel grow. We're inches away from 4,000 subs. Inches. And thank you all for subbing, by the way, to the channel. The growth just keeps going, man. We just keep getting nice incremental growth. I love seeing it. Nathaniel says, can't stay for long. I'll be lurking here, though. Sounds good, Nathaniel. Y2K, my offseason plan is to create the cap space, but don't give out a quick big deal. Use the money on the good players that we have are having trouble getting the deal they want. We can get several good players. There's nothing to be lost in this offseason by showing patience. Teams are going to be cutting guys throughout. Teams are going to be scrambling and trying different tactics in order to get under the cap and to get their rosters filled out appropriately. So it's going to pay to have some patience this particular offseason more than any other offseason, maybe any offseason in NFL history, frankly, because of the type of players that'll flood through. And we saw this even last year where we went out and got Carlos Hyde for a 1-year, $4 million deal. You could have had on the waiver wire Leonard Fournette for a 1-year, $3.83 million deal or something like that last season. So if you have that patience to wait, you can pick up that good player, sometimes a little later in the process. But look, there's probably not going to be many mini camps anyway this offseason. We know there's no combine. So that maybe that it's all equal at the end of the day with that as well. I wouldn't mind going that route either, Y2K. I do think you've got to go for a guy like Thuney because of the fact that the guard position, I'm not as certain that there's going to be a released guard. I've looked through some teams, and there's not a certainty as much that there's going to be a good guard out there who will be released later on in the process to create cap space. A Brandon Brooks guy from the Eagles, maybe, but then he's coming off a major injury, and then he's going to still probably want to be paid a decent amount. Do I feel good about that? Not really. There's not a lot of options for a left, and he's a right guard, I believe. So truly finding a left guard, Thuney would be really more of the better fit, I would think. And you might have to go out and jump on him early a little bit, Y2K, but I'm okay backing off at that point, pulling the stick back at that point, hitting the brakes, letting him fly right by, as Maverick would say. Bird of Prey, Wilson will be gone after the 2021 season, guaranteed. My prediction right now, Bird of Prey, is that I think it's a one-and-done year here. I think that right now with Russell, as firmly as he's set the groundwork, as much cement has been poured here, I think eventually the yellow brick road's going to lead him away. And I think he's looking towards that above all else. I think he's looking for it to be, by the time it happens, it's a thing that everybody nationally, maybe not locally, but nationally goes, oh yeah, makes complete sense. Whereas right now it's like, what? Russell Wilson leaving? How could he? He's embedded with Seattle. He is Seattle. How could he? It starts to change over a season perhaps there. Tyler Hackner, how you doing, Tyler? Matthias Colin trash takes are like 85% of the time. He does have some bad takes on things. I agree with you there, Matthias. Fish Angel, I feel like we should re-sign Clowney. I know he doesn't generate pressure, but he's a damn good run stuffer, and he's probably significantly cheaper because of his off year. He knows our scheme, and we need help. He was on my list last week, Fish Angel, as one of my free agent guys we'd sign. I think he would cost a 2-year, $16 million deal, maybe like a $7 million signing bonus. I think that he's in the realm of being, that's a perfectly feasible deal to me, also considering how many pass rushers are out there. When it comes to him as a pass rush, this is a long-held, debated topic amongst us here in the chat, Fish Angel, and that is, is he an effective pass rusher or is he not? Is pass rush wholly reliant on your sack numbers, or do you get to factor in quarterback hits and hurries, which are very important stats in themselves? How, forcing a quarterback off a spot, changing the timing of the play. Do you get to factor in as well how often double and triple teamed they are? This is what I factored in a little bit with J.J. Watt. Why is J.J. Watt's grade still so high last year by Pro Football Focus? I think he was the 6th rated interior lineman in the sport last year by them. Well, because they factor in that he's getting double and triple teamed so often at that point because there's nobody else on the line that you have to deal with. I think in Clowney's case, this is what's happened. I think he would want to come back and do a prove-it deal because he's looking for that one last big deal that he can sign. We would be a great place with familiarity with him. He'd be a perfect fit at the Leo position, whereas Carlos Dunlap's not a fit at the Leo. Carlos is more of a left defensive end type because of the way he rushes the passer. It would be a very good fit from that standpoint, in my opinion. Arzo says, is Dwayne Brown going to retire or is he going to play more? It does appear that Dwayne Brown's going to retire more. Somebody said in the chat last time that he had released out that he's planning on playing. I would have expected us by this point to have learned from the team that he was planning on retiring. So it looks like he's going one more round here. Space asks, why haven't we ever put money in the O-line? Well, last year, Space, you paid $80 million to the offensive side of the ball, and you spent $50 million on the defensive side of the ball. So, for instance, in my offseason plan this year, Space, I mentioned the possibility of trading Tyler Lockett to essentially take his money and invest it then in a guy like Joe Thuney. Plus. And everybody starts to bristle. Everybody starts to pull their hair out and scream and shout and hand wring in the chat about, not everybody, but a lot of people in the chat will start to do this and they go, no, we can't let Lockett go. You can't let Lockett go. Well, again, let's go back to the numbers I just mentioned. $80 million is spent on your offensive side of the ball. $50 million is spent essentially, I think, on your defensive side of the ball approximately. It's much less you're spending on the defensive side of the ball last year. So what do we want to do to spend on that offensive line then? Should we take more resources from the defensive side of the ball? Should we pay more money on the offense? Should it reach a point where the offense has like about 120 million on it and the defense has like 45, 50 million on it? You know, the balance game's got to come into play here. There is only a finite amount of money to spend. You do not have everything uncapped. You cannot just spend whatever you want every single season in football. It locks you in, and it's a hard cap. It's not a cap where, you pay a luxury tax if you go over. No, you by the CBA law have to be under that cap every single year. So again, there's only so many resources to place them in so many places, space, there is. And when it comes to it, when your quarterback's going to take up what he's taken up, which is over 20% of your cap, there's going to be a spot on your team you have to pick. You have to choose to go cheap on. You have to pick somewhere. And so Seattle's not spent a lot of money on running back recently. Got a little cheaper there. Seattle's not spent a lot of money on offensive line. Got a little cheaper there. They've always paid usually a wide receiver to some degree or another. But it's a load balance game. Azoz, are you confident with Penny or DJ Dallas or Carlos Hyde starting? And how about Mike Davis? He did pretty well in the Panthers. I'm not confident with either of those guys starting. I think Carlos Hyde, the injury situation jumping up like it did with him last season when he really didn't have that many carries, and he's had an injury season and injury history in the past. Not just usually things like that where it's lingering stuff. I'm ready to move on from Carlos Hyde. I don't know that I got my $4 million worth from him last year. I don't think that DJ Dallas has enough juice to get it done at the running back position. I don't. Maybe a third down back at best, in my opinion, really long term. Mike Davis is an interesting guy. How much is he going to cost? Would he come super cheap? He's a guy that is one of the better guys at breaking tackles in the league. I mean, his jukes are insane. And he ran well for us. He's ran well last year for the Panthers. Ran strong. Ran like a guy, running to want to stay in this league. With that kind of like, I don't care what you hit me, I'm going to keep going kind of approach to things. I like Mike's game quite a bit. Do I want to pay money for Mike's game? Do I want to spend $4 million I spent on Hyde last year on Davis this year? No. I just talked about load balance. Well, one of the load balance places I would be outside of Fournette on a cheap two-year deal. I really don't want. There's not a running back on this market I really want to spend money on. If Marlon Mack wants to, it doesn't really fit in the Seahawks mold of back, but Marlon Mack wants to come in on a 1 year, $2 million deal, maybe I'll listen to something like that. But I'm not doing I'd really like to stay even out of the realm of the Hyde deal last year. I don't know if that's good placing of your resources. Team 12 says I play third base and 50-50 between center field and left field. When I play out there, it might get canceled because it's pouring down rain. There's only snow where it's piled up. Yeah, go dive for a ball, Team 12s, and go right through some snow, man. Just keep sliding right up to the fence. That's cool, man. Third base, the hot corner, man. Got to be on your toes at that position. Tyler Hackner says, I like it when the Seahawks get first downs. I do too, Tyler. Tyler says, I'm finally allowed to watch the Seahawks with my family. That's good to hear. Oh, D-Boy, thank you for the $5 donation, my guy. Hey, D-Boy, hit me up on Twitter. I'm going to set up a time. I want to work on getting my my Discord server set up and going. My Discord server is going to be it might be up already for you guys if you want to see it. It's the TheSeahawksNest or whatever on Discord. But D-Boy, I want to test it out before we go live on live stream so we can see if it works good. But hit me up on Twitter so we can set up a time to do that. And thank you for the $5 donation. I salute you, sir. He says, hey, sorry I haven't been in the chat a lot. Been working a lot of hours, and if everyone can send a prayer for my family in Texas, that would be nice. I will think of you and yours and send a prayer your guys' way tonight. Please, yes, everyone do that in the chat for our guy D-Boy. Those are some crazy conditions you guys are dealing with down there in Texas. And hopefully they get some disaster relief and get our machine up and running here to get this thing taken care of with those folks, because it's pretty crazy down there. So stay safe down there. Don't put yourself at risk down there, D-Boy. But I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much for that $5 donation. Oh, I'm so behind the chat already. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Who's my favorite corner in the draft right now? Favorite corner in the draft right now is probably Caleb Farley. As we sit, I do not understand why Patrick Surtain is ranked the number one corner in the draft. It reminds me a little bit of last year where everybody said Jeff Okudah is the best corner in the draft, and I was like, how is not anybody looking at C.J. Henderson's film and going, this guy's much better than this guy? A little bit of that's going on here. Farley's not far enough because I loved the Sante Samuel film I saw. I liked the J.C. Horn film I watched. He's got a few more rough edges. Mukamua. I mean, there's some guys in here. There's a lot to pick from here this year. Last year was not this way at all in that respect from the corners position. But I'll go with Farley from now. I mean, his nickname alone, he's called the Shadow. How do you like that for a nickname? I love that nickname. Tyler, yep, Russell is mad at the team and he might leave. That's true. How much is Dunlap costing us? Dunlap is, as Jose Rodriguez pointed to below Yazos, he is costing $14 million, though it is all, as I looked at it on the Sports Track, says it's all base. So you could theoretically restructure that contract to get that cap hit down by giving him a couple of years. Nathaniel says, I don't trade fourth rounders. I don't know about you, but who good has ever come out of the fourth round? Facts, man. Fourth round's a weird dead period. You get a lot of fifth rounders that do something, Nathaniel, but fourth rounders seems to be the place where prospects go to die. Blake Peterson, what are the biggest strengths of this draft class, biggest weaknesses? I think the corner is growing to be very much a strength, Blake. I think wide receiver is probably at the top of the list. Tackle is right behind wide receiver, I would probably say. I've not dived really deep into the linebacker position as yet, so I can't speak to necessarily that. You got a couple top end guys that are interesting, like your Micah Parsons and everything. I think running back in this draft's a little top heavy, so I wouldn't call it necessarily a position of strength. So if off the top of my head I'm ranking right at the moment, I would probably put it somewhere in the neighborhood of wide receiver, tackle, corner would probably be where I would put my rankings. And I haven't looked enough at the linebackers or defensive linemen yet to assess them, but it seems like the defensive linemen might be pretty decent too, so they might be competing right in there with the corners for being in that third slot. Tight end class is a little marginally better than last year. Last year was an awful tight end class in my opinion, so it is a little bit better. Running backs top heavy. Linebacker, I said about defensive end linebacker I got to look at, and safety I still have to look at a little bit. I'm keeping those ones on the back burner because I want to scout the positions that Seattle is most likely to be in the neighborhood for. So I have a real good, firm, full view of all of those in a particular spectrum that they might be looking at. I don't think that they're going to necessarily draft linebacker this year, though Sam is one they could look at. But hard to see that being more than a 6th or 7th round guy. But tackle, man, Blake, you could get your left tackle of the future in this draft. He's not going to be as clean as the left tackles in last year's draft, the top end guys in last year's draft, but he will still be a really, really good player. A couple of good right tackles as well you could look at if you want to push Shell on the other side. Some decent guys there, and guys that'll be in the spectrum of where we're going to be picking in that realm of where we're picking. Fizgiz, you think they trade Lockett? If so, what do you think they get for him? I was actually watching a little bit of the Hawk Blogger last night. They were doing their little live stream, and it was fun to watch the four of them walking their way through coming around to making peace with the Lockett trade, where one, it starts out with one of them, and I saw the same thing on my chat. People go, "There's no way you trade Lockett." And you see frothing at the mouth and rabid-like tendencies from the fan base in those moments. But then they slowly started to logically talk their way through it and started to kind of arrive at understanding it, where it's a situation not as clear cut as you'd normally have. As player A has played phenomenally and has been awesome for you, and now he's reaching into the final year of his deal. And normally this player A, in the way you've done it with every other player prior to this, you would then sign him to an extension going forward. But you have not done that yet. There's been no talks or indications or rumors of that happening. And we know there's a lot of reasons for this, I think. Being that the price is going to go up a little bit exponentially, not hugely, but a little bit. It's going to go from 11.5 this year to, his APY is going to be at about probably 13 million or so, 14 million maybe, 13 and a half. Well, what that means then is that really when you factor in his bonus money at that point, it's going to make it a little bit harder to really lower that cap hit down lower than the $11.5 million he's currently on the books for this season. So this is what then arrives you at the, well, then if I can't lower his cap hit down by doing a contract extension and it's only going to increase me up to put him on a new deal, then maybe the best circumstance here is to move on from him when I also consider the fact I'm going to get a draft pick back and I have no draft picks in this draft. And I got DK Metcalf coming up on the back burner a year from now, and he's going to want to be paid between $23 to $25 million. Take Tyler Lockett at $14 million per season, take DK Metcalf at $24 million per season, and then you take Russell Wilson at somewhere nearing at that point $37 to $38 million. You know, on a cap that is yet to still break past the $200 million level. That's 3 players on a 55-man roster. It's going to be very hard to roster build around that at that point. This is how I call it as Fizgiz, it's a logical deduction, really. You got to go through the whole process. It's not simple. It's not as easy. I love Tyler Lockett. I love Tyler Lockett. I know you're not saying this, Fizgiz, but this is what I hear from folks is that, I love Tyler Lockett. I go, I understand, guys. I get it. I love him too. He's a fun player. He's been very productive for us. It's not knocking Tyler Lockett as a player. It's more the realities of the salary cap. And you just have to, everyone's got to deal with them whether we like it or not. Cole Mills says if they trade Lockett, they probably get a second round pick. It is, Cole. It is. And I will read again, Cole. You might have Fizz, and Cole, you guys might have missed my, I had an off-season plan I instituted last week, Cole and Fizz. And I'll reread it on this one. Just once I catch up a little bit on the chat. But yeah, I think that they could get a second rounder. The tough thing holding you back from getting it, and someone mentioned this to me in the comments last week, and I think it's a valid point, is this is one of the deeper slot receiver drafts you're going to see in recent history. There's about 4 guys that are really good slot receivers in this draft that you could get right in that second round, that you could maybe think realistically could be very close to what Tyler Lockett is. Part of why I want to trade him too is you could pick a slot guy up in the second or third round here who might get you a lot of the same production Tyler Lockett gets you at 1/10 of the price. But I think you could still trick some team out there to look at that 100 receptions last year and look at what he's been as far as a slot demon goes, and it would be enough at that point. You know, I got a bird in the background here freaking out. Daniel W says people say J.J. Watt should retire. He is done. He isn't good at all. I would say below average. I want Aldon Smith, same age, none of the injuries, still productive. Aldon plus Dunlap would be great. So Daniel, I don't disagree with your alternate plan on going that route. The thing I will contend with you, though, is that if you look at Aldon through a particular lens, being that Aldon down to Smith, I think, didn't have a sack through like the last 10 games or something. But yet, if you look at his Pro Football Focus rated score and find the pressures and all of that, he was actually a very productive player throughout the year last year. The same thing, this is where I talk about consistency. You got to be consistently then true to J.J. Watt in the same form. Where when you look at J.J. Watt having, 6 sacks last year, that's one thing, but then watch them play. And I didn't watch a lot of Texans playing because who wanted to watch the Texans play last year? Let's be real. But the games I did watch, he was doubled an awful lot. They were giving help play in and play out. He was the only player you had to worry about. We saw this with Clowney a couple years ago, where part of the reason Clowney ended up with 3 sacks a couple years ago was because he was one of the most double and triple teamed edge defenders in the sport. It affects you. It does affect you. I don't think he's anywhere near as J.J. Watt of his prime, but I think that's part of what's working against him in the eyes of some people is that they have this idea of J.J. Watt at his 20 sack level, and then anything back out below that is unacceptable, and now he's just broke as a player. He's 33. His best football is behind him, but does he have 1 or 2 years in the tank where he can provide you 10 sacks on a team that's got some legitimate pass rush help around him? I would believe so. Especially if he could be put into more of a rotational role, not asked to play 80 to 90% of the snaps on a team that has no defense and has offenses, barn burner running up and down the field on them time and time again. Fish Angel says, just keep Lockett. I don't want a second rounder for a 1,000-yard receiver. Well, Fish Angel, as I said too, you got to, if you're on that stance, and I'm okay with the folks like yourself who do say you want to go that route instead, you just got to then explain to me what you're going to do about the DK Metcalf situation. Because I think we can all agree. I don't think maybe I'm going on a limb here, but it's going to be hard to spend $80 million on 3 different players, right, Fish? You have a $200 million salary cap. You're spending $80 million of that on 3 guys. Now you got to go find 52 other guys to squeeze into that 120 million. So you've got, if you're going to make your piece on it on one side, you can't, this ain't monopoly money, right? It's his real world dollars. You got to find the other end of it as well. Sam Dog, you think we could trade and get more draft picks considering the little draft stock we have? I do, and that's why I've said in my plan, Sam Dog. And I guess some of you folks must have missed last week. Okay, we had folks miss last week, so I'm gonna give you guys this really quick. I'm behind the chat, but I'm gonna get faster on this and catch back up. I want to do this for the folks that didn't get a chance to see last week's show. Here is my off season. Here is my if I'm a general manager and I walk in and I'm the guy that's running the show this offseason, this is what I would do as an ideal situation. And I do ask for a little bit of rope on this. I'm trying to get near the mark. You can make other moves around this. The first thing you've got to do is you create cap savings, Sam Dog, okay? So the first thing that I want to do with this is I'm going to restructure Trey Flowers. I'm going to get $1.3 million saved off of Trey Flowers' contract. He's on a $1 million, basically $1 million deal. And I'll guarantee a portion of it, but that's all he gets. A lot like they did with David Moore last year. Michael Dickinson, I signed him to a new deal, 4-year, $16 million deal, but I lowered down his cap hit to $2 million this year, save $1.4 million. Russell Wilson, you can convert his base salary to bonus this year, save $10 million on cap space. I do that. The two trades I make, or I move Quandre Diggs and Rasheem Green in a trade to the Oakland Raiders, who are now going to more of the Seattle 4-3 single high scheme. They've got Jeff Heath there as their free safety. I flop Jeff Heath out then for Quandre Diggs, who's a better single high safety than I think Jeff Heath would be for only a marginal increase in cost to them. They flip back to me a third rounder because they get Green as well, Rasheem Green, who's still a very young player at that point and maybe could pop for them. They need pass rushing help. You save $5.5 million with the Diggs trade. You've got, I think, a Lockett trade for a second rounder saves you $11.5 million. I have a Dunlap contract extension / renegotiation where I sign him to a 3-year, $27 million deal. I lower his first-year cap hit from $14 million to $7 million. I then also save $1 million by moving on from Green as well, by way. Him included in that Quandre Diggs, I save an additional $1 million off of the roster with him gone. Then I also, for now, move off of Jamal Adams' deal. I'm going to re-sign him to a new deal, but let's take his money off the books for right now because we'll be moving him to a new contract in a second. That's $9.86 million you're saving there. That cumulatively gives you $52.56 million, basically, in your overall savings just by those moves I've made. You've added a second rounder and a third rounder to your draft at that point. Then you can go out. You sign Joe Thuney to a new deal. You sign Jamal Adams to a new deal at that point. You put Poona Ford on a restricted tag of $3.25 million. I got Clowney on a 2-year, $16 million deal. I trade for O.J. Howard, who carries a $6 million cap hit. I signed Corey Davis to a 3-year, $30 million deal, and Fournette to a 2-year, $10 million deal, and Dunbar to a 1-year, $1 million deal. I do all of those moves, and I still have somewhere in the neighborhood of $7 to $9 million of cap space that still remains. So I've got Thuney, my left guard for the future. He's in point. I then go into the draft, and I go in the second round, first pick. I take Sam Cosmi for who I got for the Lockett trade. My next, he's a great little left tackle out of Texas. May not be there, may not. There's a lot of other left tackles that are fairly close to his skill level in that range. So if not Cosmi, you can get somebody else. Doesn't just have to be Cosmi or nothing. That's why this draft's got some deepness in tackle play. Next second round pick, I take Landon Dickinson out of Alabama. He's a pretty clean center prospect with the ACL tear from last year. I go Elijah Moore, slot guy in the third. And then my fifth rounder is Israel Mukamuma. So I sorry I had to repeat that one more time. I know we got a few folks in here last week. That's my offseason plan, Sam Dog, as far as what I'm looking to go for with it. Cole Mills says, I also don't want a second rounder for a 1,000-yard receiver. Thinking of it in terms, Cole and Fish, of I have a 1,000-yard receiver, that's valuable. That's not a correct way to really assess a player. It's more about how old is the player? Is the player due for a contract extension? Is the player worth any value? Is the player's maximum value right now, or do you lose a lot of value by waiting a year? I.e., he walks out the door for nothing if you don't sign him to a contract extension because you're not going to franchise him at that point, especially when you're signing DK Metcalf to a new deal. So it's less about thinking about you have a 1,000-yard receiver. 1,000-yard receiver is a nice clean stat. It's a nice round number for people to look at, but it's not indicative necessarily of a player's value. It's not. And again, there's receivers in this draft. There's slot receivers in this draft, Cole and Fish. There's slot receivers in this draft who can do basically 88, 89% of what Tyler Lockett can do, if not more. That's to me their floor. Kadarius Toney, Elijah Moore, Tutu Atwell, Rondale Moore. There's a variety of guys in this draft who can do a lot of what Lockett did. Lockett wasn't a top 5 guy. Lockett wasn't a top 10 guy. Lockett wasn't a top 20 guy. Guess what? Tyler Lockett was a second-round pick and a back-end second-round pick, if I remember correctly. Randall, with Carson, Shaq, and KJ most likely all gone in free agency, do you think we target cap casualties as to not lose the comp pick? I'd imagine they'd all fetch us something. Hard to say. Hard to say on that one, Randall. There'll be teams are playing more and more of the comp pick game, and that's allowed them to wait out on players a little bit more, have sort of those nudge, wink type deals with a player where if you just wait past June 1st, we'll sign you to the same deal, but just wait, those kind of things that are out there to kind of move on. But yes, I think you could absolutely target the cap casualties this year and avoid it that way and benefit on the other side of it. Yeah, Randall, I think that would be it'd be a feasibly smart way to go. The only thing that throws the monkey wrench into that possibility, though, is the problem of Thuney, the problem of the left guard position. They would have to trust so much then in the draft and being able to get a left guard in the draft, and that would hold them over that barrel of making that a necessity in the draft rather than taking the best player available on the board, because there's really not a lot of other left guards out there in free agency you can go grab at that point. And I don't expect there to be necessarily a left guard cap casualty that fits in the realm of what we're looking for. I think it's going to be one of the weaker positions out there in free agency. And that's the only thing that gets me worried about that, Randall. I think everything else you can wait on. You could wait on a Clowney. He can be into the second, third wave. Corey Davis might be a second or third wave guy. And not Corey Davis, somebody else. But I don't know. That's the guard one's the one that's the sticky one for me. I don't want to end up back in a Mike Iupati type boat. I like to watch NFL. We should re-sign Shaq, honestly. I wish I could say I agree. I like to watch NFL, but I don't see a guy that's worth somewhere in the neighborhood of $8 to $12 million a season, especially when you have so little cap space to move this offseason. I mean, you've got nothing as far as cap space goes. Brian Myers, Brian says KJ stays, I bet. We'll see. He has to take a monumental discount to stay. We don't have a lot of money, you guys. A lot of the folks are telling me about all the moves we're going to make and all the people we're going to sign. You guys understand, we don't have a lot of cap space. KJ Wright has indicated he wants to be paid commensurate with his value. That's what we've heard from him, Brian, out the gate. That's what he said that he wants. Is there a team that's going to pay him commensurate to his value? Probably not. But that does tell me that he's still looking to get the maximum dollar that he can get, and that it's not about taking a discount or trying one more ride for the team to see if he can do. I haven't got any indicators from him that's that. Tyler, how do you ask me a question? You can ask me a question. Just ask a question. I'll answer it. Just don't spam the chat, please. Jason says Shaq isn't worth more than $6 million. He is not a ball hawk cornerback. Yeah, and he doesn't play like a Seahawks cornerback. A Seahawks cornerback should have a little bit of dog in him. He should play with that a little bit of reckless abandon. He should be violent. He should be angry. Shaq plays the game passively. He plays the game to not get beat. He plays the game not to lose. He's a guy with some talent, but it just never all kind of clicked in together, really, as far as my standpoint goes on it. And I've seen what I need to see out of him now. I've seen what I need to see, which is 3 of the 4 seasons he's played here, he's been basically a below league average cornerback. 3 of his 4 seasons. Availability is his only real plus side to him at this point. In utero, Colin is connected with Russ's people. He is. I agree. It's not to say he's not connected. It's not to say that he isn't speaking information that isn't factually being fed to him by Russell, and is true from that standpoint. It's that he's choosing to be that lead dog in this particular case when it's, again, and maybe I'm expecting too much of somebody, but, again, if I ever was on a major show and I'm talking more general football stuff, and you're not going to see me doing things to, I'll talk bad about a team, but to help facilitate a situation where, again, a star quarterback I spoke about earlier, star quarterback going middle of his prime, you're kind of helping to open that door up. I don't like that part of it. Jose said last time Coward said Russ was getting traded to the Giants and it didn't happen. He just talks to get views. He's got a connection to Russ. This has been a pretty widely reported thing. And he did post out the reasons why a trade would make sense to the Giants. That's what I think I just saw it as I was prepping for the show, Jose, where it said trade to the Giants would make sense. That was about him getting from Russell that Russell would like to play in a bigger market where his star could shine brighter. That was coming from Russell, Jose. That wasn't coming at Colin Cowherd out of the ether. He wasn't creating that out of thin air. That was Russell openly during the last contract negotiations, trying to push some leverage from his standpoint against Seattle in the front office. But he is absolutely a guy is intrinsically worried about his star and how bright it shines. Is a guy that's going to be way more driven to going to a bigger market to maximize on that. I absolutely think that's in Russell's mind. Is it enough to want him to eventually move on? I don't know that yet, but it certainly is in his head. Tobias, how you doing, Tobias? And hello, Tyler. I'm just behind the chat, Tyler, so it takes me a little bit of time. Tobias says, hey, Brandon, glad I made it tonight. What's the biggest reason we can get a late first round pick for Lockett like Vikings got for Diggs? Same draft last year, similar stats. Does Lockett lack passion for the NFL? No, I don't think Lockett lacks passion for the NFL. I don't think he's necessarily the same player he is now that he walked in the door on. He's going to be a 30-year-old guy here soon. He's had a major lower leg injury. Is he as dynamic and quick as he once was? I don't know. I know there's large stretches of the NFL season that he will get very quiet in and he just disappears. I don't think there's any way you're going to get a first-round pick for Lockett. Diggs has some size to him. He's nearly 6 feet tall. Lockett's probably a 5'9", 5'10" guy and really more of a slot guy at this point in time, so his value is going to be depressed by that. I think even my second-round pick is probably being a slight hair, greedy in what they'll really truly be able to get. But I still think there's a team that you could probably bamboozle into it. But no, he's a good player, Tobias. He is a good player. Tyler is. Just I'm the cost, the new contract, DK on the horizon, other reasons more than anything else. In Utero says, why is slow mode on for my chat? In Utero, we do slow mode so people don't spam the chat. I get folks coming in here and then they just start to spam it and they make my mods work. And I don't pay my mods, so I'm not going to make them work like this is a salt mine, so. Uwe says, 2K, Russ is like a frustrated spouse demanding some changes. If they make changes, no divorce. If they don't, what's the spouse to do? He is doing that. I guess that could be an argument for it. Some of the other argument for it could be, how in the demands he's asking for. I want some say in the personnel matters. I want some say in who the offensive coordinator is. I want this. I want that. I'm getting hit too much. Some of it's a little bit of, again, to the fact of he's a player. He's not a management. He still is a player, very important player. But again, for me, the question does come down a little bit of how much and how often should a player, whether he's right, wrong, or indifferent, how much should a player have as far as say goes? I don't know. And I don't put Russell in the same camp as Tom Brady as far as, well, it worked for Tom to do it over here in Tampa Bay, so it means that Russell will be able to do this over here in Seattle if he dictates things. I don't know if I'm as much in agreement there. Tyler says, do I work for the Seahawks? I do not work for the Seahawks. I hope you're having a good night, D-boy. In Utero, Mark Rogers and Calling Her Friends. Yep, I've heard Russell and Calling Her Friends too. Oh, free agency starts March 17th, so we got it coming sooner than even that. I'll be on live on free agent day, by the way, so we will be live 100%. Tyler says, I want to meet Russ. He's my hero. I think he's a lot of guys' heroes. Michael, June Jones says Mac Jones is his number one quarterback in the draft. Are we all missing something? He thinks Clemson's receivers bailed out their quarterback on many bad throws to pad his stats, sees Mac Jones as accurate. It's a good question, Michael. I'm thinking about it. I don't think I can see a way by which Mac Jones is the number one quarterback prospect in this draft. To me, it's really a Kirk Cousins type player. Okay mobility, okay ability to throw. He can make most of the throws. Nothing that's really going to wow you from his skill set standpoint. The other players in this draft have some wowness to them. I don't agree on the Trevor Lawrence stuff that I've seen. He looks pretty accurate to me in what I've watched of him. The kid won a national title as a sophomore. That was all receivers bailing him out. I don't know if I can buy into that. But I will say that when it comes to a guy like Zach Wilson, I could get why June could put him over there. I'm still waiting to have that moment where it clicks in for me that I get the Zach Wilson love. BYU played a lot of powder puff competition, and he's a guy that, though the ball spins really nice out of his hand, there's nothing that really, again, I'm not overly wowed to the point of saying this is a top 5 type first round pick. Trey Lance is more of your toolsy guy, Michael. So June could be thinking with Trey Lance, okay, he's got the tools. He plays in North Dakota, and he doesn't have the refinement that Mac Jones has, because Jones certainly has a lot of refinement to his game coming out. Trying to think of who other quarterback you'd have out there ahead of that. I guess that would be about it at that point. So it's pretty close at the end of the day. These guys at the top end past Lawrence, I can understand completely. Somebody liking Mac Jones over the other guys, because I think the other guys do have their share of question marks that maybe Mac doesn't necessarily possess. But that top end, that ceiling on him, Michael, I don't know if it's as high as June might be thinking on Mac particularly. Let's not forget, what has Mac Jones been throwing to? Over the last couple of years, Jerry Jeudy, Henry Ruggs, Devonta Smith. He's had his own share of Jalen Waddle. He's had his own share of pretty nice pass catchers to make him look good as well. I think somebody said last year that AJ Burrow led the collegiate before he got drafted in collegiate at LSU, led the college football and toughest throws. He had something crazy like 56 tough completed throws, and by their advanced metric stats. And like this year, Mac had like 6. In comparison to it. So I don't think he's the same. I don't think he throws with the same kind of anticipation of a guy like Burrow, and I think he's a little limited. In utero, we are stuck with Pete till 2025, so we might as well trade Russ. That's where I've landed out a lot of times on this in utero as far as playing the situation out and how it eventually will probably play out, is that Carroll's not going anywhere, and one of the reasons I think Russ probably will be traded within a year is because Carroll's not going anywhere, and I don't know that there's going to be a whole lot more of extra grade data for Russ this year to think that things have been fixed to the measure that he wants them fixed. And I think that does lead to a parting of ways at that point. I don't think that Carroll's here for 5 whole years. I think that he's only got a couple really more years at the end of the day. It's a 5-year contract, but you can retire at any time, of course. Thomas Cox says, what's the likelihood of Jody Allen selling Jeff Bezos or an owner like that? I would be, if I guessed on this, Thomas, I would be really just guessing completely without any knowledge whatsoever on it. We have not heard any rumors of it, which is not surprising because an ownership, when you're going to sell, you're going to want it to be quiet. You're going to want to keep it under wraps. It's not an easy process always to just sell from one ownership group to the next. And if you have something leaked, that can depress value very quickly. So the fact that we haven't heard anything isn't necessarily indicative that it isn't a possibility of happening. But I would think that part of the reason, this has been a little bit of what I've thought with this, that part of the reason Carroll has put on that 5-year extension is to make sure that the new owner who's buying the team has Coach Carroll coming with the package, that to keep the price at a decent spot. I would not be surprised if that's what's happening. I would imagine we see the team sold within probably the next 3 years. Emmett says an ESPN poll is always going to be a pro. Yeah, an ESPN is probably going to be pro team. 710 is basically the Hawks version of Cowherd. We got Seahawks Civil War. 710 is basically the Hawks version of Cowherd. We got Seahawks Civil War. Yeah, I guess so. It was the poll that was put out was by Brock on his Twitter account, so it wasn't on either the 710 or over on whatever. But I don't disagree with you there. Fish says, I agree we should get Mariota. He is tall, fast, and solid accuracy, and he is pretty cheap. He is. If you made a move to the Oakland Raiders and you gave him Russ, I'd expect that they'd probably package one of the Carr or Mariota into it, and I think he would fit at least as far as what they're looking at as far as a game manager type quarterback to slide into that role. And Utero says 710 is totally the Seahawks mouthpiece. I think they've got a little bit of that to them, yeah. Randall says, I maintain the longer we go without Pete addressing the elephant in the room, the worse the Russ issue is. Not that they move him this year. I think it's a bit of a power move. I agree with you there, Randall. I agree with you there. I think there's the fact that it's been so quiet for John and Pete. You've got two ships on the open ocean, and one ship is blasting its cannons and taking out the sails and knocking off a mast, and the other ship's just sort of sitting over there drinking their rum and just kind of waiting. And that part does make me wonder a little bit. We're not going to get a combine this year, so usually you'd get a press conference around the combine time where Carroll and Schneider would talk a little bit. Not going to get that this year. Be interesting to see if they just try to just play it all off like it's no big thing. If it's just this, Russ is saying what he's saying. We'll deal with it in the background. We'll deal with this behind closed doors. We'll see how it goes. I guess that's what their response will be. But if it's something in another direction, then we know that potential trade's a lot more hot than we all are really thinking it really is at this point. Tyler says, I want to see Russ get a touchdown. He's my favorite player. Us too, Tyler. 2K, the Russell situation is much like the Griffey situation. A franchise player loses faith in management and decides moving on is their best option. That was not the case with Junior. Junior did not lose faith and moved on because of management. Ken Griffey Jr. left because he was from Cincinnati. He wanted to go play for the hometown club that he literally as a kid went into the clubhouse with and was a part of the Big Red Machine with his father. And then his family lived in Florida, so he wanted to be able to take a quicker flight to go see his family. It's a far flight to go from Seattle to Miami. So I'm sorry, my guy, you're not right on that one. Tyler, yes, Russell does score touchdowns. In utero, Russ is my all-time favorite Seahawk, but I'm a Seahawk fan first and Russ a fan second. We need to trade Russ after next season. Russ might be my number 2 behind Largent for me in utero, and that's why I've said with this. It's like this isn't an emotional situation. This is a football decision at the end of the day. And if he's not happy here and he doesn't want to be here and he thinks they're not doing right by him, whether that is the case or not, whether that's the truth or not, then maybe the best case in this is ending up to move on because there's not a certainty that you're going to switch things in the direction he's wanting. Are you going to get a 70-year-old Carroll, an old dog like him, to learn new tricks? Are you going to get this front office that's had its shots fired at him by Russ this offseason to suddenly want to now, lean back over to him and his will and wishes? I would say historically speaking, it doesn't tend to go in that direction. Historically speaking, you get a situation where a player starts to pipe up like this a little bit. They tend to be on their way out of town sooner rather than later. I hope it's not the case necessarily, but I could see how it could play out here. Fish says if we keep Russ for 1 year, if he doesn't work out, we just trade him for 3 firsts and a solid player. Probably, man. We agree there, Fish. I like to watch NFL. If we trade Russ, I hope we don't, but we should trade with Jags or Jets so we can get early picks. I don't think the Jags are going to move on from Lawrence. You watched him at his private workout the other day, and you had Urban Meyer literally standing a half a foot in front of him, breathing on him through the whole workout. He's going to jump on Lawrence. He likes this guy. He wants this guy. He's picking this guy. The Jets would be a destination that makes a lot of sense. If I was to tell you the 2 teams I'd have at the top of my list that if there's to move this year, the 2 teams that would be the most likely would be Miami and New York Jets. So they would be the 2 teams I would look at if you were going to look at them. I would not like to go from Russell Wilson to Zach Wilson, though. That would not be good. I would not like to see that, though, if they did that with the picks. Randall says, topics on this week's Brock and Salk are about 2 months behind what we've talked about on this show. Pete's power, Jody being hands-off. Found it funny. I was hearing it, too. I did like it, but I agree. Yeah, it's a little bit sometimes behind on things. But, man, that's why you listen to me, Randall, is I try to be out ahead of stuff, man. I try to get, even when it's sometimes hard stuff to hear, Yeah, Huey says, can you honestly say that you have faith that JC would have changed how the team is constructed, or would he continued with the status quo? Can you honestly say you have faith that JC would have changed how the team is constructed? Hard to say. It's always hard, Huey, to put things on John Schneider. JC. Who's JC? Are you meaning John Schneider on that, Huey? You have to retype that, buddy. I don't know what you mean on that question. I think you mean John Schneider. But John Schneider doesn't necessarily have the power because at the end of the day, Coach Carroll still has the power over Schneider. We don't know what's John and we don't know what's Pete all the time. Tyler says, my dad says I can go to the stadium when the flu's gone. That's good to hear, buddy. It's a fun place to watch a game, man. Joey Del Rosario. I'm hearing rumors that the Hawks are going to re-sign Golden Tate this offseason. Has anyone heard this rumor too? Joey, I've heard that they're interested in him. I've heard interest in Zach Ertz as well. Some of this can be driven up by an agent leaking this to the media, and there not being a lot to it. I think we've got to be hesitant before something actually comes down the pike on this given thing, or that we've got more sources that are coming out with this. You know what I mean? I don't think we can jump on necessarily thing. It's hard to see the Golden Tate thing making a lot of sense to me. You know, outside of, again, if they're looking to move on from Lockett, slip in Tate and give Tate a 1-year, $3 million deal and save the $8.5 million to place elsewhere, maybe that could make some sense. I still don't understand Golden Tate as a slot guy really, though, because he's not necessarily he's really been an outside guy in how I've thought about him more than anything else. I know he did a lot of slot stuff with Detroit, but I don't know. I'm with you, Utero. I have a hard time seeing Russ coming back. Obi-Wan, what's your opinion about players having a major role in team building? I'm all for it, but wondering what you think. I think in this day and age in football, it's really hard to do any one thing. It's hard to be a head coach, hard to be an offensive coordinator and having the calls and playing the chess game with a defensive-minded coach is equally as brilliant as you on the other side of the football. Hard with all of the players so closely aligned in the parity in the league and everything down to the razor's edge of things. It's very hard for everybody to do their individual allotted job. To believe and think that you have somebody who can do their allotted job really well, play quarterback at the highest of level, and then also be a scout, and then also be like a general manager. I don't know that I buy that that's the case. I don't know that I do. I don't know that I know that Russell Wilson knows better. It seems to me that people have made this deduction based upon the fact that Tom Brady did it. Tom Brady had to say. Tom Brady got Antonio Brown there. Tom Brady got Gronk in there. Tom Brady can do it, so Russell Wilson can do it then for sure too. I don't know about that. I don't know if I have as much proof to back that up as much. I can tell you this, the quarterback has not at this moment factored in the fact that his $30+ million salary inhibits you as far as the rest of your roster building and could directly inhibit you as far as building an offensive line and could have been part of the process to lead you to take some of those hits, to get those hits you did. But I don't hear any acknowledgement of that, which doesn't give me a lot of confidence in their ability then to be a general manager or a person to make personnel decisions. I don't mind him having an opinion and having a say in on it, having a voice, but I don't think that voice should be driven to have an actual, well, he said we should do this, so that's what we have to do now, type cause and effect to it. Having a voice is fine, though. Flag Sabbath, how you doing, Flag? You get a chance to check out David Moore, the right guard from Grambling. I didn't. I'm sorry, dude. That was one of my misses. But he's on my list, so Flag, I will get to him. It's my bad, dude. I had him written down and I didn't check him out. But he's on my list. I was working through some of the cornerbacks last night. The Hawk Jennings says, never, Tyler. I hear you, Hawk. I hear you, and Fish Angel's with you on it. The only thing, again, I go to, Hawk, is if you're not moving on from Tyler, then what are you doing with the cap situation moving into next year? He's going to be due for a contract extension, so you got to put him on a contract extension. DK's up for an extension next year. Russell's going to be pushing up near $40 million. 3 players, $80 million. I mentioned it a couple times on this, Hawk, as I mentioned these base statistics, these base numbers that you have to deal with cap-wise, and I haven't heard really a good ability to deal with that. How are you doing roster construction around that at that point? Emma Brown says, now I'm lost. On one hand, we want to go cheap at quarterback like we did when we won the Super Bowl, but we don't want to pay for an O-line like we did in 2013. No, it's a mix is what I've called for, Emmett. So what I've called for is a mix. You have Dwayne Brown coming back next season. He's going to be on the cap $13 million, I believe. That's what he's going to cost. You're spending some money there for the left tackle. I'm going to have Joe Thuney. Birds are going crazy outside. I got Joe Thuney going on for $12 million per year on the free agent signing that I have us signing him for, right? So I'm spending money on my left guard. I'm spending money on my left tackle. Where I'm going theoretically cheap on is my center to right guard to right tackle, theoretically speaking, but not really even so there because I'm actually putting draft capital into it. So it's all these positional groupings are load balance games, folks. You know, it's putting money in parts, but understanding you've got to balance things out around the board a little bit. And that's what I would do with the offensive line. Pick 2 positions you're willing to pay on. Find the other 3 positions that you can make a mix between really talented young players on cheap deals and maybe a veteran older guy on a cheap deal like a Brandon Shell is at the right tackle position. The right tackle being the most unimportant, you could say, potential position outside of right guard on that line. Randall McDaniel says, when Mike Holmgren gave up the general manager role, we flourished. We did. I think it helped out Mike quite a bit to be able to take that hat off. It's a lot of extra work. It's a lot of extra work to do, to take on multiple jobs at once. Thomas says, would Seattle, Fish Angel, no good GM. Brian says, no good general manager is going to hamstring his team's future by trading 3 firsts for Wilson. Brian, I'm not so sure I believe that. I mean, Brian, when you've got literally this offseason, we watched Stafford go for 2 first-round picks and a third-round pick with Goff thrown into the trade. If Russell isn't worth more than that, I don't know. Yeah, you absolutely could see 3 first-round picks. We've seen 3 first-round picks traded up to get a first-round pick in the overall draft who was a complete uncertainty. You can see it for that. A certainty such as Russell Wilson would certainly fetch 3 first-round picks. Thomas Cox says, would Seattle going after Zach? Thomas Cox says, would Seattle go after Zach Ertz since the Eagles are trading players? They were reportedly in on talks with him. I would expect the Colts to be the front runners now at this point, having gotten Carson Wentz. He had such a good connection between Ertz and Wentz. Maybe it's having the Z in their name. I mean, maybe that's what it is. I don't know. But they were on the same line together in that respect. I would expect the Colts to dive in and make a move on that. Tyler asks, can we win the Super Bowl this year? As long as we kill it this offseason, Tyler. We got to absolutely wreck shop this offseason. You can't miss on moves, and you can't be kind of just, treading through. They've got to absolutely kill it. And I agree with you, Flag. I'd like there not to be seeing Ertz. I hope they don't go for Ertz. So Brian, Fish Angels brings up a good counter to your point when you said no team would give up 3 first-round picks, and he says tell it to the Rams. The Rams just did it. We've never seen a quarterback. He'll be kind of rounding into the back of his prime. We would never have seen a Hall of Fame quarterback in the back of his prime, right at the back of his prime, traded. We have never seen that in league history. So it's going to bring, Brian, an unthought about sum. Because given a trade has never happened means that you're probably going to get a king's ransom when the trade does get moved. And again, Brian, it's past you saying, you got to go a little farther than you're wrong. No team would do that. Well, when like me and Fisher bringing up angles saying, here's this team that just most recently did trade A, and then you don't address that aspect and just go, you're wrong. You're not really bringing a lot to bear as far as the argument's concerned. Back up what you say in your argument. Back it up with something. Bring some evidence. Bring some meat to the bone. In utero, we need to continue building the team around defense and rushing and reload with a cheap average quarterback again like 13-14. Well, we're probably a year out from that potential happening in utero. I just don't see this being an offseason that Russell's going to be moved. So we're locked in for another season with the quarterback making a lot of money, which means you're not really going to be able to build the defense in the fashion you're talking about making it, at least until next offseason. But if it goes that route, you got to do next offseason. I'm in favor of it. I'm in favor of going that route. Yui says, Wentz situation is similar to Russ's. The difference is Russ has been able to carry his team when the team's got less around him. Wentz couldn't do it. I think it's a fairly solid point. I do think Russ is a much better player than Wentz is, though, Yui. I will say that. I think Wentz, like Goff, they're just relying on having a loaded roster around them and they can flourish. And I don't think Russ necessarily requires that. But I think I agree with you overall. James Glenn, John Gruden would love to have Russ. He'd give up 3 first-rounders. I agree he would. Fish says, I don't want Ertz. We need to develop Parkinson. If he doesn't work out, Everett would be our best option. I don't want Ertz either. Probably don't want Everett if I've got Parkinson as well, Fish Angel. They're both going to play the same type of position at the tight end position on this team. They'll both be essentially the H-back, the joker tight end. So I don't know if I would want that as much. Team 12s, I think the next time there will be so many defensive linemen on the good open market is when the 2009 class is up for contract, since that was such a deep defensive line in that class. Could be. Yeah, it might be a couple years. It's been a while since I've seen such a good pickings of edge rushers. Azos, do you think Lockett might be able to be traded for a late first or early second? I would probably put the value at the highest end being about a middle second round pick. I don't think you're going to get a high second round pick, but about a middle of the road. I don't think there's any real circumstance that exists you get a first rounder for him. I think that's just a little too much to ask for. He doesn't have somebody mentioned like Stefan Diggs, and he's not as big a player. He's not a complete a receiver as Stefan Diggs is. Space, what's up with KJ? KJ's mentioned early on in the offseason that he wants to be paid commensurate to his value last season as one of the best Sam linebackers, I guess, in the sport. What's that to mean? I don't know. We paid him. He was on the book last year for about $8.6 million. We're not going to give him more than $3 million deal, maybe at the very most, even if. And I don't think that he wants to be paid that. I don't think he wants to take less than half of what he made last season. I don't know how that's going to all play out or not, but I don't see how you can pay a 35-year-old outside linebacker in a 4-3 scheme significant money next year. It doesn't seem like that makes sense. Maxwell Stern says, where do I think Najee Harris goes? I think Najee Harris probably goes to the back end of the first round. Probably the back end of the first round in the 20s somewhere. He's got some detractors. He got some lovers. I'm in the lover standpoint as far as I like his game quite a bit, especially for the Seahawks and the type of back that they normally look for. He just fits into that type of mold. But I understand why he's got some problems for certain people in his game, and people question about the fact he's had a NFL offensive lineman essentially blocking for him throughout his career. But they also play a lot higher level of competition too there in Alabama. Tyler asks, is the offense or defense better? As we stand right now, probably the defense is a little bit better at the moment. It's pretty even at the moment, probably. Cameron says, why don't I get notifications? I always show up about an hour late. I'm sorry, Cameron. I think part of it is that they use the Streamlabs as my broadcasting software, and its interaction to YouTube isn't always the greatest. So I think that's a little bit of it. But I've got my schedule now too, Cameron. So I'm on Thursday at, I'll be on at Thursday, 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, and Sunday at 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. So I'm going to try to stay locked into that schedule. So hopefully we can get around the notification for that reason a little bit. But I don't know. YouTube's weird about that. They need to build in their stuff so that it shows up when you're doing the streaming software. Flag Sabbath in utero says defense wins championships. I agree with you, man. It does help. It helps to win championships. You need other stuff too, though. Tampa Bay wouldn't have been able to just win a championship this year if they didn't have Tom Brady. Flag Sabbath, I would rather trade Reed and pick up Sue on a cheaper deal. I'd be open to that flag. It'd be a smart potential way of moving around resources for a guy that gives you a very similar type player at this stage of their career. So you move off the $8.6 million, but then you sign Sue to a 1-year, $5 million deal. You take the $3.6 million and then move that somewhere else. That would be a smart way to roster construct for sure. So I'd be in favor of that. If Sue wants to come here, I know he's wanted to a little bit in the past, but he's been pretty locked in with Tampa Bay over the last couple of years. Seems like he's finally found his forever home. In utero, we need Reed in the middle. He's a great run stuffer, and with pressure on the end, Reed gets sacks. He does. I like Reed a lot as a deal. I think for what Flag's thinking of is a little bit of how to reallocate resources a little bit by getting a similar player. And it's a little bit of, it's like this is the Lockett deal. Lockett's a great player. But if in the second round I can go get a player that gives me 90% with potential being potentially a better player than Lockett is right now and how they could develop, but immediately right out the gate next year I can get 90% of the production I get out of Lockett. I get a guy that gives me 70 catches next year, 75 catches next year at 1/10 the cost. If I can get what I can get out of Jaron Reed for, 60% of the cost, well, that's a smart way to roster construct because now you can take those extra gained resources and then place them into other places. Brian, did I lose you, Brian? Fish seems like he likes him too. Or Flag, he says, I want Sue out of the Bucks. He's a good chance of cutting him. He would be an amazing to have. The great pass rush. He's the lead at stopping the run. I would just love him. Sue on a cheap 1-year deal. I would like him too. I would too. Israel says, what was you had the nickname? AI. That was it. AI. I want Mariota, 3 first-round picks and some 2s and a 3rds. I don't know if they'll give up all that, man, but maybe. You never know. Like I said, this would be an unprecedented trade. Moving a guy who is a Hall of Fame quarterback in his prime has not happened in the NFL. It's just not really happened. Doing it, you should get a king's ransom for it. In utero says Sue's a nobody now. He's a Super Bowl champion in utero. Maxwell Stern, where does Watson go? What a tough thing. I think I'm at this point going to say Texans are going to hold on to him. Texans are just going to make him sit where he is, because they're probably not thinking they're going to get this value. And the key to it is a little bit of the key to why the Russell Wilson deal just makes no sense for this year at all, being that they're so new to having signed the new contract that the dead money hit, no matter what draft picks you get back, you need almost more extra draft picks to take on the extra dead money you're hitting, because all of the bonus money accelerates instantaneously off the fact he signed just the 1-year deal last year. He's only had 1 year of one of the 4 years of the bonus time has built off of Watson's deal. So now all of those 3 years accelerate into one, and that hits the Texans cap instantaneously. So I'm going to land back on the thought that they've got the leverage over him. He can sit out if he wants. He can hold out if he wants, but they're just not, at this point, I think, moving on from him. As well, he's got the no trade clause. So they can't just move him in anywhere they want to move him. Uwe says, I would love to build the offensive line through the draft, but with so little early draft capital, afraid we don't get the guys we've targeted. So I say free agency on offensive line, draft running back Sermon and Tommy Tremble. So that it may be true. Of course, in my given scenario, you might have 2 second-round picks if you moved on from a guy like Lockett, and you might have another third-rounder if you package the Diggs and Rasheem Green in a trade to get that extra pick as well. That'd give you more of those picks. There will be some linemen available in the second and third round. There'll be some linemen available with some talent. They might not be as clean as having no imperfections, and they're going to be this and that. The second they step on the field, there'll be some uncertainty to them. There'll be a bust factor to them. I like both those guys. Trey Sermon, I watched some Trey Sermon tape. Solid running back. Didn't necessarily blow me away. I don't think he's going to be a star at the next level, but he's all right. He's good. I like Tommy Tremble's tape a little bit better. I think he's a guy who could be really depressed as far as his value in this draft because Notre Dame didn't feature him as much in the passing game, but I think he can do that. And he's also really interesting because he's a guy they would line up at times at fullback. So he's a guy you might be able to play at 2 different positions, and he could work in that role. And boy, he might be the best blocking tight end in this draft. Fantastic blocker, really willing to get in there, and he can actually move guys rather than just locking guys up and getting pushed back. Team 12, if there's a time for a team to sign a 4 or 5 year deal with a player, it's now. Make that deal real. It's now. Then make that deal real cheap. Yeah, but is a player going to be willing to do that? Team 12 knowing that this is probably going to be just a one-off year with the cap being depressed. The NFL is about to have an injection of cash through gambling and some new TV rights things on different platforms. So the revenue is about to come back up for them. If you're a player this year, really you're going to sit in the standpoint of saying, I'll wait a year on this and see where this all shakes out at. Wait a year. I'll sign my cheap 1 year deal. I'll take my hit now, in the now. But then a year from now, let's see where it all kind of comes out to at the end of the day. In utero says, Russ knows we don't have the money to significantly upgrade the offensive line. He's clearly setting the table to leave after next season. I agree, in utero. I agree. I think the timing of this has been odd. His issues with having problems with the line, his issues with saying this stuff now. Why wasn't this stuff said a couple of years ago when the line was way worse, when the blocking was way worse? Why do you wait till now? Coach Carroll didn't just change to this last year. Coach Carroll's been this way all 10 years that Russell Wilson's been here. Why suddenly now does the light bulb pop on and he's like, oh, you know what? You're this way. And you know what? You're not building the team like that. Why not the last contract negotiation look to be moved on at that point if that's how you felt? Nothing's changed from the time of the last contract negotiation to now. I mean, if anything, the offense has become more talented around him. JVM, as long as we don't pull a JJ Watt out of respect BS, let's trade Wilson 3 to 4 first rounders at least. I'd be okay with it. Like I said, I think we're getting another year of Russ. I think that the issue here is the $39 million, and Russ would have to give back some of his bonus money to make a trade happen, and players don't usually give back that kind of bonus money they would take. We're talking like $30 million would need to be returned to the Hawks prior to the move getting made. Now, he's going to make that money back up with a new contract on a new team. They'd essentially just tear up the contract, his old contract, and do a new one, but it doesn't happen a lot in the NFL. Players don't give back like that usually. Tyler says, have you ever seen a Seahawk? I want one as a pet. Tyler, okay, Tyler. Carl, biggest no from me on Brooks from the Eagles is someone who suffers from combat PTSD. I can honestly say I don't want a guy that has panic attacks and missed games in the division, same division as Aaron Donald. Yeah, I remember that. He did miss it with the panic attack thing against us a couple of years ago, Carl. I think it was in a game against us, which was a huge loss for them in that particular game, helped us out to a big stretch. I'm not either on Brandon Brooks, and it's part of the market at guard right now is not going to be there, and it's going to be one where that's why I think you got to go for Thuney. You got to pay a little bit extra money maybe for Thuney to get him here, because there's not that guy, and it's a big position of need on that offensive line. You know, you could find centers. There's a lot of free agent centers. You could bring back Postic. You could bring back Justin Britt if you really wanted to. After a year now of rehabbing off the ACL, you probably could get by at that position and do okay. But the left guard to me is one you could really stand to upgrade, address, get it better. Flag Sabbath says, let's hope he has a bang-up year and we can get a bunch of picks for him. And then that way we can draft all the linebackers in the world in the first round. Yeah, Seattle does like their linebackers in the first round. That's true. JBM says, I like the idea of every 3 years a new quarterback on a rookie deal. I do too. I think it's the model that a smart NFL team will begin to embrace more and more as we go forward. The old model being you got to find your quarterback, you got to find your guy, and then you got to hitch your wagons to him, and no matter what he wants, no matter the exorbitant cost that he costs, you just got to stay with him then. Just ride or die, baby. Just stick in that bucket. And it's like, well, now we kind of maybe get to the point when we go, 20 years of data, all these quote-unquote franchise quarterbacks that got paid all that money. How many of them are really successful? How many of them are really pushing for Super Bowls with those teams and taking up that much of the resources? You know, it's a slice of pie, the salary cap. And you got your quarterback taking up like 3 servings worth of pie. And it's a real tough, it impinges and makes it tough on the rest of the roster to build things out. There's no two ways around it. And a team that could find that cheap quarterback who can build the rest of the roster out appropriately around that rookie quarterback who's not asked to carry the world, not asked to do everything. There's a part of me that wonders about it, JVM, that's a smarter way to construct. That it's just not smart having a player who I maintain, again, he makes double that of the second player on his roster. From a sheer mathematics standpoint, doesn't make a lot of sense. And Utero says, in my mind, he's already gone. There's a little bit of that for me right now, too, a bit. And Brian, there is a chance. Again, Brian, I've noticed, Brian, in your comments, you make magnanimous statements backed by no evidence or reasonable conclusions. You just say, no, you're wrong. I mean, isn't that what a child does? They just point at somebody and say, nuh-uh, you stupid. So, Brian, I'd ask you, just try to give us a little more meat on the bone. I'm okay with your disagreement, but give us some more, flesh out your thought on that. Saying no chance, you're stupid, that doesn't, no. That's not you really giving a good debate. You're not really providing the other side to much go off of. You're almost kind of just, you're picking there a little bit. Like, I'd love to hear what your thoughts are on why it is you think that there's no way no team would do that, past you just saying there's no way no team would do that. We can look at recent history and data of teams being willing to move first-round picks and a collection of first-round picks if they think they got their guy. You have given team A that thinks Russell Wilson is their guy, keeping them from a Super Bowl. You really don't think that team would be then willing to give up an unprecedented amount of picks for that player? I absolutely do think that would potentially be the case. Tyler says, at my last birthday, I wish Russell scored such. Brian Schmidt, I miss plain and simple go Hawks Russell, not Hollywood Russell. I do too. AI, tell us a little bit about you, man. Where are you from originally? What work do you do? How and why did you end up in Maui? Did you play football? So I do a lot of internet marketing type stuff. SEO work really is kind of where I'm mainly in on what I do. I ended up in Maui because I was coming here for kind of family reasons. I need to do some family stuff here. My mom lives here. So we're doing some things with that needs some help. I played football through junior high, got into high school and tried a little bit in high school, and it wasn't really working for me. I hit my athletic limitations at that point. Just never very fast, never really naturally with very much talent. I went to a high school that had something like 2,200 people. I think, how many people did we have? I think 2,200 graduating class or something. It was a huge high school. So we had a really lot of people, a lot of guys, a lot of competition, a lot of guys that were like 6'3", you know, and so just couldn't get it done, man. I couldn't get it done there and thing, but I've always loved it. Always loved it. And you never know. I'll probably bounce around out of Maui here soon too. I'm always on the move. Always on the move. Random McDaniel, thank you for the $10 donation, my brother. He says, and Jaron Reed is a must. Nice start to our defensive line. Can't have another one and done with our trades. I agree with you there. Dunlap has absolutely got to stay. I mean, he's the one guy that was the certainty off of that line last year that really did truly work for us. So I do not want to move away from him at all. And Jaron's a guy I'm happy with where he's at as far as what his cost is and what he gives us. I think he's an upper level 3 tech in this league. He may not be a star, but he's not one of the problems on our defensive line. You know, he's not one of the issues there. All right, I'm going to get some coffee. 1 second, folks. Okay. Y2KHA says you've talked how teams don't win a Super Bowl with top 8 quarterbacks. I'd be interested in these numbers or other positions. For example, can you win a Super Bowl if you have the highest paid defensive end, wide receiver, etc.? I'd have to look at those numbers. Y2KHA. I do believe when the Chiefs won, I think they were paying pretty much top of the market tight end and wide receiver. I do think Tyreek had been paid by that point, I believe. Could be wrong on that, but I think that's true. I'm trying to go through my mind real quick in recent memory. The answer is probably no. You know, I mean, Von Miller won a few years ago, and he was probably one of the top paid defensive ends, pass rushers in the sport. So that might be one. But it makes it harder when you're paying any position at the top because you're at that point overpaying a little bit. You know, you're paying much beyond the medium of a league average player. You know, we get into geeky analytical stuff here a little bit, but you know, you're essentially getting that little bit of extra to hold on to that guy, but is he worth that extra at that point? And I think commonly the answer really is no on that. It's just the teams just don't have the guts to go to the alternatives. You know, they want to dance with the devil they know, so to speak. Michael Parker says, will anybody bring back Earl Thomas? He could succeed with a simpler defense, plus he likes to share. Oh my God. Yeah, he's good in those cover 2 splits, man. I'll tell you. Michael, I do think there's a chance some team could look at him with a whole offseason. It was telling last year when the Texans weren't willing to bring him on. They desperately needed defensive help, and that team had a vote for not bringing on Earl Thomas to the team. I think that was pretty telling at that time. With that said, I would think he would be interested in getting back because one more season of upper-level play from Earl Thomas, and I think he finds himself in the Hall of Fame. I think he gets there. But I think it's going to take at least one more year, if not more, to get that. Is that important to him? Is that a place where he'd like to go at this point? I don't know. And we haven't heard any stories come out of this, so it's hard to say. Part of what I would look at, though, is if you moved on if you took, let's say, Rasheem Green and Quandre Diggs, packaged them in a trade to the Raiders, got a third round pick back, I would guesstimate that you could get Earl in at a lot cheaper deal, prove it type deal, a $2 million like deal at that point. And if I save $3.5 million and pick up a third round pick and flop Diggs out for Thomas, I've upgraded the position and saved cap space and picked up a draft pick all in a 3-step swoop. I would certainly be open to that, Michael. But it all is dependent upon where Earl's head's at. Isaac says, do I think the Seahawks will go after a receiver in free agency like Curtis Samuel or a slot receiver? I don't believe they will, Isaac. They've not really been much of going in and looking at receivers in free agency. And I don't know if there's one guy that they really gravitate towards. On top of the fact, again, if they bring and they sign a guy like Curtis Samuel for big money, what does that tell Lockett? You're going to then have Lockett play out his last year of his deal and not give him the contract extension, which has not been their modus operandi for how they like to go about their business with players who've earned a new contract extension going into the final year of their deal. Can't see it happening from that standpoint of things. Fish Angel says, we don't need a running back. I like Alex Collins a lot. If we need a receiving back, I like Dallas. And if we need to spend speed, we have Penny. I like our running back by committee like we did in 2018. Well, like what I like and what your thought process is on this, Fish, is that you're looking to go cheaper at the running back position at that point. And I can get on board with that. And as part of the load balance game, there's places I'm going to go cheap on. So you go cheaper there, then I've got a little bit other money to spend in other places, i.e. the offensive line. And if you've got a good offensive line, it can make an average running back. It can make a running back with limitations actually look okay, look like a decent back. And I do agree, Flag Sabbath, that there is a good chance Earl is done. There is. Chris, how you doing, Chris? This is, hey, mate, how's it going? It is going fantastic. I'm having an awesome day, man. Hope everyone out there is doing good. Do please smash that like button if you're watching right now and you haven't already. You'll help me out considerably. Brian, Carson and Hyde will be gone, and a trio of Penny, Collins, and Scarborough would do just fine next year. Oh, it looks like we got a few folks here on board with doing the running back by committee. I can get on board with that, man. I can get on that board. SPA says, come on, man, get rid of Carlos. You smoking, Maui? Well, I don't know, man. He didn't light the world on fire for me. And again, if he comes back on a 1 year, $1 million deal, then I'm okay with Hyde. If he wants to come back on a 1 year, $4 million again deal, I'd rather put those $4 million in other places. I like these other guys, Brian and Fish's idea of going cheaper at it, and again, just going on, hey, if you want to go butt cheap, go butt cheap. There's nothing to stop you from going super cheap at the running back position and being midway through the year and making a draft trade deadline deal somewhere. We got the Panthers talking about being willing to move on from Christian McCaffrey in a Deshaun Watson trade. Would they be then willing to move on from a Christian McCaffrey halfway into next year then, if they can't get a deal done with Deshaun Watson in the now? Maybe, or a back like that would be available. Maybe. You can put it back into a system and get them to going pretty much instantaneously. They don't need a lot of up ahead of time. Edison Lee says, is Russ a good fit for the Houston if we trade? No, Edison, he wants to go to a bigger market. He wants to let his star shine brighter. He wants to go to a good organization. He wants to go to an organization built around an offensive-minded approach, where they're a little offensive-minded in their new approach, I think. I don't think the other check mark boxes are checked for Russell with Houston, and I don't think that he would waive his no-trade clause in order to go to Houston. Randall says, you have any idea on some guys who could get cut who we might not be thinking of, players who would be available? I'm still trying to put that list together. So, it's still kind of coming together for me on that. The guys I look at are, what's my list here? So Quan Short just got cut. He was on my list. He'd be a guy I'd look at, Randall. Good 3-tech out of Carolina. He hasn't been as productive as a couple of years ago, but he's there. Brandon Williams with the Ravens would be interesting. Defensive tackle Akeem Hicks with the Bears, not as much a scheme fit guy, but maybe. Sheldon Richardson, I think will be probably cut from the Browns. And that's all I've got so far as defensive linemen, but I'm just starting to fill this list out. I've got some other guys on here too, where I've got, Mark Ingram was another guy, he got cut while I was making this list. Jimmy Graham will be cut. Kyle Fuller, cornerback, could be interesting. I think he'll be cut. David Njoku could maybe be cut. Odell Beckham, of course, is a guy who's out there. He'll be a guy who draws a lot of back and forth from Seahawks fans. Joe Hayden, Steve Nelson. There's a couple guys, but I'm rounding that list out, Randall. So I'm still kind of putting it together. You have to kind of really look hard at what the cap is at, and then look at where the teams are at as far as their deal, and really try to go, okay, how do they avoid cutting this guy? Who's the most likely guy with who they're going to draft and how they're going to look? Oh, D-Mac's in the house. What's up, D-Mac? And Utero says Penny could have a star-level breakout season if healthy. Laughing out loud. Nothing to laugh at in Utero. You're absolutely on point. He's a guy who's going to fit this scheme real well, real nicely. And they're going to utilize him, I think, correctly. And those two factors alone, I think, are going to help him a lot more shine. Brian says, heard Chance Warmack was cut. Thought he might make a good replacement for Iupati. Think they might re-sign later for less money. He was already on a veteran minimum deal, Brian. So he's already on a veteran minimum deal. He wasn't making a lot of money as it is, I believe. No, I don't think so. I think they're probably just like, look, you're out of the league at this point. It was really a flyer signing as it was. There wasn't a lot of certainty he was going to make the team anyway. So, no, he's probably gone. Flags have it sitting at Scarborough and Penny have injury. Seeing as Scarborough and Penny have injury issues and always have had injury issues, and Alex Collins hasn't played a full season in 3 years, I don't like that trio of backups running backs. I get it, Flag. I get it. I'm okay going another direction too. Remember, part of my offseason is to go get Fournette on a cheap 2-year deal. In utero, do you think most of our roster will be filled via undrafted free agents? Not most of our roster, because you've had so many picks over the last few years. Your roster is going to have a lot of guys that were picked in the draft. So no, not most of them. A decent margin, but not most, not even approaching most. Randall says this offseason is going to be an arms race for hired guns. It is. It is. You got teams that are going to be trying to get guys cheap and selling them on the dream of winning a Super Bowl championship, and players still trying to get every last cent they can, and it's probably going to draw negotiations out. You're going to have a lot of guys probably remaining on the market longer because of it. But it's going to keep it fascinating, man. It's going to keep it very interesting. Jeremy, Collins is a fumble machine who Pete would sour on real quick. Yeah, I don't think at the end of the day, Alex Collins is really a feasible. I could see them looking at him, but they're not going to count on him. They're going to rely on him. He's not going to be signed here to be a number 2. He's a guy they signed after the running back position got a little bit decimated by injuries as we were about halfway into the year. Team 12s, I am behind on scouting. I've only scouted running backs, and I'm almost done with wide receivers. I'm just pretty busy with school lately. Hey, I got it. I'm same way here, Team 12. You got to do it in bit by bit, man. You know what I mean? So we got time before the draft. There's time to kind of get these together, and I'm the same way, man. Cameron says that thumbnail's awesome. I'm glad you like Cameron. It felt apropos right now. You know what I mean? It felt apropos. Flag Sabbath, laugh out loud. Are you yelling? We're going to have to make some moves. We'll be traded. We'll get cap space. You can't run out with a piss poor running back core. We already tried that. I agree. I am okay putting some talent in there. I just don't want to spend money on it, Flag. John will need to pull off a trade of some sort moving forward. Probably. I'm guessing we're going to see a couple trades this offseason. Jeremy is on board with the Golden Tate signing. He says Golden Tate would be great if he'd sign here. Maybe with him, man. I'm not sure how much Golden's got left in his game. I'm not so sure he's not lost necessarily a step, but I'm open to the possibility of it. Maxwell Stern says Asante Samuel could replace Flowers and then DJ replaces Shaq. I don't think we should re-sign Shaq. No, I don't think we should either, Maxwell. And I'd actually applaud being able to go to a DJ Reed and a Asante Samuel as your starting 2 corners, because it would show that Seattle's gotten out of the closed-minded set of thinking we have to have 6-foot cornerbacks with 33-inch long arms as our beginning place for evaluating cornerback talent. No, maybe you should just evaluate the talent first and then go back around and take a look and see if they meet the arms and the height, minimum requirements. And if they don't meet them, then ask yourself, well, is there enough of a talent here that can overcome that? I don't know if they've made that same kind of deducement with how they've looked at the cornerback position over recent history. When they've gone outside of the mold of what they've looked at in cornerback being Anugo Amadi, it's a guy that's really specifically sent to come and play that slot role, which the slot corner does tend to be a little bit more of an undersized guy because he's covering usually more undersized guys. So I would applaud it if they went that route, Maxwell. It'd be interesting. He'd certainly push. James Glenn says if we could get a good O-line, they could block for a running back like Penny and open up gaps for him. The past season's O-line was just fighting to stay upright. Yeah, I agree. I think a good offensive line can make a lesser running back look so much more because those holes are going to be wide open and anybody can run through wide open holes. Not everybody can do exactly what Carson's done over the last couple of years, which is not always have the holes open up, and he's got to do a lot with less. But I do think, as well as Inutero pointed out below you there, James, that the offensive line, at least from pass protection goes, they were 12th best in the NFL in pass protection. And we average in the running game 4.8 yards per carry. I don't know if there was much a problem as necessarily been pointed to, but even though I don't think there was much of a problem last year, I still would like to turn that positional group into a strength on the team. I'm still excited by that. Cameron Hughes says, is Asante Samuel 5'10"? Is Pete breaking tendencies? Is this a sign? The only reason I'm open to thinking it's a possibility, Cameron, with it is because you had DJ Reed try it out there at 5'9" as a starting quarterback for a big part of your season last year. And if they were on board and they saw that didn't hurt them, that didn't harm them, that didn't cause the defense to be completely destroyed by having a little bit slighter guy out there, maybe they start to maybe embrace it a little bit more, And there's nothing wrong with targeting 6-foot guys and having your model, but if there's model breakers that come along that are worth it, then pick them, pluck them. Chris says, I agree with you with Lockett. We have to trade him to get some value. I would hate to lose him and get nothing from him. Yeah, me too, man. And I think it comes down to doing right by the player. This organization, whether you as an individual fan give it any weight or not you, Chris, but the general individual fan gives it any weight or not, this organization tends to do right by players. And in that, what I mean is that if you're a player that's outperformed your contract or performed up to your contract, and then you get into the last year of that deal, now they're going to get you on a contract extension. Whether you're Michael Bennett or Earl Thomas, not Earl Thomas's last deal, but Earl Thomas on the deal after his rookie deal, or Cam Chancellor, or Marshawn Lynch, or Chris Clemens, or we can go down to Bobby Wagner, KJ Wright. We'll go down the list on this. They're going to pay you. So one or another has got to happen in this case with him, I think, by the time the season starts. Cameron Hughes asks, I haven't watched Asante Samuel yet. Is he any good? He's really good, Cameron. Really, really good player. Played in a zone system. He would pick up and he'd be able to slide right into our zone system for that reason. Really good feet, great back pedal. Real got that look at that Seahawks cornerback, that feisty old model of the Brandon Brown or Richard Sherman type, right? Get up in guys' faces and just, he wants to maul guys, he really, really does. So he's very instinctive as a player. Not surprised he's the son of a guy who played in the NFL and played really good in the NFL. I think he'd be a good fit from that standpoint. But the question does come into play on him. Can Seattle open up their lens a little bit with that as far as him being 5'10" and a little bit limited as far as the height they look at? I think he'll have, I'm eyeballing it, but I think he's got pretty good arms. I think his arms are going to be pretty close to 33 inches. But the height is going to be what it is. I forget how it was, Randall. I got to look at the sports track on how we spent that money. But you also spend, I forget how it was. Maybe it wasn't 80 million. I got to look at it again on the 80 million, 50 million split. But I do believe it was something in that neighborhood. Stay safe out there, Team 12s. Don't fall on that turf. In Utero says Curtis Samuel's used goods. Yeah, maybe so. I don't think it's happening. Isaiah Contreras. Let's be free dos FR dos. Any Seahawks fans think Russell really is going to go? Isaiah, I don't think Russell's going to go this offseason, but I think he could easily go next offseason if change doesn't come into play. If he feels like he's still in the same mentality to this offseason where we're hearing him squawk this much about getting hit too much and about wanting to stay on the offensive coordinator and about wanting to have an input on personnel decisions, about wanting to score 24 points in a half. If he's going to get to that point again next offseason, I would expect at that point that he's going to want to press more to move on. But I think it's a shot across the bow this offseason. And what I've pointed to it being, Isaiah, is it's groundwork. Groundwork is being laid here, not certainty, groundwork. Chris says, we had to trade Frank Clark and the Hawks fans loved him as well. We need to take the emotional attachment off players and back to the team. Chris, what a great sentiment there. I love what you're saying. And I think that's an absolute awesome comparison when you look at Frank Clark and Tyler Lockett through the same lens. Being that people got mad at the Frank Clark deal, but the Frank Clark deal was a win for Seattle. That was an absolute phenomenal trade in retrospect. You don't have DK Metcalf on the roster right now if you don't make that Frank Clark trade. And when you look at Frank Clark over the last 2 years and you look at him as a rated edge defender by Pro Football Focus, he's 72nd out of 79 edge defenders over the last couple of years as far as his rating goes. It kind of disappeared after about the first quarter in that Super Bowl as well. Everybody tells me he's supposed to be this, he gets you sacks and you need him kind of guy. Not good in the run. So Again, Tyler Lockett the same way, a guy who's a very good player, has some imperfections. Value might not be higher than right now. Have to make a decision as far as contract goes. A lot of the same kind of things that were factoring into that Frank Clark decision are factoring into this. It wasn't that Seattle hated Frank Clark as a player or didn't think he was a very good player. It's just at what your cost is versus the value we can get in draft capital to trade you versus the fact that we also don't want to sign you a contract extension. All those kind of come into play. Flag, yeah, that was the year that Chris Carson almost had 1,200 yards and 9 touchdowns on the ground. We don't have a bell cow like Chris Carson that would be like to Mike Davis's of the unknown. Maybe not. Maybe Flag Rashad Penny could slide into that place, but that is a little bit of extrapolation at that point because he has not been that guy as of yet. Part of the reason he hasn't been that guy is they didn't give him the opportunity through the first couple of years, really. But, draft prospects, Aaron Banks, Robert Hainsey, Tommy Tremble, all from Notre Dame, and Brandon James from Nebraska, Alaric Jackson from Iowa, Trey Sermon from Ohio State University. I did a couple of those guys. So let's see here. I did look at somebody asked me about Devontae Brown. I did look at him. I did look at Devontae Brown. So I got to talk about Devontae Brown. Somebody brought that one up. I'll get back to him in a second on that. Aaron Banks. Aaron Banks is a real lumbering left guard. He's got nice feet, so he's got quick feet, but he just doesn't move very fast. He is truly a left guard. He cannot pull for his life. He's solid as a pass protector, so that would be an upgrade off of what we had instantaneously with him. I'm not sure on his run blocking, which could be the thing that holds him as a detriment to Coach Carroll. Carroll's not usually going to like to go for a guard that's a pass protector first, though they did draft Phil Haynes a couple years ago. He's kind of pass protector first. Handles stunts with ease, really good in knowing what to do as far as pass protection goes. You're not going to see him lost or standing and having guys run around him because he didn't understand what to do protection-wise. Got a good smart plan prior to the snap, executes it well, knows what he's doing out there, doesn't get overwhelmed. Trey Sermon, the running back out of OSU, good vision. He's a long-legged running back. Those guys I tend to shy away from those long-legged running backs. I'm not liking them as much as far as their ability to kind of get the pitter-patter down with their feet. He's got good burst. He's good at breaking tackles, understands angles really well, sets up his ability to break tackles through how he sets up the angles and defenders approaching him. And that's really how he's going to break the tackles rather than just trying to drag out of an arm tackle. You get an arm on him, you're going to probably get him to the ground. But if you can create that right angle and get enough of a speed build up towards you as you come in for the tackle, he can kind of whip you off of his frame. He's part of a mold of what I call the slice and dice running backs in this draft. Guys with the vision that are looking to sort of slice you up on the line, looking for that hole to develop and then cut back against the grain and get through that hole quicker than you can then arrive at it. As opposed to more of your Javonte Williams, Chris Carson types, you're more of they're going to pull the pile forward, fall forward type of running backs. And I looked at Alaric Jackson too. What was Alaric's deal? Alaric Jackson's great technically. He's one of these Iowa linemen, Alaric Jackson. And I'll tell you, you really can't go wrong with Iowa linemen. You go get an Iowa offensive lineman, you're doing all right. And I look at Tristan Wirfs last year and what he did for the Bucs. They really, really know how to train up the linemen there. They're fantastic about it. And they're specifically really good about training the linemen up in zone blocking schemes, which is what Alaric ran into. So he was really good in that respect. He's got slow feet. I wonder about him maybe being more of a right tackle guy at the next level, but he was good enough to push Tristan Wirfs over to right tackle when he was there at left tackle. So that is saying something about him as a player. But he is a little bit slow out of his stance, and again, with the slow feet, it gives me some worries about him with dealing with edge rushers and guys that can really challenge him on the edge. But he's also very technically proficient, so he's going to be able to overcome some of that in his ability to, maintain good base, have great kick step, understand, no wasted motion, that type of thing. So it'll be interesting to see what they do with him. You're a little bit in a conundrum with Alaric Jackson in the respect of he's not seemingly quick enough or fast enough to handle the left tackle duties and those edge rushers, but then he might not be strong enough to be what you want in your typical right tackle and being enough of a mover of men and guy in that respect. It might be a little bit too finesse for him over at the right tackle, but it's where the modern day game's going, so maybe it all just works out at the end of the day. But I like your guys, Yui. In Utero says Hawks would be smart to build for 2022 without Russ in mind. I think you can accomplish both of those things at once. I don't think you have to pick one or the other. I think in building up a cheap young offensive line goes forward will help you to allocate extra resources to other sides of the football team if you need to do so. In my draft scenario, in my offseason scenario, as well as you're getting talented players, and a good offensive line is not only going to make a running back better as far as opening holes, they're going to make a quarterback look a whole lot better. That's been my whole argument with Jared Goff and Carson Wentz. They walk in the door. They have a fantastic offensive line. They're all the time in the world to throw the football. Then both of those lines start to disintegrate. Their play starts to go down considerably. Cameron Hughes says, what did Colin say now? Cameron, he got back from the blood clot, and the first thing he wants to start talking about is Russell Wilson. Russell's got every right to. How did Colin Hurd said it? Russell Wilson's earned the right to say more than go Hawks. Hey, Colin, take Russ's dick out of your mouth, okay? Sorry, but geez. That's what he said, though, man. Didn't like it. Maxwell says, give me a shot at Colin. Someone give me a dart. Chris, I think we don't trade Russ this year, but only because nobody offers us anything worth his value. I think we want to trade Russ, and once Russ wants to leave, can you see us drafting a quarterback in the draft after next? I can see after next year's draft, not this year's draft, Chris, when you have so many limited picks. You've got to make hay while the sun shines in this draft. You can't really afford to be like, well, we got an extra fifth rounder this year. Let's throw it to a quarterback that we kind of like. So I don't expect anything this year, but yeah, I absolutely could see them looking at next year a quarterback. I think they would try to target somebody specifically because I don't think they're looking to do a rebuild at that point. I don't think Coach Carroll's looking to rebuild at 71 years old. I think that they're going to look to reload. And so in doing that, they're going to look to find a quarterback who, though he may be young, though he may be cheap on a rookie deal, be still probably a talented guy. UE2K, JJ Watt would be an incredible addition, but he'll demand more money than we can pay. That does seem to be the indicator here. When you hear Cleveland at the front of the class here as being the lead dog for him and his services, it tells me that he wants to go to winner, but he also wants to be paid. It's two things. It's not just a one thing. Flag, you never know, man. I get where you're coming, though, Flag, with the hesitancy on going cheap at the running back as far as not having talent. You do still have a first-round pick there in Penny where it could work. And again, Flag, too, even if you went cheap out the gate, if you were seeing it didn't work, if going with just some also-ran guys with an upgraded offensive line wasn't working at that point, you still have a little bit of money at that point to go make a midseason deal for a running back out there. And there always seems to be some kind of running back out there. Somebody out there that you can go pluck that's actually a pretty decently talented guy. What do I think of the running back for the Panthers, Mike Davis? Well, we had a good view of him last time he was here. He's your juker. He loves his jump cuts. He can break tackles like as good as just about anybody in the NFL, and he does it, by essentially just breaking people's ankles. So he makes him a real fun back to watch. He runs strong. I mentioned earlier in the live stream, Chase, it's a little bit like he's watching him last year. He was running as a guy that was fighting to stay in the NFL. Who was saying, you're not going to rip this chance from me. You're not going to rip the opportunity. I'm getting this chance. I'm getting this shot now. McCaffrey goes down. I'm going to seize this bull by the horns. And I think that he did that. Great to see from his stance of things to still be hungry like that. Do I want to rely on him? Is he a guy that I'm looking to target? Not outside of getting him very, very cheap. In Utero says, Belichick loves Tyler Lockett. Let's trade him. Hey, they need wide receiver help big time. And does Belichick want to go young at wide receiver again next year? Does he want to continue to hope he can draft well when he's not drafted well at the wide receiver position throughout his time there in New England? They've been very poor at finding wide receivers. All the best ones that they seem to get, they're able to pull it from other teams. That would be a great landing spot for him. That would. Yui says, don't think Lockett brings enough in a trade, draft too deep, and free agent market filled with cap casualties. If Seahawks are serious about trading an asset for draft picks, it's either Adams or Wagner. So let me address a couple of that, Yui. He may not bring enough in a trade. You might be right on that. So there is some validity to that. The regards to it's too deep a draft, so Tyler Lockett won't be moved because there's too many wide receivers. Last year had one of the most deepest wide receiver drafts we had seen in recent memory. The Minnesota Vikings still got a first-round pick for Stephon Diggs. Stephon Diggs is not a top 3 wide receiver in this sport. Maybe top 5, but I don't know if he's even a top 5 wide receiver in this sport. So that's not really going to inhibit it from necessarily happening. As far as the free agent market filled with cap casualties, that's very true. But the one part of this free agency, Uwe, that you look at and see, and that's very clear, is that the wide receiver market is very thin. T.Y. Hilton, Corey Davis, these are the names that are available. That's not really going to get anybody super excited out there. And when I look at the cap casualty list as I've looked at it so far, I don't see a lot of receivers as being the ones that are targeted. Maybe Odell, but outside of Odell, not a lot of guys off the top of my head that stand out to me. And being that that's the case, that it's actually kind of a weak free agent market, still a weak free agent market after the cap casualties, does that then maybe open the door for a trade? Brian, Chase Stern, Davis is just Hyde in different uniform. Davis is a lot different player than Carlos Hyde is. A lot different Hyde. Maybe as far as production, Brian, but they're completely different players. Cameron, Lockett was actually an early 3rd round pick. Oh, okay. There we go. I think he's like right there. Something, yeah. I forget. Jeremy, you don't trade 2 firsts, then turn around and trade him the next year. Yeah, I agree, Jeremy. I've not liked any of the thought process of folks saying that we need to move on from Jamal Adams. I'm not a fan of this take. I think it's, over recent years, you've went out and made early season trades that you had to make, trying to upgrade the team, going for a Super Bowl. Your Sheldon Richardson trade, where you give up a 2nd round pick. Your Jadeveon Clowney trade, where you give up a 3rd round pick. And you got nothing back after a year of play from those guys. To continue this trend and to continue to do that way, that's a way you deep six your roster, by keeping to make those moves. This is not a sunk cost situation from my standpoint. It's not like Adams came in and did nothing for you last year. He was a little bit injured and beaten up a bit. He arrived late to pick up your scheme late. I don't see that there's any reason to move on from him, or that he's even in the option. Huey says, I think about moving on from Lockett like the Packers moving on from Jordy Nelson. QB didn't like it, and the team didn't benefit from it on the field. But there's only so much cash. That's what it comes down to, man. There's only so much cash. And Huey, there's only so much cash. You have to pay DK Metcalf in a year from now. Tyler Lockett is due a contract extension per the environment you have set up on this team over the last 10 years. Nothing just happens as a one-off thing. There's other things in addition to that one thing. And again, it's very easy to get in simplistic-minded approaches to coming to conclusions about things, but it's much better to get a little bit more intricate in the thought process, adding in different parts to assemble your argument. And that's what I'm trying to do with the Tyler Lockett potential trade. Blake Peterson, should the Seahawks do a Sonics jersey mashup for a game if it was allowed? Yes, but not the jersey that happened recently. Okay, I don't want those last jerseys that were like somebody threw up on the front of this jersey. I want some of the old school stuff, maybe. Some of the old school, that clean green. I like that. Tommy Eden, what do you think about trading Tyler and making a move for LBJ? Ooh, Tommy. Sexy. The way that would have to work would be that I'm saving money in that deal. So I would expect that the Browns are probably going to, whether they trade or whatnot, they're going to do something with OBJ to move off of him. I would imagine probably just release when it's all said and done. I don't know if anybody's really moving for him in a trade. But I think his cost at a base salary standpoint is very similar to Tyler. Now, maybe he's a slightly younger player, but then he's also coming off an ACL. So as a trade, I don't like it. As OBJ got released, and now OBJ goes out and finds his market is such that he can't be paid but an average of $7 million per year right now, that's where his value is at as far as the league considers him. Okay, well, now you got me interested, because you're talking about player release. Doesn't count against the draft compensation value. You're talking about to get a guy about $4.5 million less than what you're paying Tyler Lockett, who probably give you very close to the same kind of production. I'm a little bit on board with that. And those folks that are like, well, wait, OBJ's injury prone. Well, yeah, but Tyler's had some injuries as well. So not the only one. In utero, I miss watching Sherman run the route better than the wide receiver. In utero, I do too. That was the one thing when I looked at Caleb Farley. You guys wanted Richard Sherman in this draft. Caleb Farley is a guy, maybe part of the reason I like him so much. He's going to be very similar. If you put Caleb Farley into the same cover 3 system that Seattle runs most of the time and have him cover up over the top, give him a coach like Coach Carroll says, you do not get beat ever. This guy could be very much like Richard Sherman, like throw deep at your peril, because he's going to pick you off time and time again. Just he's really good about staying over the top on routes and not letting a receiver get by him. Like his game a lot in that respect. He reminds me a lot like Richard in that respect. Gino says, seriously hope the Seahawks go all in on this offseason. The laid-back approach isn't working. It's win now. Stop thinking about the upcoming years. Yeah, especially when you think about the process of this being Russell Wilson and potentially the last season with Russell Wilson if it doesn't get right. I mean, that should put some urgency, a sense of urgency to the situation, in my opinion. 100%. And I hope they take that route as well, Gino. Spencer Smith, really hard to think of a foolproof free agent plan for this offseason. Seattle's an uphill battle, but I think the number one priority is securing Brandon Scherff off the bat. Also, would love Kareem Hunt as well. So Spencer, I know why you're going with those 2 players, so I'm not going to knock you on those 2 players. The issue I have with Brandon Scherff, and this is a thing that people who were on the Brandon Scherff train have not yet explained to me a little bit on how it's going to work. You've got Damian Lewis, you just drafted, as a pure right guard. There's a difference between the right guard and the left guard. There's a positional difference, a skill difference. You ask them to do 2 separate things, okay? They're same position in that they're guard, but they do 2 separate kind of things to a degree. And so when you have a guy in Lewis who is a good right guard for you in your Pro Bowl level play, and now you're going to bring in Brandon Scherff, who's now a right guard as well, what are you going to do with Damian Lewis? The answer seems to be somewhere between, I'm going to move Damian Lewis to left guard, and then when somebody says, well, wait a second, he struggled in pass protection last year at the right guard. He was a phenomenal run blocker, struggled in pass protection. At right guard, he can be covered up a little bit by the center and helped by the center in his pass protection. When you move him over to left guard, you're putting him back out on an island now, and all of those deficiencies are going to be laid to bear. So that's not really feasible to do that. Then they go, well, okay, then move him to center. He played 1 game at center last year. Okay, we'll move him to center. No, he's a right guard. That's what he is, and he may become a Pro Bowl right guard on a cheap rookie deal, cheap 3rd-round rookie contract for us right now. You don't move off of that. And then when it comes to Brandon Scherff, he's the same arguments in place. He's been a phenomenal right guard. He's done all this work on the right guard side. Now you're going to flip him over to left guard? Well, then does that remove some of the value of signing him at that point? And is he as effective a player at left guard as he was at right guard? And if he's not, but you're paying the price of the effective right guard play, then again, isn't this a misallocation of resources? Aren't you now paying for something that you're then not getting? So if you can walk me through those aspects of that, I'd be interested, Spencer. And when it comes to Kareem Hunt, John Schneider's on the record as saying that if he has any proof of a player having laid their hands on a woman, proof, video, he will not sign that player under any circumstances whatsoever. So Kareem Hunt, though very good player, will not be considered by John Schneider, unfortunately. Sorry to be a wet blanket on that one for you, buddy. Obi-Wan, only way Shaq, Carson, or KJ stays is if they test the market. No one wants them, and they come back for a 1-year deal on a discount. I agree. I'd probably add Bruce Irvin to that as well, Obi-Wan. I'd probably add Bruce Irvin to that as well. Uwe says, must bust out the gate with O-line. Basically the only priority. Everything else is secondary. I agree, man. I agree. Muff Turtle, should we sign William Jefferson III from the Bengals? A very interesting player. Very interesting player. First year out the gate, he was phenomenal, highly rated, just awesome. Last couple of years, he's struggled a little bit by Pro Football Focus grades, but he's a big corner. He would fit into Seattle's mold. He could play the zone stuff, I think, pretty well. He would be an interesting guy to target, and if he's a guy they looked at, I'd be pretty excited by him because I think he does still have some potential. I think there's a part of me that thinks his best days might still be ahead of him. Flag Sabbath says, we got any guys that we could tag and trade? No, not this year, Flag Sabbath, because the depressed cap is going to inhibit a lot of teams. We already have a bunch of teams already over the cap fighting just to get underneath. And whoever trades for the guy that you essentially have on the salary cap, you've got to be willing to ride out that franchise tag. So if you had Chris Carson on a franchise tag, well, you got to be willing to carry the 13 odd million you got to put on the cap then for that running back. And because the teams are going to be so pulled down by their cap situation, I don't think that they're going to have the opportunity to really do that. That means that there's nobody you could really do that with. So sadly, I think the franchise tag this year is going to be used at the bare minimum across the league than it's been used at all in recent years. Because teams you have to have the cap space to do it. If you franchise a given guy, you've got to have the space immediately there under the cap. You can't be over the cap for past a certain period. I forget when it is, but once the new league year hits, essentially. That's what it was. William Jackson. Yeah, that threw me off the William Jefferson too, but I knew what he meant, Cameron. William Jackson was what he's meaning. Randall Flag says, is that... Randall, you got a question in the chat, man. Flag's got a question for you. Cameron, if Lockett doesn't break his leg, top 5 kick return punt returner of all time, can't convince me otherwise. Dude had 4 kick return touchdowns in his first 6 games. I agree with you. I think that hurt him a bit, Cameron, on that. I think the other thing too, Cameron, is that right about that time they changed the rules finally too, didn't they? Like they moved wasn't it the 25-yard line rule thing came into play at that point? There was some extra thing. They couldn't hold hands anymore. Like they used to have the linemen hold hands on kickoffs to make sure they were close to each other, and then they would just running forward as a wave of humanity at the opposition, and that was causing a lot of the concussions. I think they made a couple of tweaks to the rules as well, right after Lockett got in here that also kind of just took away the kick return game. Flag says, I think they're going to end up trading Reed because all the reported interviews they've had with college guys are defensive linemen. Could be. You do save $8.6 million by moving off of him, Flag. So he's one of those 4 or 5 guys on this roster that do carry a cap hit that's significant enough that you could move off from him and save that money, maybe putting it in better places. Paul Manning says, Wilson has played hard for the team, so he deserves to be able to have input. Well, Paul, if it's a matter of any player that plays hard for the team deserving to have input, don't you go down kind of a slippery slope at that point? And if that's the case, if playing hard for a given team earns you the right to have a say on that football team and the personnel decisions and in the hiring of the coaches, well, then why hasn't any other team in the league done that? Why doesn't any other team allow players that kind of control? If that's a model that works, if that's a model that hey, this is the way to do it. Jeremy says, Russ bitching about getting sacked should look in the mirror. He's to blame for some of those sacks. He is indeed. And I don't think he's owned enough of his own share of the blame in this process in not moving his game forward in the way that it should have been moved by this point in time in his career. I think that he thinks there's a little bit of this, I'm without any blame here. It's all the team. It's all mismanagement of Carroll. It's all John Schneider and his piss poor drafting. And I'm out here as a miracle worker turning water into wine every week. I think that that's the narrative that Russell Wilson would like to have out there into the national perspective, but that is not the narrative that is the truth. Cameron Hughes, the only way Mac Jones goes number 1 is if Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, and Trey Lance died. True, facts, man. I don't see him going in the top 15 in any way, shape, or form. I agree with you, Ed Nutero. I don't have a problem with them having input, but having a say in things and him dictating and determining, no. I think there's a difference between those two things. I'll do the latter. I won't do the former. Randall says, if we convert Russ' salary to a bonus, does that push dead money to 2022 and hinder a potential trade? If we see the team not doing that move, it might be a sign of what's to come. First part, very, very salient point. On the second part of that, Randall, if we don't see them convert this into bonus money, it would absolutely be an indicator to me that the trade is probably going to happen next year. Because this would be a no-brainer way of creating that kind of cap space to create it without having to lose any players right off the top for this particular season. As to how much then that costs you, as I understand it, so I think he's somewhere in the neighborhood of like 20 million or something is his base salary. You convert it to, and this is all off the top of my head, so I'll try to do these numbers for the next show and have this more exact. But that would take you into a new 4-year territory, right? So you'd have 4 more now years going forward, or through the end of the contract of that bonus money hitting and split up evenly over that time period. So $5 million a year. He'd eat the first $5 million of that up on next year. That would lead $15 million. That then, if you then did move off of him, that money would accelerate. How much of it would accelerate then at that point? in addition to the bonus money that was then already on the books. Well, I believe at that point you're looking at 15 million, and then it's probably in the neighborhood of, and don't hold me to this, I'm spitballing this. It's probably in the neighborhood of about $28 million would be the dead money hit moving off from him next year if you turn it into bonus money, Randall. So I don't think it would increase off the $39 million it's costing this year. It would still go down because there's another year of this contract he recently signed. That means he would be 3 years in after next year past the deal of his initial signing, past the initial signing point. So some of that money has cleared off. Some of that bonus money is gone at that point, even with you creating that $10 million more now of cap for the space, and $20 million really more of bonus money. Ori Huang, how you doing, Ori? Noah Rice, where do you see Russell Wilson going? Well, it depends. If we're asking the question of this season, somebody trading for him right now, Noah, then it would be my three teams would be, and not necessarily in this order, but I think Miami would be the front runner. New York would be the kind of the secondary team, and then Las Vegas would be your dark horse. If we're talking about next offseason, I think that there's a real chance that the New York Giants would jump into that fray at that point. I think they certainly would give him a very close look-see. You could see maybe Dallas at that point if they've got Dak Prescott out the door and they figured out the contract, they go for Russell instead. And Jerry certainly has been willing to go all in on draft picks before first-round picks to get a guy out of Seattle. Look at Joey Galloway. I mean, they gave us 2 first-rounders for Joey Galloway, which was a nicely sum back in the 90s for Joey. So I think those would be the teams going into next year that you would probably take a look at and say would be potentials. I think Las Vegas would be another team too if they just sit on Carr one more year. Would be again another team next year would look at it. Gino says DJ Fluker said on Twitter he wants to be back in Seattle. Should they pick him up? If he wants to come back, Gino, on a cheap 1 year, $1 million deal, sure. He's not a left guard, though. You don't want him. He's got all the pass protection limitations that I talked about with potentially Brandon Scherf and with Damian Lewis. You've got with him. But as a guy as a backup, a guy who could maybe potentially come in at right tackle in a pinch if you had to, I'd be open to it, but he's got to come back on a cheap deal. I don't think Russ wouldn't need to have a say if the front office had created a great defense or any great unit. Maybe not, I guess. I don't know. Again, though, this players don't tend to have a say on things. Having input is one thing. Having your voice heard is one thing. Having actual say on things is something that's just a bridge I can't cross with players myself. Tommy Eden, take the emotion out of it. What is the better move? Get Pete to change or leave, or continue with Pete's approach, get a game manager and still stay in the 80s? Serious question. I go back and forth. I think I end up lying more and more at the fact that there's a reason there's not 70-year-old coaches in the sport. And I don't care how young at heart you are. I don't care how you're the outliner anomaly of everything. I tend to come back again and again, Tommy, the fact that once you get at 70, you should probably be retiring. I've had a lot of interactions with my life with 70-year-old plus men. Not a lot of those interactions I've had with those 70-year-old plus men have I said, man, they are so on the ball and smart, and there's nothing that gets by them. They're on top of everything. Quite the opposite. The details, schmetails, and things slip their mind, and stuff gets a little bit messed. So I'm more in the favor of I would have rather have gone the leave route with Carroll. I would have rather brought an offensive-minded head coach to come in here, rebuild this offensive line, build the offense around Russell wholeheartedly at that point, but go in that different direction for that dynamic mind. And they didn't do it, but I think I would have firmly have gone in that direction. Oh, okay, Cameron. So we meant John and Carol. Okay. Brian says Fluker might make a good low-cost, short-term replacement for Iapati as you groom a younger draftee. So no, he's not a left guard. Again, folks, there's a difference between right guard and left guard. It's like the left tackle to right tackle, right? A right tackle can't necessarily play left tackle, right? So why do we think that a right guard can necessarily play left guard? You don't just necessarily make that jump and that leap. It's 2 different positions. 2 different requests of what you ask of those positions. Yui says, I am right on Griffey. All of the losing was part of his decision. He wouldn't have left the Yankees to go to the Reds. Well, again, you're showing a little bit of your lack of knowledge on this situation, Yui, because Junior would have never played for the Yankees. That was the one organization that he declared that he would never play for. And if he's going to play for a winner, Yui, why did he go to the Cincinnati Reds, who weren't winning at that time? My goodness, sometimes with the arguments people propose on stuff. No, you're actually completely wrong in this respect. Griffey pointed out to this in his press conference and coming into Cincinnati. Go look up his own words. Go read the words that he actually said. He left because he wanted to be in his hometown, wanted to play for his hometown team, and he wanted to be closer to his family in Florida. I can't even believe you're contending me on this stuff, Yui. Like, this stuff is general knowledge. General knowledge. It was A-Rod who said that he was going for someplace for supposedly the winning aspect of it. And then he chose the Rangers, who were a bottom dweller the previous year. I think you might be confusing A-Rod. Yeah, Jeremy hit it on too. Griffey would have never played for the Yankees. Honestly, Uwe, when you say the Yankees part of that, you're showing a little bit of your slip on the lack of knowledge on that. He hated the Yankees. Jonathan Salazar, we can't compare Russell Wilson to Tom Brady, which is the GOAT. I love Wilson, but come on, we can't compare them. I agree, Jonathan. You can't. You can't use Tom Brady and go, well, Tom does this, so we'll do this with Russ. Tom Brady is the heads and shoulders above any other quarterback that's played this sport. And it's now beyond the point of being able to argue it. It really is. It just is. It is. It is what it is on it. And Russell's not reached that spot. Yui says, do you think if Russell had not spoken out publicly, would the Seahawks have made serious changes to how they construct this team, or would they have continued with the status quo? I don't think that Seattle's doing anything differently or changing anything for Russell Wilson at this point in time. I don't think that they are. I think that they're letting the situation play out. Part of this is that we haven't heard from them, and that they've been dead silent through all this. As Russell's firing those shots across the bow, they're remaining quiet. I think ego is a big thing in the sport of football, and it's this thing that it exists at the general manager level, it exists at the player level, it exists at the coaching level. I don't think any of those people like to be told what to do about their given profession. And I can't help but think that John Schneider and Carroll over there kind of smiling, going, okay, you can do our job better than us? You know better than us, Russ? I don't know. Flag Sabbath says, Griffey let me sit with his wife, son, and George Carl when he was rehabbing with the Rainiers. It was my 12th birthday, and he moved my family and friends, and I sat with his family. Awesome, awesome guy. I love to hear it. Griffey will be one of my all-time favorite heroes. I mean, growing up, my all-time heroes growing up was, and when I was a kid, for me, it's Largent and Griffey. You know, a little bit of Peyton and Kemp in there too, of course, but it was Largent and Griffey that were really the guys that you idolized kind of growing up and stuff. That's why you am a little touchy on this. I know Griffey, man. I know Griffey down to the nth degree. Have a good night, Flag. Thanks for hopping on in. Maxwell Sturge says, I think Penny could have a breakout season with the new OC. I agree. Part of the reason of this that I've spoken to is that the new offensive coordinator is spoken to, I'm going to make you defend every blade inch of grass. And he's speaking towards horizontally rather than just vertically, which we've been a very vertical obsessed team recently. Got to get that deep shot down the field. But he's going to do things he's going to spread you out wide. He's going to try to take advantage of a lack of speed on your defense. And he's going to do that outside the tackles a lot, which just fits really well into what Rashad Penny does. Really well into what he does. So I agree with you. He's the guy that I think most benefited on this roster, Maxwell, the second that Shane Waldron was brought in. Cameron says, I'm telling you, bro, John Gruden would do anything for Russ. I remember watching Monday Night Football back in the day and just listening to John absolutely gush over the guy the whole game. I could see it, man. I could see them jumping those waters, Cameron. I don't disagree, man. I could see it happening. The Raiders are crazy enough to do it too. I mean, really in deeper than what we're thinking about as far as compensation goes. Yui says people act like Russ wants to be in the war room drafting. He didn't bring it up, but when pressed, he said better to be involved in those conversations more often. Well, he did say he wanted to have a say in the hiring of the offensive coordinator, and I thought it was say in personnel decisions. But again, it's what is there to believe, Yui, that he has any better ability to draft or pick out players than Coach Carroll and Schneider? They've got years of wisdom. They've got decades of knowledge far beyond Russell just by the sheer fact that they're older than him, and that's what the specialty has been of their job. What is there in Russell Wilson that has shown that he's able to assess talent in any way, shape, or form? Because he wanted Antonio Brown here last year? Really? That we're going to base it on that? Which was a big risk no matter how you slice or dice it? I mean, the folks that say Russell should have this say in these matters, why? What do we have based upon that he can do any better of a job? What, because they've done it so poorly that he couldn't possibly have done it worse than they've done it? I think that's a false narrative in the situation myself. Curious says, what's the quarterback class like in this year's draft? Does it help Wilson's cause? I don't think it helps or hinders Wilson's cause, really. I think he's looking at this really, Chris, with an eye towards next offseason, not this offseason as far as being moved. I think the quarterback class next offseason might be a little bit weaker than this one, so that would help him. More quarterback needing teams at that point. It doesn't help this offseason, for instance, with Russell being maybe on the market where you had Goff, Stafford, and Wentz, and maybe even Sam Darnold on the market in addition to the quarterbacks. That's going to reduce down the size and frame of potential teams that would come into this. So it probably helps him out by next year a little bit. This year's quarterback class looks all right. There's a lot of people that like it a lot more than I do. I'm not as big on Justin Fields or Zach Wilson. Both of those guys with them, I'm meh on both of them. I'm intrigued by Trey Lance. I'm intrigued by him on a team where it's like what we've talked about, where you build a team up around him and then you bring him in to do certain set skill things, certain specific things within the offense. I think he could maybe flourish in that role a little bit. And I think Trevor Lawrence is just awesome. I don't think he's overhyped at all. I think he's legitimate. Oh, Nathaniel, thank you for mentioning that. Do please smash the like button if you happen to be on in here. Please, please, please do. It does help me out a lot. Huey says Raiders or Washington would give up 3 first-round picks tomorrow. I agree. I think if you trade him this year right now, you get more than 3 first-round picks, I think. Cameron says the only guys worth drafting are Lawrence and Lance, but I'd only draft Lance if I had a guy in front of him. He had only 1 year of college production, if I'm not mistaken. It's correct. And then he barely played this year. So, yeah, I would probably have the same kind of feeling on that, Cameron. But those are the 2 guys I like as well. John Staff says trading Lockett should be a priority. His continued injury cycle is too much. Yeah, it seems like he kind of wears down as the year goes on, doesn't it, John? Seems like he starts out really strong and hot, and that little body starts to break down a little bit, and he's not quite the same player, not quite as dynamic by the end of the year. He's not a yak guy at all, despite the fact he's an undersized guy who you'd expect him to be able to do a little bit of that yak stuff, coming with a kick return, punt return background, but he's really a guy that catches the ball and then just falls down on the ground. He's, $11.5 million you're paying him next year. Brings in some draft capital if you were to trade him. Relieves you of some cap space at that point. So a lot of reasons that just makes a lot of sense to move on from Lockett this particular offseason. Juan Davis, you love me forever, man. I love you too, bro. Thank you so much, Juan. AI says my new hashtag is hashtag fleece the Raiders. I love it. I love it, man. I love it. They would be the team most likely we could fleece of all of them in that respect. And Utero says, my whole thoughts with Jaron Reed is he's our equivalent of Brandon McBain. A little bit in Utero. I mean, the thing you got to remember about Brandon McBain is he was really a one-tech early down guy when he was really even at his best. I mean, he could do some rushing of the passer at times. He could give you a little bit. That waned as his career went by. By the time Carroll got here and McBain had been here for a couple of years, he wasn't exactly that kind of pass rusher. Whereas Jaron Reed, who did also have some of those one-tech beginnings, is now more of a 3-tech as his career has gone along. So they kind of do 2 different things, but the leader and the stalwart and the foundational guy as it's sat for the last couple of years, I'm in agreement with you on that, as far as Reed being that equivalent to McBain. Devin Martzall, how you doing, Devin? What's the scoop on John Ursua? Is he just not quite good enough? He reminds me of Baldwin in a way. He would be super cheap. The key with him is he's a slot specialist, Devin. So to get onto that active roster and be that number 3 or 4 or 5 wide receiver on this team, you got to be able to play on the outside. You already have Tyler Lockett as your slot specialist, so for him to get on the field, you kind of have to have Lockett go down. It just doesn't make sense because he's 5'9", and he only has 30.5-inch arms. The Seahawks look for 33-inch arms from both their cornerbacks and their receivers. So at 30.5 inches, they're not going to trust you on the outside at that point to be able to go up and get those trust throws. He looked good to me at the little small spurts that he's been in, but he's an older player, probably a fringe roster guy. He's here kind of as a stopgap if there's anything that does happen with Lockett. If Lockett were to be moved, he's a guy who now has a lot more potential with the team at that point. Cameron says, I never really understood the Ursula hype. Same with Disley. Ursula just didn't have the insane explosiveness Baldwin had in his routes. Yeah, he wasn't a sudden stop-start that Baldwin had to him. I'm a little bit more on the Disley train. I think Disley still has some potential to him, Cameron. Give him another year with that lower leg injury. Maxwell says, who is someone that you think will have a breakout year? The two candidates for me, Maxwell, would be Rashad Penny and Marquise Blair. I still think Marquise has a lot of talent, a lot of ability. I think you can get him on the football field and let him shine. I think he can show you something. Just as a third guy, I'll give you Alton Robinson. I think he had a really strong rookie year, and pass rushers don't tend to come out of the box really well refined. They tend to take a little bit of time, so they give you something initially. That's something to get excited about. Michael Barker, the NFL has been bailing out boneheaded receivers that toss away the ball before being touched down. This giving himself up is not in the rule book. Take a knee or it's live. We aren't mind readers. Yeah, I agree with you. I don't think, they don't get a given up. Have a good night, Jose. Appreciate you hopping in, my mod. Cameron agrees with me on Marquise Blair having a breakout year. Rage Real Sade. How you doing, Rage Real Sade? Hello. Emma Brown, what changed? Pete signed a new contract. That's why Russ is doing all of this. Homie thought the torture was almost over. Maybe. I would think that Carroll and Russell are talking to a degree, Emmett, and that it's not a thing where there's a point where they haven't been expressing to each other plans or desires or what they're looking to do. I would like to think that Russ was well aware that Coach Carroll was looking to have to be in this for a couple of years moving forward around the last time of the contract negotiations. That would seem like a pretty important point, being Russell to say, what is your intentions here, Carroll? Are you here for the next year or two? When are you going to retire? You're getting older. So I kind of would think on the other end of that, Emmett, he would have already have known that. He would have known that he was going to be signing that extension if everything held strong. Seahawks Info 66. How you doing, Seahawks Info? You're one of the smartest football channels I see. Really good football knowledge. Thank you. I appreciate that. I really do, man. Thank you for watching and your kind comments. I try to be as educated as I can. I do a lot of research to try to make sure I'm not speaking out of school here. I get things wrong, but I try. My goal is to shoot to know what I'm talking about. Cameron says, with all due respect, I don't think drafting a quarterback every 3 years is the way I do it. Drafting a great quarterback is pretty hard, so you're bound to mess up half the quarterbacks you draft. I think that the thing with that, Cameron, is it's how many quarterbacks who even have limitations over recent years who've been drafted with complete teams have been able to have a lot of success with those complete teams. I can look at a guy, Jared Goff, Carson Wentz, Dak Prescott. I think that we've got a lot of guys, even got Patrick Mahomes to a degree, who get to, Mahomes is uber talented, but he's been able to benefit from what he's also had around him. I think that there's a going theory here that there's a lot more quarterbacks in the next few years that are going to come out, and the bust rate's gone a lot further down than ever before. The bust rate for quarterbacks was much worse 10 years ago than it is now. They're doing a better job of looking at these guys, especially the top end guys. And if you target the right one and you make that right pick, and it's every few years, and you're finding a way to get in and target that certain set guy at the mid first round space, let's say, I think it's a potential way of sustaining a team. No team's been willing to do it, Cameron, to your point. No willing team's wants to go in those deep waters. They're uncertain. They're unproven. It would require an innovative mind to be thinking forward in how you did it. But man, the type of roster you'd be able to build around that rookie quarterback would be so good at that point. It would make that quarterback's job so much easier at that point. It intrigues me. May not work, but it intrigues me. Rage Real Sade. What is Hollywood Russ? What is Hollywood Russell? Hollywood Russell is the Russell that, is now growing into the I'm worrying about my legacy and my Q rating, and I've got a perfume out. I mean, that pretty much should be all I have to say about a quarterback. Like, what is a Hollywood quarterback? They have a perfume out. Oh, okay. End of story. When my starting quarterbacks reach the point that he's got a perfume, it starts to grate on me a little bit at that point. You know, I start to wonder about there being other distractions out there, and football not always being as high a priority as it should be. And I'm not questioning Russell Wilson's work ethic. I'm questioning whether or not he's got his, too many distractions out there at times to make sure that he's mastering the sport and the game and his position in the way that he should have been mastering it 10 years into the sport. In utero, I miss Go Hawks Russ too. He doesn't even rally the guys on the sidelines anymore. Now, there wasn't a lot of fire at him in the back half of the schedule. And maybe some people have proposed that he really got hit with a side ball midway through the year, that he had been finally let to cook. He was finally flourishing. He was finally getting to show what he could do, has a run of 1 or 2 games, and then Coach Carroll loses complete faith in him and bails and dials back the offense. And I think there's something to be said for Russell having to really swallow that bitter pill in that moment of going, dang, man, that's kind of cold-blooded with that, That's kind of rough with that. I could see that being a tough one for Russ in that respect. I really could. So maybe some of that was the reason for that lack of fire, that lack of being seemingly as into it. Cameron Hughes says, I can tell why your favorite player is Steve Largent. Why is that, Cameron? Because I'm old. Huey, the new quarterback every 3 years is a smarter way to construct a team, but you have to build a great team to add to that quarterback. My complaint is the Seahawks haven't done that since the Legion of Boom. Lucky or good? Well, what did you have in the Legion of Boom, Huey? This is where the key point to that, right? What did you have in the Legion of Boom? A cheap quarterback on a rookie deal so you could pay out the rest of the roster. When I'm building out the rest of the roster, when I got money to spend, when I'm like Oprah giving out cars, then you get a strong safety, and then you get a top-end cornerback, and you get 2 pass rushers on the defensive line, and you get 2 quarterbacks that can fly around the ball, and you get an offensive line that can block anybody and drives everybody off the ball, and you get receivers on the outside, and you got a running back. When I can do that, right, one of those things goes bad. One of those big strengths I built up doesn't work. I get a safety goes down for a season-ending injury. Well, I still have all these other parts of my team I've built up. I still have all these other different strengths. So I would argue within that, rather than being reliant on one player or one positional group at that point, you're building to the team. And you can now suffer that little bit of that loss. You get that room for error that you don't have now when you're paying to the quarterback. So I don't think it was lucky in how they did it. I think it was the fact that they had the resources to build off of, the resources to utilize to go get Michael Bennett on a cheap 1-year deal, Cliff Averill on a cheap 1-year deal. The way they were able to build out the rest of that roster. I didn't take it as a diss, Cameron. I got it. It's all good, man. Mark Cox says, when Malik Jackson gets cut by the Eagles, that could be a nice depth signing on a discount. He would be a guy you could take a look at, Mark. He would. I'd wonder how much does he have necessarily. I'd want to look at where his Pro Football Focus grades, see a little bit of his tape the last couple of years. Because I've watched a little bit of Eagles here and there, and I haven't seen him flash a ton. But I'm open to it. I'm open to seeing what he's got going on. James Craig, what would it take to get Derrick Henry to Seattle? What would it be? Would it be worth it? Henry and Tannehill for Russ. What? No, Russ wants to go to a major market, so he's not going to want to go to Tennessee. He's going to want to go to a major market, and he's got to waive his no-trade clause to make that happen. There's no way that Derrick Henry moves off of the Titans. He's so important to what they do there. I also think that Derrick Henry's really not at his best unless he has a top run-blocking offensive line in front of him. He needs a little bit of time to get himself up to speed. By the time he gets to the hole, he wants to be at full speed so then he can really bust off that big run. If he's got guys penetrating into the backfield early on and he's having to shake guys off of him, he's not going to get the time to get up to that full speed, and I don't think he would be as effective behind the Seattle Seahawks offensive line in the way that it's currently constructed. I think he's in a real good place for where he needs to be. And as well, I've got to wonder here as we go forward, James, he's had a good amount of carries now over the last few years here. At what point or another is he going to wear down a little bit? Those running backs, they don't last a long time, man. They don't. And I do wonder about that with him if it's maybe coming down a little bit. If we've maybe seen the best seasons of Derrick Henry up until this point. Cameron says, I think it worked with the Seahawks because nobody was trying to draft tall-ass corners and hadn't seen the way the Seahawks played defense, but now you've literally got Seahawk beater and plays. Yeah, so you do have more of a competition for those 6-foot cornerbacks, Cameron. Teams still do gravitate towards the man-on-man guys, though. So if there's a 6-foot cornerback who's a zone cover corner, a man-on-man team's not going to draft that guy. In this particular draft, I'd say there's a lot of 6-foot-plus zone cover corners, which is unusual and very beneficial to our Seahawks team. That's the thing that's nice about this particular season and how it could set up for us with it. But you're right. More teams are going to the 6-foot corners. Michael says, I think Russ is being proactive. He knows his decline, wants to make a trade look like his idea. That helps his brand. Russ is just protecting his brand. I agree with you there, and it's an interesting thought. Could be the case, Michael. Could be that he understands he's not the player he was, and he's just trying to get out ahead of that for the moment when that does happen. Brent McKinney says, I agree. Look at how few besides Brady ever win another Super Bowl after huge contracts. Quarterbacks like Russ have now overplayed their hand. Agreed, Brent. Agreed. I think quarterbacks have pushed the situation because their agents have pushed them to push it, but none of them have turned away the money. None of them have turned it down. And there's so much data to go off of with this, and we go back to last 20 years. And you go, nobody over 14.5% of the cap has been able to win a Super Bowl. And that guy was Tom Brady. And then behind Tom Brady, it's much further down as far as that percentage and how it goes of the guy that won it. That's a lot of data. And then this recent Super Bowl, Brent, there's only 2 quarterbacks that took a discount in the whole NFL. Those 2 quarterbacks are these quarterbacks that are in the Super Bowl. I don't think that was a coincidence. I don't. And so, yeah, it hamstrings the team, man. It's enough data to go off of to be ignoring that stat, to ignore that what happens when quarterbacks ask for that kind of money is, to me, kind of losing the thread of the argument at that point. John Staff says the Blair injury was a huge blow last year, an underrated playmaker. Yeah, I agree, John. I agree. I think he was ready to really come into his own. He was a guy that could play at a lot of different positions. The Jamal Adams injury, I think he would have been better than Neal at strong safety if you had to slide him in over there. The game where you had Quandre Diggs with New England and he had to go out for the ejection, I think he could have helped you out there a little bit in that game. That one hurt, man. That more than any injury last year, I think that the Blair injury hurt above all else. Maxwell Stern says, who do I think the Ring of Honor player is for the Seahawks? Good question. Oh, man. Really good question. I don't know. I can't think that it's going to be a 90s guy, or an early 2000s guy. It's a good question. I don't know. I mean, I can guess like Cam Chancellor or something like that maybe, but I'm not sure. I'm really not sure on that one, Maxwell. D-Nugget. Hola, the great Brendan Dino is in the house. I am in the house indeed. What's up, D-Nugget? Y2KH says, I like your off-season plan. I would, however, like to keep Green if possible. And so where I landed at with Green and why I was willing to package Green as part of the Diggs trade in order to increase the draft capital you get back as part of a Quandre Diggs trade is because right now you sit with 4 young defensive linemen and you don't know who's going to pop, but you got 4 young guys coming on board here. I'd like to pare that down to 3 and get a certainty guy up in that 4th slot. So Rasheem Green, Darrell Taylor, LJ Collier, Alton Robinson, 4 defensive ends you have on this roster, all at various states of development. Nobody who has fully popped and really proven themselves as of yet. So I move Rasheem Green because you're going into last year your deal. If he pops this year for you, if he goes off Y2K, well, guess what? Now you got to sign him to a contract. And at that point, he's really only giving you one good upper level year of play on that cheap rookie deal. So I don't like that as the way that shakes out if that happens to happen, if he shows out. I'd rather try to get some value for him now rather than being faced with that decision of having to pay him into next year. Maybe he becomes a star. I haven't seen star potential in him really in that respect. So that's what really drives that is I want to flop out that guy for more of a certainty in his place, more of a Jadeveon Clowney or even Everson Griffin or Ryan Kerrigan, somebody that's cheap but that's just a better player and a certain player at this time. Cameron says, Blair brought physicality. Him and Adams would be scary for receivers going over the middle. Agreed, Cameron. I've said you bring Blair, you bring Adams, you bring Jordan Brooks out onto the football field. There's a lot of people getting smacked in the mouth. A lot of slobber knockers going on out there. Brian says the main reason the Lions got what they did for Stafford was the connection with the coach who moved from Detroit to LA. Rams overpaid just to get what they wanted. It will come back to haunt them. Yeah, there's Brian. There's a lot of reasons that teams make trades for quarterbacks and end up overpaying for them. And usually the reasons are never good. Does that mean that it doesn't happen? Does that mean that players aren't overpaid for, especially the quarterback position, which is the most overpaid position in league history? And again, the thing I go back to with Russell Wilson and a Russell Wilson trade, Brian, because Brian's very pessimistic that we get 3 first-round picks. Again, you got to go back to Brian. You've never had a quarterback in his prime, albeit nearing the end of his prime by that point, on the open market and available, who's a Hall of Famer. Hall of Famer in his prime. Hasn't happened. You would get a king's ransom at that point. Brent, True John, that's you're talking to John, sorry. In utero, yep, Russell is all about his brand. When he was in college, he hired a firm to tell him the things he needs to do to be looked by the public and mirror Jeter. Don't believe me? Look into it. No, I do believe you. It's 100%, man. I agree. I think he's very conscious of his public image in this. James Carrig, there's a good chunk of why Brady keeps winning. He's willing to take less money to get a better team. Yeah, this ain't complicated. It ain't complicated. You take up a huge amount of your cap space. It's hard to build out the rest of the team. It is. Breaking news, the Rams O-line coach isn't on the team anymore. Wow. Enrique M., would you like to keep Dunlap or cut him and get Watt? My ideal in that scenario, Enrique, would be that I'd restructure Dunlap and then sign Watt in addition. That'd be my ideal, Enrique. If I've got to choose one or the other, I'm holding on to a Dunlap at this point. I'll keep him on my deal, / sign him to a 3-year, $27 million, make sure he gets all his money from this year, but then move that money out a little bit, massage the cap a little bit out for a couple years. Y2KJ says, I feel Russell Wilson would waste McCaffrey. Russell can't throw screens. I hope our new O coordinator teaches Russell some screen game. Well, it's been a part of the Rams offense, so he's going to, I think, force him to do it a little bit. But certainly Russ wouldn't necessarily utilize him as much in the throw game, but you can line up McCaffrey as a slot wide receiver, and he could be a great slot receiver. And it's also what he would give you in the run game, too. Huey says Russ' salary wasn't stopping Seahawks from building a team for the last 5 years. Russ' cap hit last year, $31 million. Brady's cap hit $28 million, not that much of a difference. Bad drafting is the reason Seahawks aren't better. Again, simplistic approach in your arguments and the way you go about it sometimes, Huey, with this, that does frustrate me when we have this conversation, is you look for the simple method of things rather than trying to look for more of the complicated, nuanced aspect of things. Tom Brady has taken a discount his entire career. He took a discount last year. Russell took and got as much money as he possibly could. Seattle then had to massage those money within the course of his contract into various years to make that work. That's been the way that's had to go. When it comes to as well with Brady, Brady got to cherry pick which team he got to go to, a lot like Peyton Manning did. You give somebody 31 teams to look through and get to pick the right team with all of the things in the right place and all of the team built out correctly with its cheap deals in the right places and then fit within that. That's a hell of a competitive advantage to give a guy to have that kind of pickings, isn't it? Versus you're just on a team picking year to year. So again, simplistic way of going about it doesn't really work for me, Uwe. And again, I've asked you, it must be now a dozen times I've asked you to deal with the fact that no quarterback makes over 14.5% over the last 20 years of the cap. And then and Brady being the only outlier to that situation, there not being any other quarterback. I've asked you, Uwe, now it must be 7 times to address that given point. To address that, because it's not just Seattle who's failed to do it with their magical unicorn quarterback, like you must think of him as. It's not just Seattle who's failed to do that, right? It's every other team in the league who's failed to do that. Those are some good organizations. Those are some well-run organizations out there who have failed to do that. So at what point in time do you accept in your brain? At what point do you actually take it as fact in your heart? You can't pay the quarterback that amount of money and win a Super Bowl. Is it 20 more years of that data you need? Is it 50 years more of that data you need? At what point or another do you get enough of data then to go, well, wait, it's just a mathematical certainty of basically when he's taken up that amount of the cap, I can't build the rest of his team. You still have not addressed that, and I'm going to kind of just keep glossing over your comments now as I see them in regards to this until you do address it, because I need to hear the other side of the point from you on it. And I've asked you a couple times, and you won't say anything about it. You just go, yeah, I know that makes it hard. No, that's not you addressing it saying, yeah, I know it makes it hard. You got to tell me how it's done, because you're holding the Seahawks front office feet to the fire saying, no, you can do it. You can pay this guy, but this guy did it. You got to take Tom Brady out. He's the outlier. He's the anomaly. He's the unicorn, not Wilson here. Brady's the unicorn, not Wilson. Wilson's a whole lot like other guys in a lot of respects under this heading. Maxwell Stern says, can we look the notes from the draft last year and how they went, how their first year went? Well, you can ask me on a guide, Maxwell. I probably can't show you guys everything on my, it's got to be about 150 different players there or something. Grindtron. For the record, Sierra is from close to Houston. I don't think he'd rule out a trade there. If that was the small market he'd get sent to, still want to keep him. That could open the door on it, I guess, Grindtron. I mean, it could for that reason. And if he's willing to be open to it and going to Houston, then I'm open to getting back to Sean Watson in return, a player who's 6 years cheaper than Russell and who might be a better player than him at this point. And it would probably be a very much of a straight up kind of trade at that point. It'd probably be, apples for apples. So if that's the case, Grentron, and he's open to it, I just had never considered he would really be open to Houston because he did seem dead set on wanting to grow that brand in a major, major market. Yeah, Neutero, they told Russ the things he needs to do for the image, public relations of religion marketing. Yep, I'd agree with that. Brent hasn't won a Super Bowl without a top 10 defense. Huey says Brady hasn't won a Super Bowl without a top 10 defense. Just saying it's a team game. Right, Huey, right. So when a player is asking for way more than anybody else on the team gets in a team sport, in a team game, in a salary cap era, and they're going to be selfish like that and want double the next of what the next player is below them on the salary cap scale of the roster building, then they're not really worried about the team at that point, are they? Not tangibly. And one of the reasons that Tom Brady's had a top 10 defense, Uwe, is why? Why? Wait for it. Because Tom Brady takes discounts. That's why. Tom Brady takes discounts. Randall McDaniel says, Corey Davis is intriguing. Super talented, athletic guy who's never had a quarterback. My question would be on his route running. Is he more than a deep ball, contested catch guy? Hard to say, Randall. I mean, he's a pretty good route runner. He was a really good route runner coming out of college. I mean, he was drawing comparisons to Jerry Rice by some folks coming out. Part of the reason he was drafted as high as he was. It just hasn't really ever come together for him. Outside last year, 800 yards plus receiving last year. Pretty good in that respect. And he's intriguing from that mold. I think he'd be a competent receiver here. I think he'd give you a good solid receiver out there on the outside. And he's got some size to him, which I like as well. But he worked with the contested catch stuff would work good with Russell. Berta Price with all this offseason drama with the Seahawks, it's huge turn off to any player via free agency or trade to go to Seattle. It could be. I don't know how much of a draw Seattle's been over the last couple of seasons, off-season wise, when everything's been good, when everybody's been happy. There's not been a lot of guys you've been able to bring into the fold. Y2K says, are there any free safeties in the draft you like? I haven't looked too deeply at the free safety market as of yet, so I'm taking a look. Brian Meyer says, Liam Eichenberg would look good as our second rounder. Yeah, I did actually look at him. Let me take a look at my notes on Eichenberg. And I'm just starting on him. I do see Eichenberg as a top 32. I don't know if he's going to drop into the second round, Brian, but I like him very much. He's very good in Spartan pass protection. He has a plan of attack and executes it well. He's fundamentally sound. Very hard to catch him off balance. He's a guy that just, when he gets set up off of his kick step, I mean, he's going to lock you in and you're just not going to catch him off balance. Really complete guy, not a lot of holes to his game, Brian, which is part of why I thought maybe he could drop into that top 32 for tackles. Some of the other tackles that are very talented in this draft have some deficiencies. Like Sam Cosme's got, some athletic maybe deficiencies to his game a little bit. Maybe not exactly the kind of mover as far as you'd normally like at left tackle. This guy doesn't have maybe some of that stuff to his game. He's a little bit more able to, I think he could do some pulling in that respect. So I don't know, but I'd like him a lot. If we grab him in the second round, I would not be mad, Brian. Not be mad at all. Nick Reader says we should have drafted Zach Moss. He had an okay season for Buffalo. I don't think he lit the world on fire. Blue the Dank, Tyler Lockett is worth it. Okay, so again, I always say to the folks with the Tyler Lockett love, just you got to tell me how this plays out then, Blue the Dank. So you're signing him to a new contract extension, $13 million a year. Then you're going to sign DK to a new contract extension, about $24 million a year. Then you have Russell Wilson on a $38 million a year salary. So then you're going to put $80 million into 3 positions. Is that right, Blue Dank? Would that be the route you'd look to go? Michael, I agree with Penny, has big potential upside. Finally has a chance for a healthy year. Never been healthy enough and young. I think he's fastest. I think he's the fastest running back we have. I agree with all of that, Michael. Agree with all that. And he's been very good even the last couple of years when they've utilized him to the outside. This team just fell so much in love with the inside zone game that they didn't often utilize the running backs to the outside, and certainly not Rashad as much as they should have, which I think this new coaching staff is going to do it. Kay says, should we sign Marlon Mack to replace Carson? He'd be cheaper with his last injury, but hopefully can stay healthy. He doesn't fit exactly in the mold of running back they normally look for, Kay. With the Carson, the Carlos Hyde, the Thomas Rawls, the Marshawn Lynch, the bigger backs that can kind of pull the pile forward a little bit. But cheap, maybe a guy that could come in cheap would be an interesting talent. Yeah, I think he'd be interesting from that standpoint. Certainly would come in cheaper than Carson. James Carrick, anyone know where he is right now with the questions? I'm sorry, I'm blind. Jacob Kramer says Colin was right, though. The offensive line was terrible in the playoffs. Enough is enough. I agree, Jacob. I want to see the offensive line be the highest priority this offseason. So there's some folks in the chat that are mentioning the fact that the Pro Football Focus ratings that had Seattle pass protecting worse over the back 11 games means that the offensive line was complete crap then throughout. But again, in the simplistic approaches that folks take with arguments, it doesn't factor into, again, Russell held on to the ball almost 3 seconds last year on average. Top 5 in the league as far as holding on to the ball for the longest amount of time last year, which is going to lead you to being sacked more. He also, I'm just going to skip past it because I've already talked this point to death on this, so I'm not going to rehash it again. Emmanuel Mendahane, my Patreon. How you doing, Emmanuel? Thank you for coming on in the chat. Emmanuel says, has anyone mentioned Marlon Mack on a cheap 1-year deal? I like how he runs, is coming off that Achilles injury, and might be slow to get going early on in the season. I do. Somebody just had mentioned him above, Emmanuel, and I do like him, but kind of just for the reasons I just mentioned, being that I don't know he fits exactly in the mold of running back they usually look for. But being that he would be a cheap guy, wouldn't cost you maybe a 1-year, $1 million, 1-year, $2 million deal, that might be intriguing to Seattle, especially if they have the medicals that show him, ready to come back. You do get scared with the Achilles, man. Achilles is the one that is the toughest one to come back from, to get the explosiveness back, to get the speed back. It really is. But talented guy. Dark Arch says AFC Championship will be Patriots versus the Colts next season. Patriots? Who's their quarterback, Dark Arch? Who's their quarterback on that one? Defined by definition. Let's see what New England does with a mid-first round pick. Yeah, they got to figure out their quarterback. They've got a lot of holes to be getting back to the conference championship. Maxwell Stern, would I make a mock draft? I will do a mock draft, Maxwell. Sure. I'll start putting one together for sure. Blue the Dank, Diggs is top 10. Stephon Diggs, yeah, I think he's a top 10. Defined by definition said, I'd like to see the Hawks make a selection in the first round, the first this year round. It's fortunately probably not going to happen this year. Dark Rage, Wentz and Stafford are in much better situations now, but I think Goff is in a worse situation. I agree. Defined by definition, I wonder when the Lions are going to roar back and be a winning organization. They've been better, but they're 7-9-7, 8-8 team as of like the past 10 years. I think they buying in as they're seeming to buy in this offseason to a total rebuild and to not trying to just, maybe we can put something together that can be competitive, but knowing they've got to build a big roster up, maybe be, bad to get to the good, and owning that. I think that they're starting to maybe be willing to fleece that. Dark Rage, I don't know that New York looks like they've fleeced Seattle in that trade. I don't agree on that. Yui says Stephon Diggs proved he's definitely in the top 5 conversation. Nonetheless, he's a strong number 1 wide receiver, which Lockett is not. I agree with you there. I don't think he brings anything more than a 3rd rounder. Is that enough for you? Yes, it would be enough for me to get a 3rd rounder for Tyler Lockett at this point. Because again, it comes down to this being, as I've tried to to discuss with these things, Yui. I try to round things out. So it's a multitude of reasons for why you do something. You don't just do something because, well, this thing happened, so then I do it because of that. You go, no, we're going to do this because of A, B, C, D, E, F, G. So you move on from Lockett, partly because you're getting the draft capital back, partly because you don't have a lot of draft capital already, partly because you get some salary cap reduction, partly because you need the salary cap reduction for this offseason, partly because DK Metcalf gets signed another year from now at $24 million a year, partly because Tyler Lockett's due for a contract extension. There's a lot of reasons that go into it. Insanity mixes. Thuney or Andrews would be awesome, and that'd be Andrews being the center from New England as well. This is Insanity. I'm more of a Thuney guy myself, Insanity, but if you got both of them in here, you'd have upgraded both your center and left guard position this offseason, that's for sure. Tim TK421. Jamal Adams to the will, put on 10 pounds or so. I wouldn't be in favor of it, Tim TK. I like him still at the safety position. I know that he had some struggles in coverage this year, Tim, but that's not been historically where Adams has been at throughout his career. Pro Football Focus has him rated pretty highly as far as his coverage rating goes. Throughout his time with New York, I'd expect that you take away some of those injury situations and he might be a little bit better in coverage. Dark Rage says, in my opinion, Josh Allen is criminally overrated dude, constantly overthrows and misses receivers, has the decision-making of a toddler. The fact that he is even compared to Watson is laughable. I don't know about comparison to Watson, but I think he's a pretty good young quarterback. I think he's improving. I think he took a big step forward this particular offseason from what he was the previous year. And I think that there's something to read into that. Yui says, I know the difference between the line positions, but if you can get Thuney, but sure, do you pass on him? The real question is, if Lewis is better at right guard than Ayupati or right. The real question is if Lewis is better at right tackle, guard than Ayupati or Posick. Or I think you're trying to say left guard or center than Posick or Ayupati. No, that's not the question. Because if those players weren't playing the position very well and he's a minor upgrade, then you're still getting potentially league below average position out of a player who was getting you league above average play on a cheap rookie deal prior. Again, in my opinion, not a smart way to roster construct, Yui. And we just may have our situations, Yui, where we just don't agree. I'm arriving that on certain places we have, and certain places I just don't align up with you, man. I don't. I welcome your opinion on it, but we just aren't in the same goat. If you say you understand the right guard and left guard, Yui, then why don't you go ahead and explain to me then how you're going to have a guy in Lewis, you put at left guard, who's going to be worse in pass protection than Ayupati? If you're going to go that route, why are you going to take a step back in pass protection for a guy who... I don't know where you're coming from on that, Uwe. I don't. It's not, to me, it's not smart. It's not a smart way to go with it. Jacob, that's not true. Laughing out. Russ has said he needs to be better multiple times. I don't know about multiple times. And usually when he says he's needing to be better, he's saying it on the heels of throwing somebody else under the bus. I didn't hear it in his press conference at the end of the season when he was throwing his offensive coordinator in the bus. I didn't hear it then. I heard it from Josh Allen at the end of the year. I heard it from Patrick Mahomes at the end of the year. But I didn't hear from Russ. Speak Life 7. That's not true. Russ has said many times that one of the sacks are on him trying to make plays. Yeah, he puts it in there and he puts it in as a way to, this is the thing that he does though, is he hedges it off. It ain't, I just need to be better. And that's the end of the story. And he just brings it in an interview. It's, this is bad and that's bad and that's bad. I mean, I need to do my thing too, but that's what, and he'll say it real fast out of the side of his hand, it's out of his mouth. So we can say that he said it. I don't think that he believes it though. I don't think he believes it. And to back this up, we've heard from former players saying that Russ isn't held accountable in that locker room. That's part of what caused the rift in the first place for a lot of the Legion of Boom era. So there's been stuff to back up what I'm saying on this, being that the accountability stuff with Russell Wilson has not always been there. And I would argue that part of the deficiencies speak life to his game that currently do exist, an ability to be a master pre-snap, an ability to handle any kind of blitz that comes at him, an ability to know where the appropriate place is to go with a hot route, an ability to go through multiple reads on a given play. These are deficiencies that should have been fixed as he'd gone along in his career. Things that he got better at, not that maintained and stayed status quo as they have. That speaks to me about accountability issues and not taking accountability issues. That speaks to me about a player who says, you know what I am right now? I'm good as the player I am. I'm good. I'm fine. I don't need to expand off of it. I can just stay in this lane of what I am, and I'm a superstar, and I'm good enough. I'll work on what I'm good at. I'll work on what I do. I already throw a beautiful deep ball. I'm going to throw an even more beautiful deep ball. No, work on this other stuff I'm pointing to. That other quarterbacks 10 years into the league, Phillip Rivers, Drew Brees, Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, they all had a mastery of this type of stuff. Some of those guys had other deficiencies to their game at that time. Brees with his arm strength, Phillip Rivers with his arm strength. But this stuff that I'm speaking to was stuff that they had mastered by 10 years into the sport. And the lack of mastery is, to me, not a matter of intelligence. I think Russell Wilson is smart enough to pick these attributes up in his game. The reason he hasn't, I think, are leading to the fact that he hasn't put the time in to master them. Huey says, if Russ has a big head, who's to blame for that? Hawks used to have an identity. They don't now. If they do, they're Russell Wilson's team. So I guess, Huey, there's just no place, and this is where I see a lot of the fan base land with Russell, and there's really not a lot of dialogue that we can have back and forth on this, Huey, because folks like you are stuck on the standpoint of nothing can be Russell's fault, or it's his fault to such a minimal level as to not even to be able to really nail it down at all. It's real vagary type stuff as far as whatever faults he have. It's all in the front office. It's all on the coaching staff. It's all on everybody else. We just disagree on that point, Huey. We just disagree, I think, at the end of the day on that. I don't put it all on Russell Wilson, but I think that up until this point, he's been able to escape criticism at a level where, especially the way he played on the back half of the schedule this season, should not have him escape criticism. Should have a lot more people holding his feet to the fire at this time. He's a guy in the middle of his prime, 10 years into this league, and having deficiencies to his game that he shouldn't still continue to have. Part of the reason that pass protection wasn't as good is his lack of mastery pre-snap, Huey. Part of the reason that back half 11 games of the schedule of him holding the ball and him not knowing how to go through his reads and him not going to the proper hot route and then holding the ball and a blitz hits him and it hits him in under 2.5 seconds, but smarter quarterbacks in that place would have gotten the ball out of their hands, i.e. Tom Brady. That lies back on him then. But those are those parts of his game that I know you're not going to own and you're not going to accept on, and we're just, again, going to probably disagree. Michael Smith says, what do you think about Liam Eichenberg? Available in the second round of the Hawks. Would the Hawks go for him? I think they would go for him, Michael Smith. I don't think he's going to be available there. I think he's a real talented guy, a top 32 type talent. The other tackles that are available in that first to second round range, the guys that'll slide in the second round, I think have some... they've got some holes in their game to allow for them to make that slide. I don't know with Eichenberg if he does. He's not going to be a dominating upper-level first-round pick, but a guy I could see pick 28, 29 in that realm. He might just be. Dirty Dom, if we could get a new head coach, is it possible that we ask Pete to take over the D? No, it's not possible. Coach Carroll's not moving on. He just signed a 5-year extension, Dirty Dom. I'm sorry. Randall says, remember Russell Wilson transferred from NC State after 3 successful years as the starter. The reason was he didn't get along with the coach over baseball. He's not afraid to leave. Very true. Very true. And history has a way of replaying itself, yeah? Maybe it's not baseball that's the distraction here, Randall. Maybe there are other things that are a distraction here that make it opened up for that team to then move on. Darker H hot take. I'll take the head coaching signing by the Philadelphia. I got to look at him a little bit more. I haven't dived into him too much. Tommy, can't wait to see how this draft free agency plays out. I remember feeling we were in the same boat a few years ago, and then we traded Frank Clark, got lots of picks and DK out of it. Lockett looked dire then too. It did. And I don't know if it's necessarily dire. It's just we don't have a lot of resources, so it's restrictive. But I don't know about dire, just restricted. Show you my Griffey swing. Oh, goodness. Do I have a thing that I can do Griffey swing? I'll show you Griffey swing. I don't know if I've got something I can use to, I need like a, oh, here we go. I'll give you Griffey swing. Here's Griffey swing. So here we go. Here's Griff. I can't do this thing. All right, here we go. Got my cat toy. So here's Griffey swing. Swung on and bell. No, he does the arm, so he goes like this. Oh, broke the fan. That's basically Griffey swing. What's up, Rob? Insanity Mixes says Russell Wilson is better than Brady the last 4 years. What does that have to do with any of the arguments we're making here? It doesn't have anything to do with anything. We're talking about the here and now. We're talking about cap costs as it concerns. It's not, when we relate this to Brady, it's not about necessarily the equivalent of players. And maybe that's true. I would argue a little bit, insanity mixes, that the Patriots were basically trying to force Brady out, I think, by the time that he was leaving. There were reports that they were done with him a couple of years ago, looking to move off of him. And I think that that's evident in the lack of talent that they built for him at the skill position players. Once you saw Welker and Moss leave, there wasn't, and Gronk get older, there wasn't really a lot that they really gave him in addition of the players. Whereas a guy like Russell Wilson's been able to have some guys. I feel like they've invested a little bit more in some of the skill positions than the Patriots did at the end. Robert says, what kind of deal would I give Fournette? 2-year, $10 million deal, Robert? Something like that. Lower down the first year cap hit as far as I can. Randall says, Allen Robinson, C. Davis, Corey Davis, Chris Godwin, and Kenny Golladay are all free agents. How much more does Robinson command than Davis? Davis maybe has more upside. How much more is Robinson? Oh, Allen Robinson's going to command an incredible amount of money. Robinson's going to be paid like 17 to 18 million per by somebody. I'm pretty sure of that. Golladay is probably into your $14 million range. And I think Corey Davis is much more inexpensive. Godwin's probably into that $13 to $14 million range as well. But I would think Davis is half of the cost of those guys. He doesn't have anywhere near the production or pedigree that those guys have. Dark Reich has Fields over Lawrence. Well, you're alone on that one, man. I watched a lot of Fields tape. I'm not big on him. Just not that big on him. Allen Robinson nearly broke the 1,000-yard mark with Trubisky and Foles as a quarterback. Let that sink in. Yeah, he's going to break the bank this offseason. Randall, it's crazy. DK and O.J. Howard are about the same size. Does Howard's injury history and or bad luck with free agent tight ends scare you? A little bit, but I think he's a good option because he was just starting to take off last year when the injury thing set in. Bruce Arians' offense doesn't really ever feature the tight end all that much, really, historically speaking. But yeah, it's worrisome, but it's also not a monster risk you're taking with him at that point. A fourth rounder, you got him on a 1-year, $6 million deal. You're not taking on a huge multi-year risk or a lot of money then to bring him in at that point, or giving up a lot of draft capital. And I think he'd be a good inline guy that we're going to want to look at here. I don't think we're looking at another joker tight end. We're looking at an inline guy. Huey says both things can be true about Griffey. No, he hates the Yankees. Just use them as an example. Winning team. Had the Mariners been contenders throughout his career, he wouldn't have left. Again, I don't think that that's true. And again, we just have our places you and I seem to disagree with on. I lived through the situation. Griffey was as valued an athlete to me at that time, and I was as emotionally invested in him as an athlete as any athlete I've been invested in. And the talk at that time had very little to do with anything with winning and losing. Very little to do with it. They literally built the new stadium, Huey, for his swing. They built the dimensions of the field to fit to his swing. He was catered to by this organization in every way, shape, and form. They had gotten to the playoffs, even in, 95, and been pushing up as a better ball club over that time period. They weren't the bottom dwellers they were in the 80s. Again, we have our disagreements, you and I. I don't think I'm going to sway you to my side, and it certainly doesn't appear I'm going to be able to sway you to my side. Randall McDaniel says, the center from Bama, you think he'll be healed by camp? Any idea if he's on par with the Bama center Indy drafted a few years ago in the first round? I just hope he wouldn't need a red shirt. Hard to say on the injury front. I wouldn't think you would need a red shirt. You'd be able to get him back in a year from now. The linemen can come back a little quicker than skill position guys because they're not on that cutting, needing to do the cuts and go full speed, all that stuff. No, he's not as good as the guy a couple years ago. Nelson went to the Colts. Not quite the same sort of technician at center, and fundamentally as clean. He's a little, I think, bigger. He's a little bit more of physically of an intimidator there, but still very good. Still very good. John Staff says Brady played 4 years in the league prior to the quarterback protection rules. Amazing stat. Was indeed. Cameron says, I meant because you played football, you were a small, not very fast wide receiver, kind of like Largent. For sure, man. For sure. You definitely, I relate a lot into Steve's game in that respect. For sure. I take it as a badge of honor, man. Clara says, so no more facial hair, clean cut look now. They said Russell, I'll grow you a little beard, Clara. I'm about due for another beard here. They said Russell Wilson was eyeing Dallas Cowboys. Dak is still not signed. Your thoughts? That would be a big market, and Jerry Jones would certainly be crazy enough, especially in his current state and where he is at as far as age-wise and wanting another championship before he passes on, to give Seattle whatever first-round picks they could want. Like I said, we can go back to the Galloway trade and Jerry Jones 20 years ago being willing to do this very same thing at the time where Galloway maybe had a little bit, wasn't maybe worth the 2 first-round picks, but you were able to get the 2 first-round picks. So why couldn't history replicate itself? So it would check all those boxes we're looking to have checked with Russell if he's going to go somewhere. But not sure that would be something I'd see this year, more of a next year type thing, I think. Berta Prey says, my guess, Sean Alexander will probably be the next Ring of Honor. Great suggestion, Berta Prey. That would make Dustin very happy. And I could see that being the case. I could see that being the case for sure. Kay says, do you think we should get a tight end in free agency? I'm looking, Kay, for more of a trade. There's 2 guys that jump out to me that might have a little bit of a depressed value out there, who are still very talented, who could play the inline tight end position and give you some talent there. O.J. Howard's the guy that jumps to my mind, is the guy getting over an ACL tear, would be very interesting. The other guy would be David Njoku of the Browns. Browns got nailed on a pretty good tight end last year in Hunter Bryant in the draft. They signed Austin Hooper last year to a big free agent deal. Maybe they look at that as a guy they could move on from with that. He carries a little bit of a base cap hit. Michael Parker says they could give Steve Rail a Ring of Honor, 45 years around the Seahawks player announcer. Steve Rabel might be the why. Michael says maybe Steve Rabel. I could see that. Enrique Rose says Russ isn't the general manager, but he did stay at a Best Western last night. I love it. Logan McSwain, thoughts at cornerback position going into free agency? Sorry if you've already talked about it. Just joined. No worries, Logan. I appreciate you for joining on in. There's not a lot out there in free agency. I think Sherman's a guy that's the one that jumps out to you because he knows this game. It's not going to cost a lot of money, cheap one-year deal. Does he have anything left in the tank? That's the question there, and I don't know on that one. I would think a little bit. I think because he's not going to cost a lot, but you never know when Oakland, who's transitioning to the cover hot threes, Seattle scheme with Gus Bradley, are they going to maybe be willing to pay a little bit to Richard at that point to bring in a leader, sort of paying for leadership, if you will. I get driven more as I watch more of the cornerbacks in this draft, Logan. I'm drawn more and more to the draft. There's a lot of zone 6 foot plus corners in this draft that I haven't seen in recent years who are really good players. Guys you can get in the 3rd, 4th, 5th potential round at that point. The more I'm watching, the more of the tape on them, it's just like, goodness, there's a lot of these guys. And last year there was none of them. It was like Lamar Jackson out of Nebraska was like the first real big, lanky guy you came to last year once you got through the top mix of things. So I would probably lean back to going to the corner situation or go to the draft situation, Logan, rather than the free agency. Maybe a guy like Dunbar on a cheap 1-year, $1 million deal to round out some of the depth. That would be maybe a guy I would look at. But the rest of the guys, when you look at the names of free agent corners, you got Patrick Peterson. He's a man-on-man guy. You're not really going to have him playing zone. Logan Ryan just signed a free agent contract. Jason McCourty comes from more of the man-on-man stuff. Kenzie Alexander, somebody mentioned from Cincinnati, would be interesting. A guy with still a lot of talent to him. Xavier Rhodes might be interesting, but I think Colts are going to probably try to re-sign him. He's another guy to be a good zone cover corner and a bigger cornerback kind of guy. He could be maybe a target they look at. But other than that, Cheetah Awuzie from the Cowboys, banged up a lot throughout his time there with the Cowboys, but a very talented guy, got some ball skills to him. There are some interesting guys in free agency, but man, if you get a similar player in the 3rd, 4th, 5th round at that cornerback spot on that rookie deal, maybe a better route to go, Logan. Maybe a better route to go. Cole, if you did. And Zanny Mixes says, I think for us, he plays best if we run 45%, throw 55. I'd like that. I'd be open to that as a split. Tyler Green, is Russell Wilson going to stay for one more year, Tyler? I think he's here for one more year. Outside of a Super Bowl winning season next season, though, outside of getting back to the conference championship game next season, I think he probably then moves on after next year. Chase Stern, what do I think about bringing back Sherman? So I would be intrigued by it. I think he's definitely lost a step or two. He's not the same player, but I think he could be a functional player in the scheme. And if you need him as a stopgap until you can draft your next young guy because you can't get him in this draft because you got to take the draft picks and put them in other places and you're so limited by the number of draft picks you have, then yeah, I'm definitely open to it. In Utero says RPOs used to be what kept defenses off balance. Problem is Russ quit keeping the ball. So many times this season, Russ should have kept the ball and run. Yeah, he slowly gravitated away from keeping it longer and longer and longer over the years, less and less and less and less. I think some of that is that he would keep it at times as he went through the previous years, and he'd lost a little bit of speed, and so that defensive end might be playing the running back, and he keeps it, and then he doesn't have enough quite speed there. The defensive end is then able to redirect and get back on top of Russell and tackle him for a 1 or 2 yard gain. So I think it's made him even more hesitant to hold on to that ball with a little bit of loss of his speed. But the RPO has not been as useful. And part of this is what is driving some of the offensive coordinator coming here, in that he's going to play a lot more of the under center stuff with Russell, a lot more of the traditional play action stuff rather than the read option play action stuff. Kyle, how you doing, Kyle? He says, how do you feel about signing Corey Linsley? Older player. He's going to be 30 years old. He's going to set a new market at the center position as far as contracts for centers. Those two things do not make me feel warm and fuzzy about signing him at that point to that price. That's a little bit too expensive for me. But I'm not going to hate if they're going to invest however they're going to invest in the offensive line this offseason. I'm probably not going to nitpick it apart too much. I'm going to be just happy enough with the fact that they actually did invest in that side of the ball. So that's probably where I eventually will land when it's all said and done with that. And yeah, Tyler Green, I think he's staying, but just for another season. Seahawks, what do you think about the rumors that the Seahawks might cut Carlos Dunlap because of money? They got to create cap space. And if the $14 million is just too much to bear at that point, which it's a lot of money spent on one player, then you got to do what you got to do. I would think you'd look to restructure him personally. Look to find him a way to make sure he gets every dollar he was going to get this season, but you move it out a couple years. Rage Real Sade, you and Bill Marsh, this me to admit you don't like Russell Wilson and move. You and Bill Marsh made me admit you don't like Russell Wilson and move. You might have to retype that, Real Sage. I don't know what you mean on Sade. I don't know what you mean on that one. Sorry. Clara says Doug Gottlieb gave a session on Russ being traded. He called Russell Wilson entitled. Yeah, I think Doug Gottlieb gets raked by a lot of people who really do hate on him on some of his certain takes. On this one, though, I think he's got a little bit of a point. It's like you can have a couple bit of points being true on this one. It's like Russell can have a right to speak up here. You can have a right to say I've taken too many hits. And he can also be a little bit entitled for having done so. It's always where I try to go into it with Clara when I keep saying that word over and over again. I know I harp on it's the nuance. It's the things can be a little bit of this, things can be a little bit of that, things can be a bit of this. It doesn't have to be, it's all that. It's all on this. It's all Russell Wilson's a prima donna. It doesn't have to be all of one thing, but certain parts of this, and it's the world we live in now where we're trying to get to nuance and fleshing things out is a harder place to get because it's so much easier to be simplistic in your thinking. But that's why we end up going 4 and 5 hours on these live stream shows. Griffin Krupp, how you doing, Griffin? Hello. Brent says, such a great breakdown right there. When an employee does what he does, you get rid of them and change the locks. Yeah, well, it's protect the team is the number one rule by Coach Carroll. He doesn't have a lot of rules on this team. He runs things pretty loosey-goosey. You do pretty much whatever you want. You got this personality, you be that way. I'm not going to force you into it here. But the one rule he has above all else is protect the team. I would ask many of you that don't seem to be able to hold Russell Wilson to any kind of accountability on some of the things that he has needed to be held accountable on. Is he protected the team this offseason with his comments? Has he protected his offensive linemen? Bird of Prey says, Russ acts all sweet and innocent, but it really is not what he seems. I agree. Russell Wilson breeding played on game date to 2000. Rage Real Sade, all the criticism of Russell Wilson. Who were the Seahawks before Russell Wilson? Well, should I go 10 years back before Russell Wilson, Real Sade? So let's go with 10, because you need 10 years good of data, right? So let's go 10 years back before Russell Wilson. We'd won the division 4 times and we'd been to a Super Bowl. I don't agree with the thought process of that. I think it's so silly. The person that stands out there and says the Seahawks weren't successful as an organization until Russell Wilson arrived. I think, again, simplistic thinking. Because then those same folks go, because you see, because Coach Carroll was 7-9 the 2 years prior to Russell Wilson getting here. Yeah, and Coach Carroll inherited a mess when he walked in the door. He had a roster of nothing. He had a general manager that drafted guys like Aaron Curry in the top 5. Y'all hate on the Malik McDowell pick. Imagine taking a top 5 selection that's absolutely complete ass and getting nothing out of it. That's what Carroll inherited when he got here. Yeah, we became a good player, but we also were able to add a lot of players, and they did their rebuilding through that time. Russell also landed in year 3 of the rebuild, right when you'd expect some of that young talent that had been built up around him to take off, and guess what? It did. Shocker. Tim says, God bless you defending O-line issues. Do you believe Seahawks front office really goes by big signing Thuney or Lindsey, for example? I think they do. I think they've got to address the offensive line. They've got to upgrade it. I think they know that, whether Russell says what he said or not. I think they know they've got to get better in there somehow or another. So, yeah, I think that, I think somebody gets signed in that. If not Thuney and not Lindsley, somebody. I expect them to at least sign one offensive lineman that's an upper-level guy, a decent guy. Roxanne, Russell was hit 439 times. 107 of those hits were 100% Russell's fault. Yep. He's got to own that part of it. The guy holds on to the ball more than any quarterback in NFL history, for as long as any quarterback in NFL history. When that's going to be the case, you're going to get hit more often. You're going to get sacked more often. And when it's that case to an extreme degree, like it is with Russell, then you're really going to get hit more often. That's the way it is. Tom Brady averaged 2.7 seconds, the ball in his hands, post snap. Russell averaged 3 seconds. Tom Brady was top 5 in the league, and what a shocker, he also happened to have one of the top pass blocking offensive lines in the sport. Russell's holding on to it for 3 seconds, and shocker, not great as a pass blocking unit especially as the season goes on. Overall good, but not as the season went on halfway. I think one of those things factors into the other. Okay, so we are at 4 hours here. I want to go through here on some of these comments and see where we're at. I do need to improve my backswing, Roxanne. I've got this fan going on above me, and I'm lefty, so I was hitting the backstop. But I can do the whole follow through. I can pull it off. I promise you that. Tommy Eden says it's odd the front office never addressed the Russ controversy, and Russ kind of went quiet all of a sudden. Did he get put in a corner, or is something more significant brewing? It honestly could be either thing, Tommy. Me guessing on that, I couldn't give you a good answer on it because I would be completely guessing, and I don't have a good answer. I don't know is my honest answer on that. Hard to say for certain. That they didn't react, I think, is telling, though. That you have not heard Carroll or Snyder come out is sort of a, okay, we appreciate where he's coming from, but we think yay, or we disagree with Russell, or whatever they would say. That it's been silence has been telling. Tim says, you rock, I'm too old. Steve all my time. Marshawn, Steve, my time. Marshawn tied it up for me. Remember how to join Patreon. Reminder of how to join Patreon. Oh yeah, you can definitely support the show here if you want on my Patreon. It's down there in the description section if you are looking to be a Patreon member. We're getting a few members in there. Eventually I'm going to do some live stream stuff over there as well. Some stuff just for Patreon members especially. I want to do some draft breakdown footage over there that would be a little bit off stream. Pay Dirt Sports Cards. Hawks Nest, will Seattle be very aggressive in free agency? They are not able to be for aggressive Pay Dirt right now as it stands with the cap space they have. They'd have to make some moves and create some cap space to get aggressive. And they've not tended to be a team that is aggressive in free agency. So I wouldn't expect them to be super uber aggressive. I think they may, for a lineman, for a one-off, a single guy, they might this year break that rule just a little bit. But I think historically speaking, they're not ones to do that, and they don't have the money to really do that. And Pay Dirt, yeah, we can't open up tons of cap space. If we got the stones to move off from a couple guys, get some draft capital back in return for them, you could create a little bit of cap space in that realm. Maxwell, I really think if we had a quarterback on a rookie contract, we could go back to the big game. It's still hard to say, though, because I love Russ. Yeah, it's no certainty that you're going to the big game if you go to rookie quarterback. That doesn't mean necessarily, and now we'll definitely go to Super Bowl, because we know John and Pete can definitely build up a Super Bowl roster around them. It would be a different tactic than what you've taken recently. It would be looking to replicate how you got back to the Super Bowl initially. I like it from that standpoint of things. But I'm wanting to see also one more year of Russ with sort of a line built up around him, having the things that he has spoken to that he'd like to see. In Utero says we can open up some cap space via trade, but not that much. In Utero, there's a couple ways you can open up cap space. You can restructure a couple deals like Michael Dickinson and Trey Flowers. You can convert Russell Wilson's base money as per his contract. You can convert his base money this year into bonus money, save $10 million off the cap by doing that. You could restructure Dunlap in half what he's going to cost you on his cap. You could move on from Lockett at $11.5 million. You could move off from Quandre Diggs at $5.5 million and move Marquise Blair into the free safety role at a much cheaper rate. There's a lot of ways you can create cap space this offseason. Randall, you like a Mike Griffey swing? Not bad, man. Mark Hawk says, not what I expected with the Griffey talk, but damn, those were some of the greatest memories ever. The kid equals the greatest ever and roid free. 100%. I love watching. Griffey was one of my childhood treasures to get to watch. It'd be summertime, no school. You got a Mariners game on. You never miss a Griffey bat. He's coming up next inning. You make sure you're in front of the television to catch it. I mean, every at bat you wanted to watch, every single one. Just a great player. Yeah, I am the encyclopedia of baseball swings. I can pretty much do almost anything. The new guys, probably not as much, Rob, but any of the old school swing guys, I could do pretty much everybody's. I used to be able to do everybody's swing back in the day. JS Seahawks should just drop Ben Cleveland and sign Thuney. Thuney's a guy I'd like to see signed, JS. I haven't looked at Ben Cleveland as much, but I'll take a peek at him, man. I'll put him on my list and see what he looks like. But I like your idea. Okay, I want Russ to stay, but I'm worried he wants an MVP more than what's best for the team. We don't know. It could be true. Could be true. We don't know, though. Maybe if we upgrade the line, Russ can finally lose that extra 20 pounds and get his quicks back. The fat was for his extra blocker. The fat was for the guy landing on him all the time, Tommy, because he needed the pushing for the cushion, man. In utero, other Russ fans aren't being realistic. Remove your emotional attachment and see clearly. Yeah, it's hard for me to tell people to do that in utero. I know why people love him so much, and especially as I was speaking about, if you're a fan that really came into being as a Seahawks fan as Russell's been here, you just started to become a Seahawks fan, just in the now as he's come along, I can understand it so much more. You have emotional attachment, sentimentality at play. I can get it a little bit. But I think in this situation, for finding the right resolution, to your point, I think it would aid folks that really struggle to criticize Russ in any way, shape, or form and always sort of look to how he is impervious to criticism and how he always seems to be just like the superhero. I think that they're not doing themselves a favor in seeing the situation clearly, and I've maintained it's those folks that are going to get blindsided by this situation when a trade does come down. They're going to be absolutely like, how could this happen? How could this happen? Well, you maybe weren't seeing the situation exactly clearly for what it truly was. Y2KHA says, how mad would Wilson be if we brought back E.T. and Sherman? Well, probably a little bit with Sherman, but I think he'd be okay with it, actually. He'd be really mad with Golden Tate. He'd be really mad with Golden Tate, Y2K, and you know why on that. You know why. AI, every one of those draft analysis said Curry was the one can't miss prospect in that draft. What a bomb. Yeah, I wish I was doing my YouTube live stream at that time. I really do wish I was, because I I got drunk that day after Curry was drafted. It was a tough draft because it was a bad draft at the top end of the first round. I mean, there was no good picks. It was one of those years you did not want to pick in the top 5. It's rare to have those kind of years, but that was one of those years. I mean, any of the alternatives Seattle really would have gone after wasn't all that good. There was, it was like you would have to have got a guy that was slotted to be picked in like the 20s, and it would have been considered a huge reach to go pick one of those guys instead. But Curry was a guy that, again, I've gone to this time and time again. You've got to know what your position, you got to know what defense you run. You got to know what the prime positions are in that defense. You got to know what you want to put your assets into. And when you run a 4-3 scheme, you don't want to put your assets into a 3-4-3 will linebacker in a 4-3 scheme. That's not going to rush the passer, which Curry wasn't going to do. It's their impact on the football field is going to be minimized compared to other defensive positions in a 4-3 scheme. And that it played out that way. Certainly Curry was not a clean prospect as everyone tried to sell him as being. He was horrible in coverage. He did not have great instincts for the game, but it was a bad pick that you could see coming for that reason. Now, I've mentioned it over the last 30, 40 years, you've had one outside will linebacker selected to the Hall of Fame, Derek Brooks. That's been it. That's it. That's all. Nothing else. And there's a reason for that. There's a reason. Their impact is a little bit neutralized on the football field. The Go209 says, can you get a guy like AJ Green for cheap? I would imagine he'd be relatively cheap. How much gas does he have in the tank, though? I think he is a lot lesser of a player than he used to once be. I don't think he's anywhere near the same kind of cat. Matzus Jakubowski. Mr. Jakubowski. Hey, for New England again. Call me Matt. I'm going to call you Matt from now on, man. How you doing, Matt? Thoughts on the Hawks playing against Stafford next season? Well, look, the Rams have had the Hawks number without Stafford there over the last few years. I think Carroll's had one win over his last 7 different matchups with the Rams, and even in those wins, it's gotten pretty close down the wire. You didn't blow their doors off to make it happen. The Rams have certainly improved themselves with the Stafford signing. I do think it's going to hurt them a little bit on those small back-end points that people aren't really acknowledging. I think it's going to make their defense lesser. They're not going to be able to bring back Leonard Floyd. They have some restricted guys that aren't going to be able to stay on the restricted free agent tags because they can't even fit to that salary point. So I think they're not going to have as deep a team and as full a team as they used to have, but they're very top-end heavy in that respect. How much better does he really, truly make them? My opinion is like 10. Makes him 10%. He makes the quarterback position, in my opinion, about 10% better. 10 to 15% better is probably what Stafford gives them. Is that enough to put him over the top? I don't think so. I think they're making these moves out of desperation, out of continuing to know that they're playing for the now, and they're trying to take advantage of having still Donald and Ramsey and everybody at least young enough to really be able to contend. You never really make a lot of great moves when you never make a lot of great moves when you do things out of desperation. Campbell says, if I subscribe to your Patreon, do I also get your OnlyFans page? Only if you want to see my titties. You want to see some titties? Then yes. I've got some real like $5 nickel boys right here. You know what I mean? Those old Buffalo nickels. That's what I got. So if you're into that, man, then yes. He says 2014 Seahawks 32nd in the NFL on money spent on offensive line and haven't signed one offensive lineman to a second contract. That is correct. They have, though, on the other end of that, we put as much draft capital into the offensive line as any team in the NFL. Haven't been very good in drafting offensive linemen, but they've put as much draft capital as any other NFL team into that positional group. Just haven't had a lot of success with it. Tim says, I'm on East Coast, going to bed. You have a good night, Tim. I appreciate you. And I think In Utero asked a good question of you, Uwe, and that says, he says, what are we on money spent on quarterback during that time in relation to the rest of the league? And I think in conjunction with In Utero's question, Uwe, I would say, and then those teams that spent money on the offensive line, how many of those teams were also then paying their quarterback top of the market rate? I don't think you're going to find a lot of those type of teams on your list. Baydirt, what would you think of signing AJ Green? I know he's older, but he might become cheaper than you think. Not in favor of it. I think the injury thing is just too big for me with him. I think he's lost the lower leg injuries, and then when they stack up in multitudes, that to me is just one where I don't have a lot of faith in that guy at that point. I've not seen a lot in his game over the last few years to lead me to believe that he's got a lot left in the tank. I think I'd rather go into other options and circumstances. Anyway, you do give two good examples. Packers and the Saints would be good examples. Steelers would be as well. I would say that they did go to other positional groups on those particular teams to then underspend. So they just chose to make the offensive line the strength, but there were other weaknesses that were brought up. Jay Hornsby, do I think Leonard Fournette is still a possibility? I do. I don't think that there's going to be a lot of teams banging down his door for his services. So being that he fits into the Seahawks mold, being that I don't think there's a lot of teams competing for him, that makes him a viable candidate on its own, Jay Hornsby. I think, just that standpoint as it is. Last year he got waived at the start of training camp. He could have been had by any NFL team, any 32 NFL teams for $4 million. No team plucked him at that time. So if nobody's team's willing to pay for $4 million at this point, is how many teams are going to be battering down the door this offseason? So I know he had a good Super Bowl, but I think there's a chance. Roxanne says AJ Green would not work for the Hawks. He has lost a step in his age, and 2 seasons of injuries would be diminished returns. Agreed, Roxanne. We are in 100% agreement on this. 100%. 100%. Jay Hornsby, Brandon, you think Zach Ertz is possible for us at tight end to pick up? It's possible, and that this team seems to have a fundamental flaw where the front office looks at older tight ends with multiple lower leg injuries and thinks that they'll be playing their best ball into their 30s and those lower leg injuries won't mount back up again. So they look like it's a possibility from their standpoint. I hope not. I don't want anything to do with Zach Ertz at this point in time in his career. I don't want old injury-prone players at this point on the roster. Just doesn't do anything for me. He says, been a Seahawks fan since day one. Just appreciate special talent and have watched Seattle crap on their best players. Just how ungrateful. Russ isn't a god, but he's a Hall of Famer. And how many of those have we had? Yeah, we haven't had a lot of Hall of Fame quarterbacks, that's for sure. Compared to other leagues in the league or other teams in the league, you haven't been around very long either. 40 years of existence is pretty young as far as when you measure it up against other teams in the sport. You're one of the younger franchises in the league. I don't know how ungrateful it is with Russell Wilson, and to be ungrateful and looking at Russell Wilson and say, look, I can find faults in his games and things that he hasn't improved upon that I had expected 5 years ago he would have improved upon in his game. Things that he can control. Can't control injury, can't control diminishing skills, can't control loss of speed, but you can control pre-snap stuff. You can be a master of understanding when blitzes are coming or not coming. You can be a master of understanding how to utilize hot routes and swings and the 5-yard swing route that Tom Brady has utilized throughout his whole career. You can do those things like Breeze did throughout the back end of his whole career. He's not brought those things into his game. And I don't think you're being ungrateful to mention that about his game. I don't think you're being ungrateful to say, well, wait, when I know historically speaking, all these quarterbacks who get paid top of the market can't build out the rest of their team around them and they don't get back to the Super Bowl. I don't think it's ungrateful to look at that data coldly and say, well, it seems like when you pay a quarterback, you can't get back to the Super Bowl. I think it's just dealing with things that are less emotional based and more trying to stay into the facts and evidentiary based. Matt, hoping for a fresh shakeup with the offensive coordinator next season. He will provide a more modern offense. He will indeed, Matt. He will indeed. The guy's going to take us out of the 1980s offense. I would expect that. At the very least, he's going to do that. Maxwell says, do you think we pick at 55 or does John trade down? I think he'll trade down like he usually does. The only way he doesn't trade down, Maxwell, is if we are able to add more picks through trades this offseason prior to the draft. If that doesn't happen, then you are probably seeing him trade down to try to pick up another third-round pick. Maybe he'll have 2 third-round picks at that point rather than 1 second. What do I think about Breeland from the Chiefs? I wouldn't be on favor of that chase. He's an older guy. I think a little bit more of a diminished skill set at this point. Probably not a fit for what we do. You usually don't have a lot of luck bringing in free agents and having them pick up the kick step technique that Seattle wants their corners to utilize. It's very hard for veteran players to learn that, sort of the old dog to learn a new tricks type of thing coming into play. So probably wouldn't be a fit. And thank you, Roxanne, for mentioning that. If you go back to 1977, as Roxanne talks about, and how Seattle has dealt with their star players over that time, they did right by Steve Largent. I think they did right overall by Kenny Easley. There was some medical stuff with Kenny Easley that's whatever, but it wasn't the fans not appreciating Kenny Easley. Cortez Kennedy was loved. Walter Jones was loved. Steve Hutchinson was loved to the point that people were unshakably upset when the Vikings poison pilled him on that contract. Sean Alexander was loved here despite having a little bit of a perceived soft style as a running back. Drove people crazy, but he was still loved. Lofa Tatupu was loved here when he was a star. I think we embrace our stars here pretty regularly. I think we've embraced quarterbacks who aren't the greatest quarterbacks, and we've wrapped our arms around them. Dave Craig, Matt Hasselbeck. Can you point to the soundbite of Dave Craig throwing his offensive lineman under the bus? Can you find that one for me, Huey? Or maybe when Matt Hasselbeck talked about needing more? I don't think you'll find it. I think when quarterbacks start talking like that, you're going to draw the ire a little bit of the fan base, and it's understandably so. Talking about putting draft capital on failed picks is like praising incompletions. Okay, and again, Huey, I'll maintain with you again and again, we seem to disagree on a lot of fundamental things when it comes to football. What I was speaking towards was your point of almost a lack of resources being put on that side of the ball. So an offensive line can be constructed one of two ways. You can pay for it, or you can draft for it. That's kind of your only two methodologies towards improving an offensive line. You brought up the fact that Seattle hasn't spent as much money on the offensive line over the last few years. And in that statement, I think you're implicitly saying then that they're not putting resources into the offensive side of the ball. They are putting resources then, because though they didn't spend the money, they put more draft capital than a normal team normally would have put in over that time on that side of the ball. Those kits, the draft picks didn't hit, but that doesn't speak to a lack of willingness to put resources in. That speaks to problems in the scouting department and drafting poorly. So maybe it's what we're arguing maybe about two different things here. Did I miss E.T., Sherman, Golden Tate comment? Should I rewind a tad? I thought I said a little bit about them. I'm open to bringing back Sherman and Earl Thomas. I don't think they make Wilson mad by them coming back. I think the opposite. He'd be encouraged by them. Hard to see Golden Tate coming back. I do think that the rumors we heard about him with Russell Wilson's ex-wife are true and probably valid. So I don't think Golden Tate's coming back. To me, that screams Y2K of the agent for Golden Tate's trying to drop some interest in him. He's going to be heading to his fifth, sixth team now in 4 years. So probably a little bit of a reputation thing as far as Golden Tate is concerned there with the Giants and being a free agent right now, more than Seattle truly being interested in him. Matt, what's more impactful, replacing Posick or Ayupati for the O-line? Ayupati, I think you bring back Posick and he can give you around league average play next year, maybe a little below, but I think you could upgrade the left guard position significantly with a guy like Joe Thuney over what Mike Ayupati was at the end. Pedro says, Brandon, what about bringing in Curtis Samuel? Laughing out loud. Not in favor of it myself. No, I don't. The reason I move on from Tyler Lockett isn't because Tyler Lockett isn't a good player or still a useful player. It's because I'm not willing to sign him to a contract extension, and he carries an $11.5 million cap hit, and DK Metcalf's about to be paid $24 million a year next year. Those all coming into factor. If you were to sign Samuel to a deal, it's going to be what Lockett's running into, or right back to the same problem beforehand. Too much money then allotted between Samuel, DK, and Russell Wilson on the offensive side of the ball, nearly $80 million at that point. That's way too much. Way too much. So that just not... My guess on Samuel is he goes to the Redskins, or the Washington football team. Maxwell says, I don't get the Jamal hate. I don't either. I think it's a little, there's some of it that is intelligently based, Maxwell, and people understanding safeties being a depressed position on the football field and strong safety being even more of a depressed position than the free safety, maybe. But at the end of the day, as I've said it over and over again, Jamal Adams is on a Hall of Fame track. He's about to turn 25 years old. You can't find a way to best utilize that player in your defense, and you've got to move him off as a sunk cost. You as an organization are doing something wrong. Okay, we are 4 hours and 20 minutes into this. I think we have hit our end game. Huey, I know we do disagree, but I still welcome you in on the chat. I welcome your opinion. I embrace it. That's okay if we disagree, man. It's not the end of the world for us to disagree in this place. And I do maintain that us having a differing of opinion and stuff does nothing but strengthen each other's argument for the other side of it. So I do appreciate talking with you. And you guys on this had another fun live stream as ever. You guys make this awesome, awesome, awesome. Please do slam on that like button. Somebody did mention Patreon. If you're interested, you can go to my Patreon page. It's there in the description section. F Custom Jersey, thank you for sponsoring this show. They are also in the description section. Hit that link. Gets me paid if you go through and get a customized jersey through them. Either way, I do appreciate you guys. Look at the last comments on here. Team 12 says, I went to my select team practice. It was great. Had lots of fun. Was hammering the ball. Almost hit a home runs. Need to work on tracking the ball. In tracking the ball in flight, though. What I miss? You didn't miss anything, man. Nothing at all. Y2K says, paying a wide receiver 24 seems like it would really hamstring the kind of moves we can make. Between Adams, DK, and Russ, that's like $80 million. It is, but it's not all being allocated at that point onto one side of the ball. Adams will come in at $16 million. Russ is going to be at $37 million. DK at $23 million. So yeah, it would be around $80 million between those three players, but those would be your top three players at that point. And Bobby Wagner's contract's about to come off the books, so it would make it a little bit more. You could swallow that down a little bit more. Tommy Eden, thank you, appreciate you, and thank you 2K. Thank you so much. Well, we'll head out. I will be back as ever. Just for any of those folks out there, we are doing this every week now, Thursday and Sunday. I'm going to be doing live streams every time, all the time, every time. We'll be doing all 3 days of the draft. I'll be doing free agency. So we got a lot up here on the planning on the schedule. If you'd like to see a discussion or topic you'd like to see me kind of cover in detail, feel free to put it there in the description section. We can kind of pick it up from there. If I missed your question, we'll catch you back up here in just a couple days. Either way, I really appreciate all your support. Please slam that like button if you're watching here. Just one more time, one more slam spike like thing. I do appreciate it. It helps me show up on the algorithm that other people are looking for Seahawks fan channels. So when you do that, it really does help me out greatly. Other than that, I got some folks out there I think are wavering a little bit. You guys get to wavering. I see you wavering. Wondering how are we going to do it this offseason? We don't have any resources. We can't get it. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. Don't you ever forget. Don't you